The city lay in ruins. Wrecked cars, bullets, smoke, everything looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. There was a man sitting in one of the cars. His silhouette resembled a teenager or a student. Everything around, including the interior of the car, was destroyed as if the apocalypse had taken place. His name was Perry, and his student ID showed that he was a history major. His hands began to move as he began to come to his senses. Perry opened his eyes, confused. How did he get here? Everything was a mystery. In front of him is the broken glass of the car he was sitting in. He looked around in confusion, trying to understand what was happening and why he was here. The city was empty, filled with the dead. They brought destruction and drove out the people. Zombies didn't scare him. For Perry, they had long since become a familiar phenomenon. Perry knew he was there by accident. He had no memory of falling asleep in the car among the dead. He suspected his old offender, thinking that it was she who had pushed him here. However, he soon remembered that she had not simply abandoned him, but had supplied him with weapons. He decided to look back at the back seat to check if he had a gun. There really was a blade in a sheath there, left by the offender for self-defense. But the sword was not sharpened, which seemed strange to Perry. In the apocalypse, there should be no useless weapons. The blade seemed familiar to Perry, as if he had fought with it before, which confirmed his guess that the sword had been left behind by the offender. Suddenly, a loud roar of gunfire was heard outside, causing Perry to freeze in fear. He quickly made a decision. Knock down the door and prepare to defend himself, because the next bullets could be aimed at him. Perry knew his way around guns and knew immediately that the shots came from an old rifle. Dead monsters wandered around, cold and restless, annoying everyone with their presence. A zombie attack erupted from the direction of the shots, and they were not being shot at for no reason. One of the dead men received a bullet that took off part of his head, destroying him completely. It turned out that the police were evacuating, shooting at the monsters to protect people. The captain asked the lieutenant to report. The evacuation was going according to plan. The situation was getting worse. The ammunition was running out, and soon there would be nothing to defend ourselves with. The captain realized that the zombies were growing in number and that there was a catastrophic shortage of equipment. Perry, hiding, watched what was happening, feeling that everything around him was strange. He wondered, who was he really? Why did the modern weapons and police uniforms seem outdated to him, as if he had just been in another time? The dead were growing in number, and Perry knew they would soon overwhelm the police. He tried to calculate the situation in his favor, but he still couldn't ignore saving people. The time for thinking was running out. The last bullets were gone, and the zombies were growing in number. Death was approaching at the most inopportune moment. The captain was despondent. Their ammunition was exhausted, and all that was left for them to do was die with honor, like Vikings. He gave a loud new order to the lieutenant, his voice piercing the air. At least one consolation: the evacuation was successful and all civilians were safe. Now the captain was ready for the final battle. The order was given. They sacrificed themselves for the rescued. The captain gave the order. Gloria provides covering fire. The rest rush at the zombies with knives, not holding back their rage. Their fearlessness was astounding. They walked towards certain death, ready to meet the Valkyries. Gloria shot at the dead, supporting her comrades, but gradually realized they would all die, and she would be left alone. She was overcome with fear. There were crowds of dead people around, and her friends would not return. It was a nightmare for her. The streets were filled with dead people. Her comrades were dead, and there was nowhere to run. With only one bullet left and hundreds of zombies all around, the only way out is to stop them from turning her into one of them. The battle was doomed from the start. Even if he killed two with one bullet, there would still not be enough equipment. They were once people, but now they are just rotting sacks thirsting for blood. Gloria couldn't bear the thought of becoming one of them, eating people. She already put the gun to her temple, realizing that there would be no help, and death was very close. But suddenly our hero decided to intervene, although it was probably too late. He did not stand aside. His actions attracted attention. Even the dead turned to him, and Gloria took her finger off the trigger. Now she was worried that someone might not have evacuated and that the hero was acting too recklessly. Perry distracted all the zombies, causing them to go berserk. Gloria was already ready to die. Her decision seemed final, but death suddenly walked away. Suddenly she realized that she had been afraid for him in vain. He had shown a strength she had never seen. It was real. Perry easily cut off zombie heads with a blunt sword. He did not retreat. Every step he took brought death to the dead, and there was nothing wrong with that. He was saving them. Perry was doing something incredible. He was clearly more than just a student. Even the military couldn't do what he did. He seemed out of this time. Gloria watched in complete shock. Her jaw dropped and her eyes widened, unable to believe that a normal person could do something like this. The zombie corpses fell onto the asphalt, and now she understood. Death was not intended for them, but for the monsters. She realized that elite fighters could barely cope with 2 dead men, and this student was killing hundreds single-handedly. Perry chopped off the heads of the dead one after another. They didn't even have time to see their enemy. Gloria was confused. Who is he? How does he have so much strength? How does he fight so skillfully? His gaze was as sharp as his blade, and it pierced just as mercilessly. His gaze pierced her, boundless rage and murderous lust raging in him, as if she might be next. While he was pondering the benefits of protection, only Gloria remained alive. Before, he could have saved them all, but his pursuit of his own gain doomed the rest to death, even if there was a chance. All he needed from the police was a blade, since his own sword was poorly sharpened. He took it, and thanking them left. Perry decided to go to ranged combat. A thrown knife was faster and more deadly than a bullet. The zombie did not expect such a powerful blow. The blade would pierce him through or send him flying. Even the mindless dead man instinctively knew that his death was inevitable. The enemy was too strong. Perry tormented the zombies with incredible dexterity, his movements graceful as a butterfly fluttering, avoiding every attack. He dealt effectively with enemies. His speed was so great that no one could keep up with him. He would need the knife later. Perry grabbed it to use it to its full potential and kill more of the dead. The blade was worth the price. A few swings and the heads of the dead flew away, each getting what they deserved. Even with a dull sword, he wielded it as if it were a blade cutting steel. It is not the weapon that is important, but the one who holds it in his hands. Gloria's legs gave way and she fell to her knees, the suddenness of what was happening weighing too heavily on her. The rage in the dead men's eyes began to fade, as if Perry had snuffed out the flames of their lust to kill. His presence had broken their spirit. To Perry it all seemed familiar, as if he had seen similar scenes before. He found them weak, as if they had only recently been infected. Gloria didn't see the zombies as a weakness. She was shocked by Perry's strength. She and her comrades had used up all their ammunition and suffered heavy casualties, unlike him. Gloria was still kneeling in shock when Perry finally turned his attention to her, which surprised her greatly. She stood up and, gathering her strength, reported her rank and purpose. Perry, remaining professional, asked her to provide all the information, including the location. Gloria listened to him but remained silent, not fully understanding who was really in front of her. She was asked to report, but instead she bombarded me with questions. How did they even hire her for this job if she was so emotional? The mysterious student nevertheless gave his helping hand to his partner, helping her up. Gloria thanked him for saving her, but one thing tormented her. Who was he and where did he get such strength? She didn't understand what support Perry was talking about. He seemed like an outsider in this time, even if he spoke business language. Perry didn't understand why her question about support seemed strange, because for him it was a completely logical decision. Gloria, deciding to remind everyone of her status, showed her ID, emphasizing that she was a police officer. She was a senior lieutenant in the city's police force, and her ID looked genuine. Even an ordinary police ID surprised our ordinary student, making him think. His gaze filled with distrust. Such certificates, in his opinion, had long since gone out of use. Why were they still used here? The uniform also looked strange, not like the one in his time, nor in the past, nor in the future, where he, Perry, came from. He looked around again. Everything around seemed old, forgotten, like from a long-gone time. Perry had already experienced the apocalypse, and this felt like the beginning of a disaster. The zombies were weak, just like when it all began. Gloria found Perry's behavior strange, especially when he suddenly asked about the year, month, and day, clearly suspecting that he was out of time. She was confused, not understanding why the man was so interested in the date. Perry's suspicions were confirmed. He tried to remain calm, but realized that he had returned 10 years ago, to the beginning of the apocalypse. He was far from being just a student. This day was significant. A meteor shower, a zombie infestation, and the beginning of a global catastrophic apocalypse. The virus infected more than half of the population, but was defeated after a while. However, the troubles did not end there. Suddenly, extraterrestrial technologies appeared, creating evolution zones. These technologies gave people new abilities, but Perry only received incredible physical strength. Only now his true skill was revealed. Going back in time 10 years turned out to be his ability. It was as if fate itself had given him this power, so that he would end up at the beginning of the apocalypse and be able to use his knowledge to save the remaining people. Perry clenched his fist. Now the fates of these people depended on him, because his powers had returned. He had power, knowledge, and strength that others would have to work hard to achieve. Gloria suddenly interrupted him, pointing out something important. An emerald glow flared across the sky, its beauty eclipsing anything she had seen before, even in the Arctic. What Perry had predicted had begun. The evolution zones began to appear, and their green glow meant that time was short. This zone was one of the first and only in Asia. They need to hurry so as not to be late. Gloria admired the beauty of the glow, but before she could share her thoughts, Perry reminded her of her rank. Then he told her something surprising, something he couldn't have known. He knew she was also a second-year student. Perry finally decided to get to know Gloria better and tell her a little about himself. She was amazed. How could an ordinary student have such abilities? Her distrust only increased, as if he was hiding something. Gloria asked to see his student card, believing that this would dispel her doubts. Perry said the ticket was left in the car, which further undermined her trust. It seemed like an obvious lie. As expected, her suspicions grew. He was clearly avoiding confirming his words, and this only strengthened her doubts. In her eyes, the image of a second-year student was completely different. It was hard to imagine a student driving, with a weapon and such strength. Gloria pointed her finger at him and declared that he was not a student. She was partly right. You won't meet such students of the future. She was sure that Perry was a high-ranking military officer on a secret mission, but all her confidence collapsed in an instant when he finally took out and showed her that very student ID card. Gloria was in shock, not believing her eyes. She was sure that what she was seeing was a lie. Perry quickly snatched the ticket from her hands, reminding her that time was short and they had to hurry. She felt humiliated, but Perry didn't care. He was concerned about leaving, and he asked if the car they had come in was still there. Approaching the car, he took his place, preparing to head towards the evolution zone. Perry had made her worry again. He was going to go alone, leaving Gloria alone. She wasn't thrilled, because it was her car and she couldn't go back without it. Perry pointed out that the northern part of the city, where he was heading, was dangerous due to the large number of infected, and it was better for her to stay, since the area around was already cleared of zombies. Gloria didn't understand why an ordinary student would go to the contaminated zone. Her suspicions grew. She thought that his ticket was just a cover, and he himself was an elite military man. Gloria had already resigned herself to the fact that he would not admit the truth. Even if she was wrong, he was definitely not an ordinary student. She was sure she could find an argument to go with him. But Perry would probably find a way to refuse, whoever she was. The sergeant insisted, pointing her rank at him, claiming that she was obliged to go with him. However, all her confidence crumbled when Perry simply said goodbye, closed the window, and drove away without letting her finish. Perry knew how to humiliate people, and even the authorities in police uniform could not compare with his cold-bloodedness. He didn't care what she said. Perry's silence only unsettled Gloria even more. Suddenly, her hope returned when he finally opened the window. It turned out that Perry couldn't drive a car, and then Gloria understood her role, because she was the owner of the car. Now they are on their way. It is unclear what all this arguing was about, but the police beauty ended up behind the wheel. Gloria was becoming increasingly convinced that she was dealing with an important person. He didn't even drive. His subordinates did everything for him. She gave him a malicious, sly look, confident that she had revealed all his secrets. Perry, without blinking, answered her with a cold and indifferent gaze, as if creating a pressure comparable to the depths of the ocean. This icy cold was so noticeable that Gloria literally felt it on herself, as if she was covered in frost, sitting next to it. Gloria was embarrassed by the fact that Perry never took his eyes off her. Even when she tried to sneak a glance at him, he was already boring into her with his gaze. Every collision of their eyes made her tremble, as if a monster was looking at her, or the very interior of the car was under its control. But the tense silence was suddenly broken as Perry ordered a stop. The car stopped, but Gloria didn't understand why they stopped if they needed to get to the evolution zone so urgently. Had they really arrived? Perry decided to get out halfway, and only he knew why. Perhaps his patience had run out. Either he was tired of Gloria's sly looks, or, on the contrary, he was worried about her safety. She was terribly afraid of him. Every word of his caused uncontrollable fear in her. Suddenly, Perry got behind the wheel. Apparently, during all this time of observation, he somehow learned to drive. Gloria couldn't believe it. Perry knew that at their speed they might be late, and they needed to speed up, the faster the better. Gloria remained confused, not understanding where exactly they might be late, although he had already hinted at the lack of time. Before she could ask the question, Perry rushed towards his goal at full speed, as if there were no obstacles in front of him. He was driving at incredible speed, and the air around him was literally heating up from his movement. One thing was clear. He was in a great hurry to get to the northern part of the city. It's hard to believe that he drove better than those who had been driving for decades. Perry, who had just learned to drive, seemed to already know the language of the machine. The city loomed on the horizon, and being late was definitely not about him. He would arrive at his destination in the shortest possible time. The speed made the leaves fall. The wind lagged behind, not keeping up with the car driven by this ordinary student. Meanwhile, Gloria checked and refilled her magazine. She still had some ammunition left. Gloria regretted that their team had not been able to reach the vehicle with equipment. Then, they all might have survived. Meanwhile, the zombies near the city were becoming more and more numerous, and Perry easily crushed them with the power of the machine. She barely had time to reload while he was running over another dead man with obvious pleasure. Perry assessed the situation clearly, and understood that with every meter they were getting closer to even greater danger. Now Gloria looked at Perry with respect, even putting him above herself. Although she suspected him, she decided to find out why he was so eager to get to the northern region. Perhaps his parents were still there, but his answer was simple. He lost his parents a long time ago, and it was impossible to bring them back. Gloria felt guilty for her words, but there was nothing to blame her for. She couldn't know. Gloria explained the reason for their stop and evacuation. Their original mission was to explore the northern region, but they encountered survivors and priorities changed. The glow appeared 2 hours after the virus outbreak, and authorities, suspecting something was wrong, sent police to investigate. They were the team. Perry hadn't had a chance to get into the evolution zone before, but now he was determined not to miss this chance. Perry suddenly became aware of the time and asked Gloria to see how much time they had left before they arrived. There was no signal, but the time was still accurate, which surprised Gloria. There were only 10 minutes and a few kilometers left to the zone. According to his recollections, the zone was supposed to open at exactly 5 o'clock. Perry made the quickest decision of the day, to change the route to shorten the distance and get to the northern area faster. Perry was constantly baffling Gloria. She couldn't figure out what route he was talking about. You could expect anything from such a madman. And then, as expected, he makes an unexpected move. He turns the steering wheel sharply, instantly changing direction. His determination was unwavering. He thought instantly, calculating every step in advance to achieve his goal. Suddenly, something ahead made my heart speed up. My adrenaline went through the roof and goosebumps ran across my skin. The new route was occupied by monsters, which could seriously slow down their path to the zone. Gloria knew the zombies would get in the way, but Perry had already come up with a solution. He remembered the machine gun on the roof, which would be their key to breaking through. She calmed down a little, realizing that she could rely on the student from the future. He knew what to do, but fear still haunted her. Gloria prayed that her worst thoughts would not come true, even though she knew that Perry's crazy plans were already in motion. Finally, the machine gun was needed. The zombies rained down a hail of lead, turning into a sieve. They didn't expect such a blow, and Perry was making their worst nightmares come true. Each bullet hit the target without missing, taking dozens of lives with it. The zombies had no chance to survive. Now nothing stood in their way. All the monsters had fallen, turning into part of the asphalt, as if they had become its covering forever. Gloria couldn't believe her eyes. The entire road was clear. Not a single monster had survived. It seemed incredible. Perry, wanting to achieve maximum speed, ordered her to let go of the steering wheel and floor the gas. Her gaze expressed fear of such madness, but she understood that she could trust him. Perry knew there was a turn ahead, but he insisted on not braking or steering anyway. He had clearly thought through every detail and was not going to miss a single one. Meanwhile, the stone in the sky was shining brighter and brighter. The sky was turning emerald, and the zone was about to appear. The city was enveloped in a green fog, as if the world had turned into a matrix glitch with green numbers on a black background. The heroes made it at the last moment, literally flying into the zone so as not to be late. The green haze around the car confirmed their success. Now all the possibilities were open to Perry, but the landing was hard. The car was already battered, and now getting back on its wheels would be even more difficult. Fortunately, the passengers survived. The sand that suddenly appeared in the city softened their fall. Perry exceeded all expectations. They arrived right at the creation of the zone, and the shortened route paid off completely. Gloria was in shock. The northern region had turned into a desert. Everything seemed incredibly strange. Perry was jubilant, as if he knew the exact time of the zone's appearance, which confused Gloria even more. She could not imagine that he knew the future 10 years in advance. To Perry, everything looked as he expected, but Gloria was captivated by what was happening, not believing her eyes. In the northern part of the city, in the middle of Asia, statues of the Sphinx and pyramids suddenly appeared. It was not by chance that a desert appeared here. Gloria suspected something was wrong. Everything around her was strange. But Perry stood calmly, as if he knew about everything in advance. The zone manifested itself as if a matrix had covered the area. Those who did not know about it were overcome with fear. People began to hear voices in their heads talking about the zone. The territory turned into Egypt, and this was not accidental. The first zone of evolution is associated with the first wonder of the world. The Sphinx became the guardian of the crystals, asking riddles. Those who do not answer correctly will be eaten by the god. A voice was broadcast into everyone's heads, telling them that the zone had been created by an unknown force, and that people could obtain evolution crystals while remaining isolated from the world. Gloria, despite her fear, thinks clearly and understands that there are 3 ways to get out of the zone, which calms her down. If one of the conditions is met, the zone will disappear. Otherwise, everyone will remain trapped forever. Discontent grew. People from other areas found themselves far from their families and did not care about the crystals. Their goal was simply to get out. Meanwhile, the dead people took over the bus, which apparently contained people. The dead attacked the bus, eager to get to the passengers as easy prey. For the zombies, it was a treasure chest. Inside, the desired surprise was waiting for them, and they fought their way to it with mad fury. The driver pressed the gas, but the sand did not allow him to pick up speed, and without help, death seemed inevitable. Even at top speed, the bus crashed into the zone's boundaries as if its fate was sealed. The impact was strong, and the driver died instantly. His ticket was indeed a one-way ticket. The evolution zone turned out to be impregnable. Even a bus at full speed could not break through its boundaries. The passengers desperately cried out for help as the zombies pushed them ever closer into a corner. Gloria saw the situation escalating. People were on the verge of death, and her sense of duty demanded that she intervene. Perry warned that salvation was only possible if Gloria gave it her all. They ran across the sands, realizing that the driver, trying to escape from the monsters, only drove the passengers into even greater danger. Everything around looked like something out of a fairy tale. A concrete jungle against the backdrop of ancient statues and pyramids. The most mysterious was the Sphinx, his gaze drilled into everyone who entered the zone. It is no coincidence that he became the guardian of the crystals. His eyes glowed like candles in a temple, and no one could deny his divine power. He rightfully guarded the ancient pyramids. The Sphinx was no ordinary statue. The zone had awakened an ancient power within it. Now it was asking riddles again, and it was a test for those who dared to enter. The driver found his tomb in the wreckage of the car's interior. Fear left him in the darkness forever. The zombies, like nightmares, wandered without thought, their emaciated bodies moving only by intuition, without a drop of reason. The passengers found themselves in mortal danger, as monsters with flaming eyes relentlessly hunted for fresh flesh. Sometimes people are more terrible than monsters. For the sake of salvation, they are ready to throw their neighbor into the clutches of monsters. One impudent girl stood behind while a brave girl risked her life to save her, although she herself was not a coward. Instead of gratitude, she reproached the heroine, blaming her for the fact that they ended up on the bus. The zombie knew neither strategy nor cunning. He went straight ahead, without an unexpected blow in the back. The girls in the back seats were paralyzed with fear, tears streaming from their eyes, their teeth clenched in pain, their screams and shouts echoing throughout the entire area. The heroine was not one of those who feared death. She managed to stop the zombies with an ordinary pipe, saving the passengers. But her strength was running out, and Rose asked her friends for help. Together they were stronger, although no one alone could have dealt with a crowd of the dead, even one walker. The chance for salvation came thanks to the resourcefulness and courage of the girl, who used collective efforts to resist the impending doom. Even at such a critical moment, the impudent girl decides to run away first, glancing at the exit. Her selfishness knew no bounds. She used her friends and now left them to their fate. But her plan is thwarted by a monster at the entrance. Will anyone be able to escape from two zombies? Or will Perry and Gloria be able to come to the rescue? The impudent girl began to lose hope. They were surrounded, and the chances of survival became even smaller. Her face spoke volumes. She was ready to do anything to save herself, and would turn any opportunity to her advantage. The impudent girl managed to escape, leaving her friends and Rose to be torn apart by two merciless dead men. She felt no shame, ran without looking back. The death of her friends would be just a momentary sadness for her, which she would forget in a day. Meanwhile, the situation was getting worse. The first dead man grabbed the pipe, and the second was already nearby. It looked terrible for the heroines. The monsters made their way onto the bus, and escape seemed impossible. They found themselves in a steel trap, with only a one-way ticket. The heroine's willpower disappeared as soon as the second dead man appeared. The fragile beauty saw no chance of survival. The last hopes left her, like everything else. Her eyes, filled with despair, suddenly shone when the glass shattered right in front of her. The rescuers arrived in time. Here he is, the hero, a simple student and fighter against evil. He appeared at the last moment. Now the zombies will have to change their route. It's time for them to run. Another moment, and the beauty would have lost her face. A few more seconds, and the girls would not have escaped death. Perry, the master of rescue, demonstrates his efficiency as always. The dead are not a threat to him. They are simply an obstacle on the way to victory. This is how a real hero looked in her eyes. The fear disappeared in an instant. The monster didn't even have time to touch her. The savior was faster, but she knew the battle wasn't over and Perry was still in danger. Her fears were confirmed. The zombie was already behind Perry. But he didn't care. Such opponents did not pose a threat to him. Perry dodged deftly, disappearing from the dead man's sight. At this speed, the monster would never be able to catch him. He remained calm. His movements were smooth. An ordinary student, but capable of miracles that inspired faith in the future. Such a hero can be trusted with fate, because his strength makes enemies bow before him. He easily decapitated a couple of the dead. For him, they were nothing more than a boost of energy at the start of the day. Rose was amazed by his strength. In a matter of seconds, he dealt with the zombies, sending them to eternal rest. Perry looked at her as if they had met before, or as if their paths would cross again in the future. Rose smiled sweetly back at him, not having time to comprehend what was happening. Everything happened so quickly that her eyes did not have time to follow his movements. It turned out that Perry actually recognized her. Perhaps she played an important role in the future since he remembered her. Rose was embarrassed. His strength and charisma confused her, as if the one she had loved all her life was standing in front of her. Her tongue was twisted. But before she could thank Perry for saving her, Gloria intervened, informing her that everything was clear outside. The dead man's corpse confirmed safety, and Rose finally learned the name of her new hero. Gloria inspired confidence in the passengers and directed them to follow her. But there was some bad news. The brazen girl ran away and put herself in danger, finding herself alone in the apocalypse. It was extremely dangerous. The policewoman shuddered with fear. The joy of being saved was replaced by concern for the defenseless girl who was left in mortal danger. Perry realized how quickly the situation was deteriorating. Every rescue came with losses. The impudent woman was already far away. She ran, not realizing that everyone was saved, and she herself was rushing towards death. Suddenly she found herself in shadow, although the sky was clear. What hung over her was not a cloud at all. Finally she noticed the strange figure above her head. Her fear had failed her, and her betrayal had come at too high a price. The miser pays twice. Her salvation became meaningless. Greed destroyed her. She sacrificed her friends, but she will still die. A giant creature, incredible in its size, crushed the impudent girl. The danger loomed over the bus. The situation deteriorated sharply. In front of everyone's eyes, the sand giant crushed her without even noticing. Gloria could already feel the horror outside the bus. A danger comparable to a catastrophe was approaching. The Guardian finally awoke from his long sleep, his gaze fixed on our heroes. The ground shook under his feet, and only Perry knew what to do when meeting the sand god. The Sphinx, the living statue, inspired fear to the very bones. Its gaze pressed as if a mythical mountain had descended on the victim's shoulders, like on the Titan Atlas. Once an ordinary statue, the Sphinx has now become a terrifying guardian, ready to destroy anyone who displeases it. His deafening scream paralyzed all the passengers. Fear filled their hearts. This catastrophe became horror incarnate. Perry recognized the Sphinx immediately, knowing that he was the lone guardian, the strongest of all the guardians of the evolution crystals. The girl lost hope again, so often that it was impossible to count. Perry remained as unperturbed as ever. His calmness was contagious, inspiring confidence in his strength and fortitude. At this tense moment, he ordered everyone to sit down and start reading. His behavior seemed strange, and Gloria noticed it. There was no time to explain. If Perry knew what he was doing, then he could be trusted. Otherwise, the claw that had already broken through the roof of the bus could get to anyone. Everyone, not risking moving once more, quietly read books, surprisingly calm and fearless in the face of danger. Anyone would be scared in this situation. The silhouette of a giant god was looking at them through a hole in the roof of the bus. His eyes shone with a fury that could bring the heavens down on mortals. But the Sphinx did not attack. It was watching what the people below were doing. This is where Perry's cunning came into play. The order to read was not accidental. Onlookers from the rooftops were already sure that the travelers had died, but if Perry was in the business, there was always a chance of success. Even a history textbook that someone was reading caught Perry's attention. It was not for nothing that he was a history student. This knowledge could be the key to salvation. Incredibly, Perry had outdone himself again. The Sphinx, seeing that everyone was busy reading, decided not to disturb them in their important business. Perry had a real trump card. His knowledge worked wonders. He knew more than anyone, and he used it to the fullest. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Everyone was sure of their death, but now they could not doubt Perry's knowledge. He had prevented the Sphinx's attack. Questions swirled in the people's minds. Why did the statue leave them alone? How did they manage to do this? What trick did this guy use to ward off the great god's wrath? When the Sphinx left, Perry slammed the book shut with confidence. Everything had gone exactly according to his plan. Everyone was still shaking with fear, but Perry, as always, knew how to calm them down. Even the most absurd decisions saved their lives, turning into something grotesque, but effective. Finally, it was time to breathe a sigh of relief. Gloria watched Sphinx, realizing that they were on the edge, but Perry saved everyone again with his intelligence. At first, the policewoman did not believe in the absurdity of what was happening, but now her eyes shone with admiration. Perry seemed incredible to her. He remained absolutely calm because everything went according to his plan. Gloria could not understand how he managed to predict everything. The answer was simpler than it seemed. One only had to remember the advice that was broadcast in people's minds to understand the character of God. Gloria had already forgotten about this advice, but Rose remembered it word for word. No one guessed that this was the answer. The Sphinx is the same sand god, and all that was needed was to remember the associations with him. No traveler could pass by the Sphinx without hearing its riddle. The answer was always the same, but those who made a mistake were to die at its hands. He was cruel to fools, but respected those who possessed wisdom. The legend goes that one day the wise man gave the right answer, and the Sphinx threw itself off a cliff, realizing its weakness before the mind. This showed its fear of the wise. Reading books became a demonstration of wisdom, and this is what Perry took advantage of, knowing that it would keep the Sphinx from attacking. But suddenly Perry was overcome by a strange surprise. Some thought was bothering him. He realized that they had a chance to survive without his intervention. They already had books, which could save them. Then it dawned on him for the second time. He recognized Rosa. She could become the savior of the zone because she remembered the advice, had different books, and could help all the residents. Rose reminded him of an influential figure from the future, someone he couldn't forget. She would probably play an important role. Embarrassed, Rose nevertheless decided to thank Perry and get to know him better. Perry noticed the similarities between them, making her feel even more insecure. Incredibly, in the future, Rose will become one of the most influential figures in China, able to control the elements and cause storms and cataclysms. Perry understood that Rose got her powers from the evolution crystal, one of the most powerful. They found a common language, not surprisingly, since they were both students at the same institution. Their conversation was interrupted by Gloria, who reminded them that they needed to deal with the rams and the Sphinx itself. The book-reading method only worked until they tried to attack the Sphinx for the crystal. The girls began to notice darkening on the street, and suggested spending the night on the bus. But Perry was against it. There were too many dangers. The smell of blood could attract zombies. There was a shortage of food, and they became targets for onlookers. Perry had noticed the surveillance long ago. He counted 5 people who were keeping a close eye on them. This information put pressure on Gloria. She began to fear that the onlookers were not just watching, but planning something dangerous. Perry realized that it was not just surveillance. The conditions of the zone forced the onlookers to act. They had to either get the crystal or perform other tasks. One of the conditions was that people had to be killed to be freed. This meant that our heroines had better not get involved in conflicts unless they were prepared for violence. Rosa and Gloria finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The zone was not a joke. Every mistake could be fatal. When it got dark, Perry told them to follow him and reminded them that people could be more dangerous than zombies right now. The main character forgot for a moment about the 2 girls, who had already lost hope that they would be taken along. Realizing his mistake, Perry quickly remembered the others, distracted by conversations with Gloria and Rose. They followed Perry as he made his way through, killing the monsters one by one. He hoped that the sand wind would weaken the zombies' senses, giving them more safety. Gloria didn't know where they were going, but Perry clearly had a clear plan and knew the city like the back of his hand. He found the best place to survive the night. The policewoman also knew the city well and suggested hiding in a supermarket. But it's not that simple. Perry was aware of this option, but he knew that the supermarket was the epicenter of the dead. Yes, there were plenty of useful things there, but the little store around the corner seemed much safer. There are enough resources in the shop for 5 people. Dying in the supermarket from hungry monsters or greedy people is not the best option. The store was strategically convenient. An attack through the main entrance would be useless thanks to the back exit on the opposite side. In order for the heroes to fall into the trap, both entrances must be blocked. This means that the enemy forces will be weakened compared to a situation where they are concentrated on one exit. Rose admired her idol for his intelligence and strength, but Gloria realized that she did not fully understand his true power. She began to praise him for destroying dozens of the dead. This irritated Perry, who was more concerned with protection than praise. Perry stopped on a sandy road. Apparently, they had arrived at a place to spend the night. It was too quiet outside. It was alarming because there should be at least some signs of enemies here, but instead there was deathly silence. Gloria noticed the store in front of them, but didn't notice the strange silence. That was why Perry stopped. There were only old people in the area who could easily become victims of zombies. But there were no zombies. The student suspected something was wrong. He decided to check the situation alone, since only Perry could handle the obvious trap. Perry stopped, sensing danger. The wind was blowing sand, and the silence around him was unsettling. He understood that danger was very close, and it was this that should scare away all the monsters in the area. The entity was close. The student smelled it and realized that he had stumbled upon a mortal enemy. This enemy was truly strong and could seriously compete with Perry. With his terrifying appearance, he sat in a trap, waiting for a victim. Perry recognized who stood before him, and realized that this victim would become the entity's most dangerous opponent. There was something about the car that was scary, as if there was a huge danger lurking behind it. Perry realized what was hiding under the car and demanded that the entity lurking there come out immediately. The student found a dangerous enemy. If it weren't for him, all the travelers would have fallen into the clutches of this creature. Gloria was amazed by the power of the entity that easily lifted the car. Fear gripped her, and she began to doubt Perry's strength. Rose saw real horror that no one should have to see. The creature came out into the light, and it was much more terrible and stronger than the other dead people. Gloria saw the danger and begged Perry to run away from the monster. Perry knew why. After the time jump, he said that long-range weapons were obsolete. Not a single bullet could penetrate such a durable creature. The creature attacks, throwing the car around with ease, as if it were a toy. Perry was not so simple. His agility allowed him to dodge every attack. He warned his friends that the noise could attract new zombies, and they should be on guard. It is unclear where such a creature came from. Perhaps zombies can mutate and become stronger. If so, the threat has increased. Perry identified the monster as mutated, but not yet fully. They arrived at the moment of mutation, when it was still weak. They had a chance to kill it. The creature stood out for its special strength, speed, durability, and size. In fact, it was the strongest of all. It could destroy cars with its power. The only way to defeat the monster is to find its weak points. Otherwise, you cannot avoid death. The girls were very worried about Perry, since it was impossible to find a loophole, as in the case of the Sphinx. But their fears were in vain. Perry dodged the attacks like a hare from a predator. Perry was no easy opponent and easily dodged the attack of the monster, which could be compared to a mosquito. The monster was furious. His hunger forced him to hunt the weaker, but now he was unlucky with his opponent. This thing won't give him any peace, but Perry isn't going to die. Monsters like this should be commonplace in the future. What's alarming is what they mutate into and how quickly it happens. Unable to catch Perry, the monster goes into a rage, making its attacks even more bloodthirsty. Perry even mocks the monster, skillfully dodging its attacks. Each of his movements demonstrates how easily the student avoids the enemy's onslaught. Gloria was afraid to imagine what would happen to Perry if he fell under the blow of this creature, capable of destroying cars with one blow. But Perry doesn't let us down, and while he doesn't attack, he may be waiting for the right moment. The monster has very few weak points. The monster is on the edge. Its anger is growing. It wants to devour the impudent man who does not even respond to attacks. The lieutenant noted that Perry no longer had the opportunity to escape. He had to attack. Otherwise, his death was inevitable. Perry didn't expect such a rush. The monster became much faster and stronger than before. The creature's appearance inspired fear in everyone around it. Among the zombies, it had no equal, which put it at the top. Now Perry didn't run away. The monster was close and could grab him, but Perry knew that this enemy was more dangerous than all the previous ones. With a furious look like a carver, Perry's no longer going to duck. He's now ready to go on the offensive. One swing of the blade, and like a halberd, it cuts off the monster's arm. Gloria wondered, why didn't Perry cut off the hand earlier? What was he planning? The fight continued, and Perry, despite the furious monster behind him, decided to look at his sword. The monster became even more angry after his arm was cut off. His fears were confirmed. The monster was screaming in pain. Now he could not fight with full strength, but he remained bloodthirsty. The furious monster rushed towards Perry, preparing to cut off his head. The monster was closing in, but our hero was ready. Perry positioned himself for the killing blow, and it seemed the dead man's final hour had arrived. This pose foreshadowed a sudden counterattack. As expected, Perry did not leave the monster a chance for further mutation. Now he was another zombie, fallen at the hands of the hero of the future. The monster didn't even have time to understand what had happened. Perry disappeared from sight and delivered the decisive blow. The monster's brains were blown apart, and Perry once again proved that he was stronger than any monster, surpassing all expectations. The strongest monster of the block, which scared away all the weak zombies and humans, fell in front of the little man, falling face down. The bigger the cabinet, the louder its fall. The girls were amazed. Perry killed the monster with one swing of his sword, leaving him no chance to live. After the monster died, energy was released from it and flowed into Perry. It was something new for him. His powers were restored. He was becoming stronger, as if he had leveled up. This was an incredible property of the crystal, and Perry was capable of more than expected. At this rate, Perry will quickly rise in rank. Even in a year, his strength will be impressive. The friends were worried about the fight, but soon realized that Perry was able to destroy enemies in a matter of seconds. This seems strange, since the hero of the future usually only avoided attacks. Apparently, the secret was hidden in the monster's body. They only had to look at it closely to understand. Not everyone was pleased to see a corpse with fuzzy brains on the ground. Gloria thought that Rose was not scared because she did not show it. But the horror in her eyes was obvious. She decided to examine the potential enemy, because it is important to know the enemy by sight. Perry saw potential in his friends. Both, despite their discomfort with the sight of blood and flesh, were able to overcome their fears. This indicated that they would become important people in this world. Perry grabbed Rose's hand and she blushed with shame. He wanted to calm her down so she could take a closer look at the monster's body. Rose began studying the monster, and Perry called Sergeant Gloria to join her. He asked them what they saw. There were bones on the body that served as armor. It was impossible to pierce them with a normal sword. Bullets would not even leave a scratch. The exoskeleton was too strong to cut the creature in half, so Perry avoided attack for a long time. What's scary is that such mutations happened in just one day. What will happen next is anyone's guess. The bones not only covered the entire body, but also strengthened, making the creature practically immortal in the area. No bullet could penetrate such a frame. Gloria compared the strength of bones to metal. In front of them stood a tank on 2 legs, which could only be penetrated by other military equipment. This was what was bothering Perry. Mindless attacks could destroy the blade, and shooting only wasted ammunition. Perry realized that it was best to hit the joints, ignoring the exoskeleton, and so he killed the monster, cutting off its head with one swing of his blade. Gloria immediately decided to report this to headquarters, without thinking that she first needed to get out of here. Since the monster was the strongest in the area, the path here was clear, but now weak zombies will fill the entire space. They need to leave immediately. As expected, they arrived at the store just in time, just as the zombies were just starting to gather in the alleys. They found some candles in the store, and the heroes decided to use them. There were 50 candles in total, each burning for an hour, so they had to be used sparingly. Food was also a valuable resource. Gloria suggested using canned goods and sugary foods later, as they had a long shelf life. Perry was incredibly lucky with his partners, who promised to take over the cooking and let him go on vacation. Although Perry offered to help, even Rose supported Gloria's decision. With so many beauties on hand, Perry couldn't help but agree. He could rest knowing he was being taken care of. What a masterpiece. They both did a great job and cooked a royal dinner. Perry was truly lucky with them, and he will never tire of repeating it. The hero praised the dinner even without tasting it, as it looked very appetizing. The first taste of the dish from the hands of the beauties was promising. Perry's reaction was astonishing. The taste was unforgettable, like lightning. The hands of these sorceresses created a real masterpiece. Rose thought Perry didn't appreciate it, but he was amazed. The taste was magical. The spices from China were to blame for everything, but the girl's merits cannot be denied. These spices will be the luxury of the future and the most valuable product on the black market. Perry hasn't eaten anything like this in 10 years. The taste was like a memory for him, accessible only by jumping back in time a decade. Gloria took care of Perry and tried to get him to eat meat while he focused on vegetables. Perry refused her care because he loved vegetables and wanted to save the meat for them. In fact, he wanted to eat vegetables, which became scarce after the apocalypse, which explains his love for growing produce. The sergeant, however, believed that Perry was showing his kindness by caring for them and helping them get some food. She was touched by Perry's kindness. She admired him so much that she couldn't hold back her tears and cried like a child. Rose couldn't understand the strange behavior of those around her. One was crying for no apparent reason, and the other was reacting to food as if he didn't like it. The candle is almost out, which means it's time to get ready for bed and wait for a new day. The plates were empty and dinner ended just as the candle went out. Perry, showing his endless concern, decided to share the blankets with everyone, leaving none for himself. He chose to sleep separately in the corner, leaving the others together, but Gloria stopped him without explaining why. Gloria asked Perry to stay with them as they had a lot of questions that needed answers. The lieutenant wanted to know why Perry was so strong and where he got so much knowledge. Rose was also interested in this. Perry scratched his head and finally realized what they wanted from him. The crescent moon took its place in the sky and illuminated the way. The girls were shocked by what they heard. They were surprised by the evolution of zombies, who became stronger thanks to her. Everything around us became stronger and more adaptive through evolution. Rodents developed powerful teeth to crack nuts. Zombies became stronger to attack humans. In general, zombie evolution can be divided into 5 classes. The wandering zombies were the weakest, not distinguished by strength or speed. Their strength and size remained at the same level. The mutated dead were significantly stronger, more durable, and faster, becoming giants among their own and posing a danger to ordinary people. The terrifying corpses, named for their gruesome appearance, were a real nightmare. The 4th stage of evolution already presented serious problems for humanity. But the catastrophes are the highest level of power among the dead. These creatures surpass everything that came before them and are the pinnacle of evolution. The wandering zombies had no particular strength and did not change for a long time. But over time they acquired fangs and claws instead of teeth and hands, becoming terrible creatures. Among the evolved, there are rare species, and that giant was an example that is found only in the desert sands. The girls realized that the dead are getting stronger, but ordinary survivors can also become stronger thanks to the evolution zones. The sun had already taken its place at the zenith, opening up an incredible view of the sunrise. They began to go outside to scout out the situation and avoid unnecessary problems in the future. Gloria walked tensely, unable to get the conversation out of her head, because the situation was getting worse with each passing minute. Rose was on guard, keeping her weapon ready to repel any sudden attack. The excitement was heightened by the thought that humans too might evolve. Every person, including themselves, has a chance to evolve. They have already noticed that surviving here for even a day is extremely difficult. Tomorrow they will go for the evolution crystal and at the same time practice fighting the dead. This news did not please the heroines. They were filled with fear for their lives. Other girls were reluctant to learn new skills or become stronger, fearing an external threat. Perry forgot about them again, although he had not originally planned to take them with him. The morning was coming. The sunlight should have scared away the dead, but the strongest and bravest remained. On their way, they encountered a dead man who could have been excellent training for the girls. Perry decided to take on this dead man, as he was stronger than the usual strays. The hero quickly dealt with the monster, plunging his sword into its head. The blood of the fallen monster flowed from the blade, as the difference in strength was too great. The zombie turned out to be weak, not living up to Perry's expectations, but the girls admired his strength again. Suddenly, Perry noticed movement to the side and prepared for another attack. There were weaker undead there, which was ideal for training. Finally, they could practice. Perry considered these undead weaklings perfect for beginners. Gloria was ready, but Rose was clearly afraid and did not want to kill these creatures. Perry was worried that his concern was having a bad effect, but he soon realized that Rose was just a high school student, and it was natural for her to be afraid. He promised that he would always be there and help in an emergency. Rose pulled herself together and a fire lit up her eyes. Perry had a way of inspiring even the most frightened. She was reasonable, realizing that the elder could become a leader in this chaos. She could not be overshadowed by his shadow. The dead didn't wait for them to finish talking. For them, only killing matters. The sergeant took on the first zombie in no time and showed that she was a worthy choice. She didn't waste any time. Her attacks were lightning fast. The zombie didn't even have time to react before he was in the hands of death. Zombies act mindlessly, so their attacks are predictable and can be easily countered if you have intelligence. The monster only makes incomprehensible screams that no one understands. Gloria can breathe a sigh of relief. Defeating the monster in close combat was not easy for her. Now it's Rose's turn. The monster is already moving towards her, and although she is afraid, she is determined. The zombie's first attack misses, and Rose confidently dodges, realizing that it is too early to counterattack. The monster misses again, and his aimless blows do no good. Her gaze sparkles brighter than the stars. She combines unearthly sweetness and incredible strength of spirit with passion in her eyes and fear in her heart. The perfect moment for a counterattack arrives. Rose pierces the monster with her spear, like Odin with Gungnir. Now her hands are bloody up to her elbows. The harsh reality made her a killer but gave her survival skills. She became a real hunter. She is a killer, a victim, and a witness. She destroyed a monster, but her conscience suffers. She freed the world from a threat, but it will leave a mark. Rose has experienced great fear and overcome it. Her strength of spirit is amazing. It will be hard for her to recover from this. Support is needed, because the first murder is hard to accept. And Perry, as he promised, came to the aid of his fan in a difficult moment. The world has changed for Rose. The first kill, even a monster, left a deep mark, and it will be difficult to accept. Suddenly, her world is filled with bright colors. All she needed was Perry's gentle touch. A loved one warms her more than any sun. He made it clear that there was no morality in this world, and it was useless to regret the death of a dead man. Rose quickly agreed with this. An incredible sunrise illuminated the sand dunes. The second day of the apocalypse began. The zone is still active. Perry noticed the dawn and suggested moving on to their goal. Gloria suggested going higher for reconnaissance and to look at the situation from a different angle. Perry agreed and pointed to an abandoned building that was ideal for reconnaissance. He chose this high-rise because there would be fewer zombies in it since it was abandoned. Gloria was surprised by the choice of an unfinished building. Perry explained that places where there used to be a lot of people are full of zombies, while abandoned buildings have significantly fewer of them. Gloria is not yet accustomed to this approach. The student pointed out something important, and Gloria immediately took notice. She couldn't understand what Perry was talking about. She looked at the pyramids and the Sphinx but didn't notice anything. Suddenly, she managed to see a familiar burning car. Could it have caught fire from the scorching sun? It turned out that this was the same bus that Rosa was on. Something was clearly wrong. As Perry had suspected, they had already been hunted but not found. Instead, the bus had been set on fire, a typical act of hot-tempered people. Gloria was glad she had listened to Perry, even though their hunters were unknown. Perry was sure they would soon find out who it was. Suddenly he pointed again to a place near the bus where something important was happening. A group of radicals passed by, seeking to take possession of the evolution crystal without thinking about the consequences. The crystal shone brighter than the sun and attracted the attention of magpies who climbed higher and watched the heroes. They also set the bus on fire. People, unable to find a place to survive, found themselves under rubble of garbage, plastic bottles, and food packaging. The light from the crystal was so bright that even Rose's friends noticed it. Gloria was disturbed by this light, but it especially affected Perry's crystal, which began to flicker strangely. Perry noticed that the crystal was resonating, and the light was only making things worse. The radicals were madmen, racing on iron horses without thinking about a plan of action. It is unclear how they planned to defeat the Great Sphinx, a mythical god, but their intentions were serious. The bandits believed in luck and thought that the statue's immobility indicated the support of the gods. For now, their wheels are rolling confidently. But if the Sphinx wakes up, the bandits will be the first to have a hard time. He promised himself that with the help of the crystal he would become the absolute ruler of the world. Gloria was afraid that the evolution crystal would fall into the hands of these dangerous people. Perry was right. Humans can be more dangerous than zombies, ready to enslave the world and create hell. The lieutenant wanted to get down to business quickly and eliminate the bandits, but Perry wanted to watch them longer. Perry reminded that in a game where life is at stake, you can't rely on luck. Suddenly, a sandy hill appeared under his wheels, which became the ramp for his final jump. A strange silhouette emerged from the sand, and the bandit rushed towards it at full speed, rising at full speed. Where are his confident words now? To stumble at the first steps and die like a fool. That was his fate. The bandit was seized by the giant hands of the Sphinx, as divine punishment fell upon this incompetent interloper who had displeased the sand god. The radicals have lost confidence in victory. Soon their heads will fly from their shoulders at the hands of God, which will be a just punishment for their stupidity. They did not understand what was happening in front of them. It turned out that there was not one Sphinx, but two, which no one could have predicted. The first statue remained motionless, without the look that usually pierced the heart. Gradually, the statue began to crumble and everyone realized it was a fake. Questions about what was going on started spinning in their heads. The bandits realized that they had fallen into a trap while hunting for the crystal. The Sphinx turned out to be a treacherous enemy. Not for nothing is he the god of riddles. He smiled maliciously in response to their impudence. There was no point in running. The giant was too fast and strong. The only way out was to fire. The shots didn't help. The situation worsened, and the Sphinx turned from a god into a cunning enemy. Gloria was surprised that the bandits had weapons. It gave them an advantage in long-range combat. The bandits had not only weapons, but also a lot of explosives, which they used against the sand god. The explosion shook everything around. It was not for nothing that Perry suggested observing the bandits' actions and using their victim for the plan. Surprisingly, they were able to wound the giant, which means he is not immortal and can be attacked. The pain made the Sphinx howl, and they did at least some damage to the god, which played into Perry's hands. Suddenly, a sand whirlwind appeared nearby. Is this a new ability of the Sphinx? The Sphinx is acting strange. Why is he putting up a new statue if his trick has already been exposed? The bandits realized that the explosives worked. They had to use them to the fullest to defeat the god. A couple more sticks of dynamite and the treacherous god will fall, scattered by the wind. A second explosion sounds and the world plunges into chaos. Bandits dream of the throne and power, spilling rivers of blood for the sake of their rule. A dark future looms before them, an apocalypse following their actions. Now the Sphinx does not scream so loudly from pain. He has shaken himself off and is ready to deal with his enemies. The situation is getting worse. The Sphinx, having recovered from the explosions, is ready to show its divine fury. The wounds have healed, and the explosives no longer work. The statue hides something that helped the Sphinx recover. The bandits have lost confidence and believe that God is immortal. Victory seems unattainable. They prepare to escape on their iron horses, but the Sphinx will not let them go after such an intervention. God will not forgive them for this. The bandits will not be able to escape. Their speed will not save them from the wrath of God. As one would expect from a god, he will not let them escape, even if they guess his riddles. The onlookers felt the horror emanating from the monster. They understood that with such size and immortality it would not be possible to defeat it. Gloria doubted the hero's success, believing that there would be no victory. The enemy was too strong. There was no response from Perry. He had already slipped away, trying to steal the crystal from the god's clutches. The student was speeding across the sand dunes and heading towards the pyramid. He had now observed enough to formulate a plan against the god. His speed was impressive. He was in full view of everyone, attracting attention with clouds of sand. Soon the Sphinx itself would notice him. Perry wasted no words. His writing was confident, for he knew every trick of the god of riddles. Fear was unknown to him. His unbridled rage and strength gave him fearlessness before any enemy. Onlookers did not immediately recognize Perry and considered his behavior reckless, especially after the recent event. The bandits gave him a great opportunity. He gathered information and was ready to avoid unexpected problems. The pyramid is not a coincidence. Even if there is a crystal of evolution at its top, there is some secret hidden at its base. Perry couldn't calm down. He clearly saw that something was wrong with the pyramid. He suspected that the pyramid might be a second guardian. In other areas, guardians protect crystals in pairs. Perry's hand gripped the steering wheel tightly. His intentions were serious. He was confident of victory. The Sphinx noticed him. He had not expected such pressure. Everyone strives for the crystal and power. Perry stood before the Sphinx. The guardian understood his intentions. He was not here to admire the pyramids. Perry surpassed the impudence. He dared to call God a cat and called him closer. A small light blazed in Perry's eyes. With the Sphinx's immortality, he was not afraid. But this did not bother the hero. The Sphinx succumbed to Perry's provocation. He won his attention and became a worthy opponent who decided to attack the immortal god of riddles. The bandits considered Perry a madman and an idiot for rushing into battle without a plan. Sergeant Gloria knew that if Perry was going to do something, he was doing it right. He would never go where he shouldn't. As the Sandcat prepared a powerful attack, its silhouette was terrifying and did not bode well. But Perry is no ordinary hero. The salvation of humanity rests on his shoulders, and he is the one who must obtain the crystal. Amazingly, Perry used the blade as a spring to propel himself into the air and avoid the blow. Perry is a master at using everything available to him. His skills are impressive. He squeezes the most out of every consumable. Perry's handling of the motorcycle is impeccable. He seems to merge with the wheels, demonstrating incredible skill. The Sphinx is repeatedly disgraced, no matter how fast he is. Perry always avoids sudden blows. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. They expected the hero to quickly kneel, but Perry shatters their expectations until they are dead. The Sphinx's eyes glowed golden. This was a new ability of the god that no one had ever seen. Apparently, he recognized Perry as a worthy opponent. The sand formed into silhouettes. The Sphinx created new statues from the golden sand, demonstrating her jewelry skills. Unexpectedly, the statues turned out to be clones of the great god. The danger grew with each passing second. The fierce warriors under the wing of the god rushed towards Perry to cling to him and destroy him to the bones. Perry realized that his new enemies were almost on top of him, and knew he had to act quickly. Rose watched the situation change. The enemy's abilities were astonishing, especially the speed of the new clones. Onlookers were amazed at how Perry revealed his new ability, and were sure it was only a matter of time before he died. They believed that the clones would quickly catch up with Perry and he would die, ensuring the success of the bandits. But Perry realized that the clones were faster than him. He decided to stop to protect himself from them. Perry didn't run, but waited for the perfect moment to destroy his enemies and cut them to pieces. The bandits thought that the hero had despaired, and realized that escape was useless. Rose and Gloria did not understand his stop, forgetting that Perry always acts thoughtfully. The chase continued. The sandlions did not give the victims the slightest chance to escape. Perry changes tactics abruptly. He pivots toward the clones, ready to defy the radicals' expectations. There was no fear in his eyes. He walked boldly towards death, his demeanor unwavering. The two opponents met face to face. Every moment was as exciting as a gladiator fight in the Roman Colosseum. Perry did the impossible again. Everyone could see that his life was at stake, but he ignored his fear and constraint. His lust for battle was boundless. The bandits began to doubt their confidence. They were amazed by Perry's skill, which none of them could replicate. Rose and Gloria were also shocked. In one moment, Perry destroyed all the lions and demonstrated the impossible. Suddenly, something changed. The top of the pyramid lit up like the sun. The pyramid was clearly hiding something. The Sphinx was greatly enhanced by it. Perry felt threatened. He suspected that one guardian might be just the beginning, and there might be two. The closer he got to the light, the more the crystal in his hands began to react, as if someone was burning his soul. Perry was determined to solve the riddle of the Sphinx and find out what was hidden in the pyramid. With the enhancement, the Sphinx became much faster and stronger. The pyramid, as a more powerful guardian, remained a secret, guarding the crystal to the last. Now the giant cat was rapidly chasing Perry, its speed threatening to catch the hero. Rose and Gloria noticed that the pyramid was there for a reason. It made the Sphinx as fast as his agile clones. Suddenly there's dynamite under Perry's wheels. Maybe he's going to use it on the Sphinx, although that doesn't make sense. Perhaps Perry has a more cunning plan and needs the dynamite for another purpose. The onlookers realized they were dealing with a genius. They were better off just watching him defy their expectations. The fuse is already sparking, and the explosion will be powerful, audible throughout the entire area. The sand god grinned evilly, certain that Perry would simply waste the dynamite. But something went wrong. The saber flew in the wrong direction. Perry had a more intricate plan. The Sphinx, seeing this, was frightened. It seemed that Perry had figured out his secret, and the intelligence had worked better than expected. There was a huge explosion, and Perry knew everything he wanted to know. Now he could think about his next steps. The student of the future found a way to escape from this sandy hell. All he had to do was take the evolution crystal and emerge victorious. This move shocked the girls. Perry knew the northern region very well and used his knowledge to the fullest. The bandits were also shocked, especially when they realized that there could be a subway under their feet. Perry was smarter than everyone. He was one step ahead of the enemy in every situation. If it weren't for him, many people would have died in the bus, the store, and the building. Now Perry bids farewell to the monster and leaves the desert. He has revealed too many of his trump cards. The hero's traces disappeared. Everything went according to plan. First, observation of the madman, then studying the behavior of the monster. Rose and Gloria are relieved that Perry is safe, but Gloria is worried about the lack of directions to the meeting place. Gloria thinks it's best to wait for Perry here, but the lieutenant disagrees with this decision. The policewoman progresses, begins to think like Perry, and thinks about the next steps. Gloria noticed that someone was tracking them from the bandits' high-rise. This means that the hunt for them will begin soon. These people most likely set the bus on fire. The hunt for them began yesterday, and they urgently need to find a secluded place. Radicals, seeing Perry's skill, will want to use it for their own purposes. If Perry refuses, the girls will be taken hostage, and that will be very convenient for them. They need to leave before it's too late. Otherwise, they could become a burden to Perry. The cries of the radicals were heard everywhere. Their plan was clear to everyone. Even the girls managed to guess their intentions. One of the observers was already rushing to inform the chief about the discovery of those who were on the bus. The radical commander loved to toss a coin, which emphasized his passion for business. He was covered in scars, had been through many battles, and had become a professional mad warrior. The observer reported everything he knew. Apparently, they are very interested in Perry since they are chasing him so persistently. As expected, the radicals want to use Perry's knowledge to obtain the evolution crystal. They have already started the hunt, gathering all their forces to catch the two girls. The commander is clearly a madman. Soon it will be evening. The second day of the apocalypse is coming to an end, but the danger does not subside. The girls ran as fast as they could to avoid falling into the hands of the treacherous bandits, who had never interacted with women. The sergeant decided to leave through the alley to avoid being noticed, but Rose was afraid of zombies, which made her hesitate. Gloria learned Perry's lesson. In the last days, people are much more dangerous than the infected. Here was the alley they had to go through. There was nothing tempting them to go there, but there was no other choice. The dark room was the perfect place to hide where no one would find them. Rose was worried about the darkness. She was sure that there should be a lot of dead people here, but there was nothing around. Gloria was worried about the sounds of a motor nearby, which meant that the bandits were very close. The radicals were looking for the girls with great persistence, but they couldn't find them yet. How long will this continue? The bandits drove right by, unaware that their target was close. The lieutenant listened to their every word. Her fears were confirmed, and now she thinks one step ahead of her enemies. The radical commander was sure that the target was very close since they had no transport. The girls knew they had to hurry, but they couldn't decide where to go. The policewoman had an excellent sense of direction. It was no accident that she was appointed to this position. She kept looking back to make sure her enemies didn't find their trail. The wind swept their tracks into the loose sand, where tracks were hard to spot. Gloria asked Rosa to be as careful and unnoticeable as possible. They moved slowly and carefully like ballerinas, avoiding unnecessary movements. The lack of zombies on the way was alarming. Whether this was luck or not was unclear. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Any wrong move could lead to death or make them a burden to Perry. Suddenly the door creaked. There was something behind it, but it could attract radicals. They kept their ears open and immediately heard the creaking sound. Gloria was confused, knowing that predators were already on their trail. Rose insisted that the creaking was not her fault. But in this situation, it no longer mattered much. Now they are trapped. Time was gained, but the radicals still found their trail and are hanging over them. Now their only hope is a hero with an iron horse. What awaits them? No one knows. The escape plan failed. Perry was far away, and the radicals could use them as hostages to take advantage of his power and knowledge. Last time Perry did the impossible. He shamed God himself and escaped from his clutches alive. Only our hero could do that. He was thinking about how to defeat the giant monster, the god of riddles, the Sphinx. His head was full of strategies. He was surprised that the sand god suddenly gained incredible power. Something was definitely not right here. According to the memories of the hero of the future, such a level of complexity is not typical for evolution zones, where immortal guardians receive power from nowhere. What worried him even more was that in her past life, Rose had been able to defeat these guardians and take the evolution crystals for herself. And suddenly it dawned on him. The issue wasn't with the high school girl, but with something completely different. Here's the answer. Perry himself was guilty. The strange reaction, the terrifying look, everything pointed to him. His crystal allowed him to absorb the power of the dead he killed, but in return he became like them. Perry has solved the main mystery of the Sphinx and the Guardians. He almost figured out why there was only one keeper in this zone. Everything turned out to be different than it seemed. There were two Guardians, and the second, stronger one, was hiding inside the pyramid, summoning zombies and giving the Sphinx power. Perry decided to find an entrance to the subway to get out, and then discuss a plan to defeat the Guardians with the girls. Unusually, even in the destroyed metro there was electricity. This opened up possibilities for further planning or escape. Lost in thought, Perry forgot to look back and did not notice the giant crowds of dead people. Now he has enough information about the enemy, and he knows the enemy like the back of his hand. Meanwhile, we are transported to the district boss, a coin-flipping enthusiast who is hunting our heroines. Today could be a holiday for the gangsters. If they manage to catch Rose and Gloria, they will be able to use Perry for their dirty purposes without any difficulty. The radicals were truly insane. Their faces showed psychopathy. They craved the wealth and power that the boss promised them, even if it led to a new apocalypse. But their plans were ruined when a few bullets killed them. All the evil they had done became meaningless because they were now dead. The lieutenant holds her position for a reason. She can easily protect herself and the defenseless, knowing that they need her alive. She can use their helplessness to her advantage. A couple of criminals have already fallen, but this is unlikely to deter the bandits. They will continue their offensive, and it will not last long. The girls are trapped in a trap they've put themselves in. All they can do is fight off their enemies and wait for Perry to arrive. The boss doesn't care who Gloria is. Despite her high position, there is no law before him now. For him, her representatives are only men and women in uniform. The first shot from the bandits has been fired. They are clearly serious and ready to hurt the girls. The bullets missed their target, as if they had not been shot at, but they had to run. Otherwise, they would not escape death. The heroines hid around the corner between the houses. As long as there is strength, legs and thoughts work, you can always find a way out. The biggest problem was running out of ammo. It happened at the most critical moment. They were at a dead end. The bandits were close. Their ammunition was exhausted, and the situation was getting worse. It would be a long wait for Perry. Everything was going perfectly for the bandits. Perry was distracted by the Sphinx. The girls were short on ammo, and they could easily grab them, torturing them to death. The bandits mocked, laughing at how they could corner two fragile girls. They were real weaklings. The girls understood that the situation was critical. Gloria thought about plans, but nothing came to mind. Suddenly, panic broke out in the group of bandits. They heard the sound of an engine, similar to a motorcycle, rushing after them. Suddenly, the six was struck as if by lightning. It turned out that the sound was coming from above and was getting closer. Incredible! The student of the future arrived on time. Our savior flies over the girls' heads, and now they are safe. He crushed the smartest of the bandits, and now the girls have nothing to fear. Screams were heard from another alley, which intrigued the bandit boss. The unknown person was driving the bandits out of the alley. He was strong and cleared the street of enemies. The bandits began to panic. Their confidence became shaky as the enemy showed them their place. Now Perry will spare no one. Every enemy will fall under his hands for attacking his girls. The bandits recognized Perry and called him a weirdo. although he was the genius of this place. The girls warned Perry to be careful. They want to use his power and knowledge against the Guardians. Perry won't waste time on long negotiations. First, he'll ask a question, and then decide what to do with the enemy. The boss told the whole truth. All the head of the district needs is Perry and his abilities. The student is not afraid of his elders, and he has enough strength to destroy the entire gang. The boss will not tolerate Perry's impudence. He, having offered business cooperation, receives only rudeness in response. Perry believes that it is because of people like these that a catastrophe turns into an apocalypse. The boss bandit is sure that in this world good people cannot survive. If you stumble, you die. Only scoundrels survive. Perry noted a simple but important truth. Hard times bring out the worst in people and their hidden intentions. Such people are a threat to the entire civilization. They thirst for wealth and destruction, not caring for their loved ones and having no values. The bandits were shocked when Perry suddenly burst into red flames. They even thought he was infected. But Perry, rushing into the attack, reached a new level of power. He became lightning, disappearing before his enemies. The radicals should have been accustomed to Perry's miracles, but they did not expect this speed. In just a moment, almost the entire gang was destroyed. An invisible force pierced them, and the hope of victory disappeared. For the bandits, it was a real horror. Their lives flashed before their eyes, although they should have been worthy opponents for the hero. The boss was desperate. He ordered every inch of the alley to be shot. Perry is not afraid of bullets. He is faster than them, and his sword cuts off more heads than bullets come out of the barrels. They called him a madman and a freak. But now every one of the bandits dies at his hands. His sword tears apart their chests and heads, and they can do nothing. In a few moments, all the bandits say goodbye to their criminal life. Their joy was fleeting. The boss saw the reality before him. At this rate, Perry would destroy everyone, and their kidnapping operation would end in complete failure. Rose noticed that the elder was becoming stronger with each passing second. His strength was doubling. Suddenly, her expression changed. She was scared and trembling with fear. The devious boss had no morals. His only way to survive was to capture the girls by threatening to kill them. Rose and Gloria could rely on Perry, but he was too far away. They could only rely on themselves and their own strength. The situation did not look promising. The boss's last chance had failed. He would die before the end. When the boss got shot in the back, all his drive was gone. Now he can't do anything. His whole gang is dead, and he'll be next. This criminal was unlucky to encounter our hero. If it had been someone else in his place, he might have had a chance to win. But here, victory was not in his sights. One partner survived, but he looked suspicious. It was as if he was pretending to have a weapon. He looked ridiculous, and perhaps it was from him that Perry snatched the gun to stop the impudent boss. His last minute had come. His head exploded, and he didn't even understand what had happened. Perry was already used to surprising, not only in close combat, but also in shooting, which the enemies could not predict. The hero thought he was imagining things, but the boss was still alive. Perry didn't hit the vital organs because he's a master marksman. The boss, despite his impudence, hoped for luck. He believed that the coin would decide whether he would live or die. The boss was good at giving hope, but it was a lie. His words were worthless. The bandit was confident in his expectations, but he didn't know who he was dealing with. Nothing stopped Perry from ignoring his requests. As expected, Perry showed no mercy. If the boss hoped for luck, he'd better find it in the next life. For Perry, the main thing is that his beauties are safe, which is a real luxury in these times. After the battle, they collected a lot of equipment. Now all that was left was to pack the weapons and head to the shop for negotiations. However, the building is overrun with monsters. What will happen when they adapt to the light and get out? Gloria finally realized what had caused the creaking sound that had ruined their escape. It wasn't Rose's fault. Now they need to go back. They have a lot of equipment, and victory over the Guardians is almost assured. Gloria remembered the remaining bandits who needed to be destroyed so that there would be no more interference for the civilians. However, all circumstances were against the bandits. The subway zombies had already gotten used to the light and could have encountered their group. The remaining radicals waited for the last search party, but they never returned. Instead, zombies roamed the area. Soon there will be no survivors left here. Fate is clearly not on the side of the scoundrels who had to survive at any cost. Shouts and cries are heard throughout the northern region. The problem with the bandits is solved, and this day has brought success. The second day of the apocalypse has come to an end. It is a relief to return to your home store. Our heroes returned with bags full of weapons. Not only did they destroy the threat, but they also replenished their supplies. The cowards were happy to see the heroes, beaming with happiness. It seemed they missed their saviors. For Perry, it was an ordinary day, the little things in life. But the cowards were on edge because of the too many weapons on their backs. The girls were on edge, and Perry fought the god as if it was nothing. Such fearlessness angered the heroines. It had been a tough day, but now Perry could relax, have a soda, and enjoy some well-deserved rest. Gloria recognized the weapons from prisons and police stations. It reminded her of how they could cause trouble. However, the destruction of the bandits was not in vain. They were a great threat, but zombies are still a danger. The death of the radicals brought its benefits. Without their elimination, there would have been far more losses and problems. Gloria agreed with Perry, but his words about himself made her wary. When we first met, Perry called himself a cleaner, which could mean that he had been getting rid of problems for a long time, but then he did not know that in the past. Rose was also interested in what Perry learned in the battle with the Sphinx. Now, when Perry tells about his findings, it should surprise the girls. What they will hear will definitely not be expected from an ordinary custodian. The main enemy was the Guardian Sphinx, who was presented by Perry as a soda can for full effect. The high school girl knew that the Sphinx was not only huge and strong, but also immortal, a real nightmare. Perry suggested not only focusing on the Sphinx, but also destroying the second statue at the pyramid. The Sphinx's trick killed the first bandits who hoped for luck and died. To get the evolution crystal, you either kill a god or die. In this contest, you either kill or die. Perry hinted at the fake Sphinx body by pointing to a green soda can. The girls wondered what that could mean. They sensed that there was a secret in the fake Sphinx that only Perry knew about. The bandits injured the Sphinx with an explosion for the first time, which was a significant success. The sand god was humiliated that ordinary people could hurt him. It all became useless once Perry pointed out that the damage didn't matter since the Sphinx had suddenly become immortal. Gloria realized that as long as the statue remained intact, the god remained invulnerable. The problem is compounded by the fact that there is also a second statue to deal with. Gloria realized that the second Sphinx acts as a totem that grants immortality. Both Sphinxes are vessels. The motionless statue preserves the life of the god, and the attacking guardian protects it, making him invincible. To win, you must destroy the statue that holds the god's life. After that, the Sphinx will become vulnerable. Gloria was confused, but she knew that the most important thing was to defeat the Keeper. Rose realized that she had to destroy the second statue first in order to attack the Sphinx. However, there is little time after the destruction of the statue, so you need to act quickly to prevent the god from recovering. Gloria struggled with the plan. Her thoughts were in a fog, but nothing worked. Suddenly, an idea came to her. Blow up the statue along with the pyramid. However, she doubted that Perry would appreciate such an approach. As expected, this decision could create even more problems and attract new enemies that the girls did not suspect. The heroines could not understand what exactly could go wrong and what consequences the explosion of the pyramid would bring. Now the heroines saw the real threat. Inside the pyramid there was a creature, more terrible and stronger than the Sphinx. This foreshadowed only trouble. It was hard to believe that anything could be stronger than the Sphinx, especially when it was hiding in a pyramid and not showing itself to the public. The cowards were also shocked. They couldn't eavesdrop on everything in secret, but they got their fair share of new fears. The Keeper's loyalty was impressive, but it would be even worse if he broke out and terrorized the people who needed the crystal. This guardian was powerful, but he didn't care about anyone until the crystal was taken. Once it was taken, the zone would disappear, and the guardians would dissolve. The girls were shocked. The information about an even stronger guardian not only puzzled them, but also scared them, because they could barely cope with one. Perry knew that there were 3 evolution crystals, and that there would be enough for everyone. Each of them would receive their own power. The cowards finally dared to approach the heroes and wish them good luck. But who remembered them? Gloria and Rosa were shocked to see these two, who had not even shown any signs of life before. Perry confidently stated that no one was going to die. It was just a matter of coming up with a clever plan to deal with the Sphinx. The policewoman suspected that Perry was going to take the crystal alone. His self-confidence was alarming because they were a team. Gloria is outraged. How dare an impudent student go to battle with a god alone? The lieutenant will not allow this. Rose supports her sister. She is also trained to fight monsters and is ready to cover her back. Perry is strong, so it makes sense for girls to trust him. Extra hands will only help. Now Perry can't refuse. The decision is made by the whole team, and he has no right to deny it. It was decided they would help Perry, and from that day on, preparations began. The store is determined. They will get out of this zone together. It cannot be otherwise. Before you make a plan, you need to have a snack. The brain needs energy, just like muscles. There are 3 days to train, plan, and find resources. Even if you have enough equipment, preparation is still important. The energy Perry gained from killing zombies became a powerful amplifier. He tested it on the bandits, and it was not for nothing that it caused confusion with the infected. Previously, the blood crystal increased Perry's physical strength, but now, after rebirth, it accumulates and concentrates energy, which significantly strengthens the hero. The red crystal became a powerful battery for Perry, turning his attacks into lightning bolts that struck enemies at incredible speeds. The gang of bandits was destroyed. The new power made Perry lightning fast. The enemies saw only mirages, and Perry was already striking them with his blade. The bandits were weak and required little energy, but the Sphinx is on another level. To defeat it, you need gigantic energy, and then victory will be close. 3 days of preparation is enough to accumulate the necessary energy to defeat the Sphinx with one blow of the sword. Rose wasn't going to sit in the store. She decided they would fight together until the end. Lieutenant Gloria didn't hesitate. The zombie hunt had begun, and the plan would soon go into action. The cowards stayed in the store, enjoying vegetable salads. Well, that's a useful thing. Gloria tried to stop the girls, but to no avail. They left without even listening to her. Whether they remember her is unknown. On the 3rd day after the apocalypse, Perry actively collects the energy of the dead, charging his battery to the limit in order to be ready to meet God. On the 4th day during the preparation, Perry and Rose found a drone with a remote control. The plan is almost complete. On the 5th day after the apocalypse, at the end of the 3rd day of preparation, the girls study and write out the plan in detail. Everything is going tremulously, but correctly. Preparations are continuing successfully, and starting tomorrow the zone will subside, and the heroes will gain new strength. The cowards are sleeping and drooling into their pillows. Everything is going as it should. Everyone is busy with their own business. The student of the future is getting ready for bed after intense training. In the morning, you need to be rested for a serious battle. Gloria stares at her partner. Perhaps something is bothering her, but she remains silent and does not say a word. Gloria is clearly deep in thought and keeps her eyes on Perry. Perry noticed her strange look and decided to ask what was the matter. Gloria wondered how Perry got his incredible powers. Perry doesn't like such thoughts. He hides the fact that he knows everything 10 years in advance. He remains silent, realizing that his knowledge and powers may raise questions. Gloria is not motivated by self-interest. Her interest in Perry is genuine, and his strength only strengthens her trust. Suddenly Gloria remembered Perry's promise, which he seemed to have forgotten. He promised that they would always fight together, and that there would be no obstacles for them. This promise was important and will not be forgotten. Gloria genuinely touched Perry. He didn't expect such sincerity from the girls, seeing them only as partners and future masters of the elements. Perry is glad that he can fight side by side with such strong and beautiful allies who will soon become a real force. It's the 6th day after the apocalypse. The sun is shining brightly, and the heroes can count on luck. The survivors, previously unheard of, are no longer afraid of the bandits. With them gone, the only threat left is the zombies. The survivors have smiles on their faces. The bikers are no longer oppressing them, and the number of dead is decreased. Suddenly, one of the survivors heard the sound of a motor. Someone was racing through the desert on a motorcycle, probably heading for the Sphinx. The plan is in action. Perry races to the crystal while the survivors gather supplies and consider him a madman. They wonder why someone would rush and provoke God so early. Their thoughts are full of doubts and discontent. But suddenly, their leader noticed something and perhaps recognized Perry and his actions over the past 3 days. Hope appeared in his eyes. He recognized the Savior, and now he would support his victory with all his heart. He ordered his men to climb higher to watch the exciting battle, even if there was a giant cat roaming around. Perry is already in the sand god's territory. Here you need to follow the rules of the Sphinx or overthrow him from the throne. The giant cat has spotted a new enemy. In this battle, someone will emerge victorious and take someone's life. The Sphinx wastes no time in preparing his clones for an attack. Will his attacks be as dangerous now that all his mysteries have been solved? The most dangerous warrior is not the one who chops stone or trains, but the one who instills fear in the enemy with his gaze. These are the qualities that our hero possesses. His strength is that even with a simple stick, he is able to cut an enemy into pieces. In the veil of smoke, the silhouette of the god-killer is visible. Perry dared to challenge the Sphinx and overthrow it. But it's not that simple. A stick of dynamite is flying towards the Sphinx. What will happen next? One explosion won't decide the outcome, but it should convince the Sphinx that his secret is not revealed. The survivors do not understand what the hero has planned and do not believe in his victory over the monster. Explosions are no obstacle to the immortal god, but Perry's plan will soon come into effect anyway, and the god will lose his authority. Now comes the real volley of dynamite sticks. Although they are unlikely to harm the god, they are a great way to distract him. There are 4 powerful explosions, and a white veil of smoke appears before your eyes. The survivors don't know Perry's real plan and think he's wasting his explosives. If they knew the hidden agenda, their confidence in the hero would increase. Perry realized that his target was not the attacking Sphinx, but a statue that was about to collapse. The survivors are amazed. The battle becomes more and more exciting. The ground under their feet melts. God emerges from the clouds of smoke, realizing that execution is near. The Sphinx, upon seeing Perry's plan, will become enraged. His anger will be destructive, and everything around him will become ruins. The first explosion has been heard, and the Sphinx knows that the secret is out. He will not be able to deceive the survivors anymore. The Sphinx is afraid of smart people, unlike fools on motorcycles who quickly died. Now before him is a wise man who has solved his secret. God is furious. The real battle begins. Perry becomes the first target. Something terrible happens under the wheels, like an earthquake, which lowers Perry to the core of the earth. The Sphinx is clearly angry. A giant column of sand rises up under his feet. The bike is beyond repair, and Perry is forced to fight on foot. The survivor describes every action of the battle as if he were on the battlefield himself. The blade was almost out of its sheath, ready to punish the Sphinx and leave the evolution crystal as a trophy. Soon the Sphinx's sandy body will crumble, and he will become another victim of Perry's sword. The hero is preparing for a massive attack. The blows will start to deal damage and everything will matter. Soon only pieces will remain of the Sphinx. As a guardian, he has fulfilled his duty and is ready to pass the crystal on to the strongest and smartest. The first swing of the blade is full of death thirst, sharpened on old victims. The Sphinx must be prepared for the worst, because the blade has already penetrated deeply, and the next blow will be fatal. The cut was significant, but it was too early to rejoice. Victory is possible only after the final defeat of the monster. The guardian is angry, bares his teeth, and sows fear with his gaze and presence. The Sphinx's shell has been breached. He is no longer immortal, and now you can do whatever you want with him. The sand god realized that his secret was revealed. He could only defeat the impudent man or accept a valiant death. Perry is preparing another surprise by hiding something under his collar. Our hero still has many aces up his sleeve. He proves that he is not only a swordsman. Ranged combat is also in his arsenal. Bullets, of course, are not lethal, but they can distract. It is important that the bullets do not hit the eyes. Otherwise, it will be difficult to fight, and blindness will make the situation worse. The student walks confidently. No one dares to behave arrogantly before God. Everyone lives in fear under his protection, and he has become the only protector. There were 20 seconds left until recovery. Time was running out. It had to be used skillfully. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. The Sphinx was outraged by this attitude. He is a god, and they humiliate and chop him up. But Perry won't spare the giant cats. His principle is either kill or die. The Sphinx failed to protect his eyes. Now he is a blind god. He will have to search for the enemy by touch. Time was running out. Every second counted. Perry acted quickly, inflicting maximum damage. The Sphinx attacked blindly, acting on instinct. Its blindness and Perry's tactics made it more vulnerable. Every swing of the sword caused pain, but Perry did not spare the giant cat. When the Sphinx felt pain, he tried to brush Perry off, but this only made him want to attack even more. There were 10 seconds left until recovery. It would not be possible to kill the enemy this time, but it was still possible to injure him more. The student prepares a decisive attack, aiming to plunge the blade into the Sphinx's back to eliminate it. Perry outdoes himself again. All his opponents are defeated, as victory always eludes them, but invariably ends up with our hero. You can't expect sympathy from Perry. Once you become an enemy, you can only expect death to come without warning. The Sphinx was in excruciating pain. He had never experienced such horror. 3 days of silence had given him a false sense of security, but there was a way to defeat him. Perry encountered difficulties. The guardian was so strong that Perry could not pierce it. The strength and durability of the gods is terrifying. When Perry pulled the sword out of the Sphinx, a fountain of blood filled the space. Despite its durability, it managed to pierce through to the flesh. There was only one attack left. 5 seconds would fly by. There was no time to waste. We had to act decisively. 3 seconds, and the fight could end in Sphinx's favor, which doesn't bode well. One blow, the last second, all responsibility on the hero's shoulders. To make it in time is his main priority. And then there was a glow. The guardian from the pyramid had created a new cover for the Sphinx. Perry barely made it in time, but that doesn't matter. He always has an ace up his sleeve. The fears were justified. The hero had better run away, so as not to fall into the clutches of this creature. The situation worsened. Perry realized that a couple of seconds were not enough to finish everything quickly. Suddenly, Perry found himself in a destroyed subway where the lights were still on and there was electricity. The dead remained to guard the train, despite the fact that the hero freed the other monsters. The lieutenant forgot something in the subway. Why is she killing zombies? What's the point of it now? The noise of battle came from the pyramid. The lieutenant realized that she had to hurry. She probably found what she was looking for and managed to knock down a bunch of dead people. The partners gathered together. Gloria found the train, but why do they need it? Where and why are they going? This is no doubt part of the plan. The survivor noticed that the statue had been restored. The hero had to run quickly to avoid being attacked by the immortal creature, which would not let anyone near the shell. The guardian inside the pyramid gives the Sphinx incredible powers. Without him, the sand god would be just a kitten. Perry still had a few trump cards, and the train would come in handy. Perry urgently needs to think about his next move, but will it be effective? There is time to assess the situation. The guardian from the pyramid is still there and can seriously hinder them. It is necessary to use the accumulated energy. Otherwise, death is inevitable if you do not spend your strength. The Sphinx was fully restored, gained a shield and immortality thanks to the powers of the guardian from the pyramid. The sand god was furious. Now with immortality in a shell, he was ready to teach the hero a lesson. Even a circle of white chalk would not help. They stood face to face, looking into each other's eyes. In this unequal battle, the forces were equal. The hero, thirsting for victory, and the god, guarding the crystal which his opponent is chasing. The survivor was amazed by Perry's fearlessness. A giant immortal god stood before him, and he didn't even think about running. But everything is going according to plan, in which the heroines will play a key role. It just takes a little time. Their time has come. Perry calls Rose to begin her part of the plan. God was distracted by Perry, thinking his shell was safe. But he didn't know about Perry's partners. He was fooled. And now the warrior's hands control the drone. The Sphinx will have a hard time. God will be uncomfortable seeing his statue being destroyed by a modern drone. Perry has once again turned the Sphinx into a laughingstock, as in that ancient myth. God is attacked from behind, and his humiliation will be complete when the second shell turns to dust. The explosion has occurred, the shell has been destroyed, and Perry has played the role of bait perfectly. The final game of the God Killers is ahead. The announcement of the statue's explosion is sounded. The battle with the mad god can begin. The Sphinx was furious, but the hero only grinned. The god was destined to become a fool. He would be overthrown, and he would become another fool. Even if the Sphinx realized that its secrets had been revealed, Perry made it clear that everyone knew the secrets of the sand god. With such power, Perry could throw gods off their thrones, cut through metal with a single blow, and outrun lightning. The survivor could breathe a sigh of relief. Victory was already in the hands of this eccentric. All that was left was to wait a little longer to be released. Perry mocked the enemy, who had already lost all hope of victory. The Sphinx was always afraid of the wise men because they easily led him by the nose. The Sphinx could deceive fools and madmen, full of charisma and zeal, but lacking intelligence. This is what he always played on. Even now the Sphinx had not fallen. Its eyes, empty as moon craters, looked lifeless, though its body had crumbled. But it still stood on all fours, guarding the crystal. The survivor experienced a storm of emotions. First bewilderment, then fear for Perry, joy, and again fear, forcing him to clutch his head. The Sphinx's wisdom is undeniable. He is smart, but he cannot predict what awaits him. Perry gives him a subtle hint. Suddenly there was a roar. Something was approaching, and God felt it with his whole being. The student did not care about winning the battle. His goal was to lure the Sphinx to a pre-planned location. The Sphinx was deceived again, which made him furious. He realized that a sage stood before him. Perry began the countdown. At the end, the Sphinx's worst nightmare awaited her. The rumble meant a train was approaching, heading straight for the Sphinx. But he didn't know where it would come from. And that was Perry's trump card. The countdown is over. The turning point has arrived. Our hero has won. Perry was incredible, provoking the god, distracting him, and putting the Sphinx in harm's way. Teamwork led to their success. The Sphinx knew he had lost, but he fulfilled his noble role as a guardian, becoming Perry's main problem. The battle between a centuries-old statue and modern technology showed that the one who adapted better won. Everyone contributed to the plan, and everyone rose to the enormous responsibility that led to victory. The power of civilization prevailed. Technology sent ancient myths into the past. Victory was Perry's. Rose was jubilant. The preparation had paid off. They were able to open the evolution zone in less than a week. But the situation worsened. Crowds of the dead began to emerge from the subway, heralding a new wave of zombies ready to devour the survivors. The dead climbed onto the Sphinx and moved towards the pyramid, foreshadowing a new threat. The fears were justified. The keeper of the pyramid was furious. Black clouds covered the sky, and lightning with the energy of zombies struck the ground. The dead were coming out, and Perry was ready to cut them all down to charge the red crystal with energy. The girls prepared their steel horse to go for the evolution stone. Gloria demonstrated her driving skills, proving that she is a true professional and protector of people. Rose joined her in storming the pyramid. Full of confidence, they knew that there were no obstacles now. They stood at the foot of the pyramid, where a blinding glow indicated the location of the evolution crystal. Meanwhile, Perry methodically laid out the corpses of the dead, too weak for serious combat. He noticed clouds above him. The keeper was furious. Perhaps the main enemy would appear soon. The strange eyes did not appear, and Perry's guess was confirmed. This zone was unique and dangerous, with two guardians. The Sphinx protected the pyramid, as in ancient myths, guarding the great structure and covering the second guardian. The first was the Sphinx, immortal as long as his body was whole. The second, stronger one, hid in a cave, giving the Sphinx immortality, but he himself remained useless, not coming out. Due to the zombie energy, Perry became similar to them, and the Guardian tried to take control of him. But while the Keeper is busy controlling other monsters, Perry can safely take the crystal without worrying about it. However, the dead do not let him reach his goal just like that, constantly pursuing and attacking. The infected exist only to disturb humans. They are driven only by hunger and thirst for blood. The undead were hot on Perry's heels, and even the Godslayer faced problems from these weak but persistent enemies. You can never foresee everything. Even after hiding from the Keeper, Perry couldn't get rid of the dead. They still created problems. One zombie is no problem for a god killer. Cut off an arm and that's the end of it. But their numbers were astonishing. They climbed upward with astonishing speed. However, no matter how fast these evil spirits were, they could not become a serious obstacle for Perry because he had already defeated enemies much more dangerous. There was very little left to the crystal, and the Keeper's influence weakened. It was as if he didn't notice that his treasure was almost stolen. The dead did not lag behind either, as if they themselves were striving to obtain the evolution stone and new powers. A mysterious passage opened up in front of the giant slabs. Perry felt that something was wrong here. Too many mysteries. He began to realize that the dark entrance to the pyramid hid a secret that could not be ignored. Here he is, the most powerful guardian, like a monster from nightmares. It is unlikely that he will allow Perry to approach the evolution stone. The same cold gaze that Perry had seen in his first battle with the Sphinx haunted him again. The guardian had noticed him and was not about to let him go. The situation became tense. Perry's red crystal was being suppressed, as if something was choking him or piercing his heart with thousands of needles. The body is heavy. The pain is unbearable. This guardian turned out to be much stronger than the Sphinx, easily suppressing Perry and influencing his mind. But Perry's resolve was unwavering. No guardian could break such fury. He would take his enemy in his fist and crush him. It's no accident that Perry is here. His mission is to save the inhabitants of the zone and capture the evolution crystal so that more people survive in this life than in the last. The survivor was rooting for Perry with all his heart. His emotions were overflowing with sympathy for the hero, and he was truly experiencing this crazy moment. The dead walked past strangely, their eyes glowing like crystal. They were clearly under the control of the Keeper. The dead walked into the passage, completely ignoring Perry. The Guardian had an incredible ability to control them. The Guardian absorbed each monster, trying to escape from the pyramid, and dark energy lashed out around him like a raging fountain. This scared Perry. He understood that he himself could become the next victim, and dealing with the Keeper would be more difficult than it seemed. His mind was clouded by the influence of the Keeper, and the cave beckoned to him like a treasure trove hiding untold riches. His legs wouldn't obey him. He himself became like a zombie, obeying the orders of the Keeper. He needs help, otherwise he will become the monster's next victim, but who can save him? His mind was still struggling, but his legs were already leading him to the mysterious entrance of the pyramid. Another dead man was headed that way, and Perry could be next if no one intervened. Now his eyes were glowing like monsters. He was completely under control. Danger had loomed at the most inopportune moment. The survivors' commander was confused. Their savior had suddenly changed course. What had happened to him, and who had attacked? Hordes of the dead have made their way into the pyramid and will soon become food for the Keeper. If Perry does not free himself from control, only defeat awaits them. His head was splitting. His movements were like a zombie's. He ignored everything around him, like the rest of the dead. Another wave was absorbed by the monster. The energy flowed, and with each absorbed creature the situation became worse. Perry was drawn to the pyramid. He couldn't resist the desire in his head, and the Keeper's gaze led him like a guide. But here they were, the saviors. A familiar female voice pulled him out from under the monster's influence. His mind cleared up. He became himself again. Our heroines, despite the crowds of dead people, were not afraid and rushed to help Perry. For Perry, they were a true blessing. Two saviors who vowed to fight side by side and never be separated. Perry is incredibly lucky to have loyal friends who will stop at nothing, even a storm, to save him. There are only a few steps left, and they will gain their powers. Rose, as before, must control the elements, causing cataclysms with her power. The stands could not contain their joy. The fans welcomed the victory. The heroes lived up to all expectations. They are saved. Now all that remains is to help the evacuation team complete the mission. This team are true heroes. Before them is the treasure of humanity, deserved by their strength and genius. They have traveled a long and dangerous path, balancing on the brink of death more than once. Neither bandits, nor monsters, nor gods could stop them. Now no one can defeat them at all. The crystal glowed like a chest of gold, blinding with its bright radiance, but it did not irritate the eyes, as if the light was invisible. The crystal of evolution is a power available only to three, those who have gone through wars with gods and monsters. The minute for which they overcame crowds of dead people who were not saved, even in the drawn circles, belongs to our heroes. Soon the zone will subside, and the hero of the future will immortalize his name in world history, becoming the strongest warrior of evolution. The hero holds triumph in his hands, the pinnacle of humanity, the fruit of his mind and strength. No one can compare with him, because he is always hundreds of steps ahead. He was enveloped in golden flames, filling him with indomitable power. Now he was even closer to saving civilization. This power penetrated him through and through. He had never experienced such a surge of strength anywhere. His eyes widened in surprise. The acquisition of the ability was majestic, like a knight's initiation. When the king, with the touch of his sword, imposes responsibility on the warrior, the ceremony stunned him. Nothing had ever given him such colossal power as here. The ability to copy the powers of enemies was amazing. He could steal the abilities of guardians. People need luck and ingenuity to have such power, but for him it is enough to get into the evolution zone, the place and time of which he always knows. Most of his past never dreamed of evolution, but Perry can do it all, and more. But there are also downsides. The zone can have several guardians, and many abilities have limitations that he does not know about. As long as the guardians are alive, he will take their powers, and by the end of his journey he will become the strongest, going down in history as a legend. The absorption began, the power flowed into his body. I wonder what ability our hero will get. Because of the two guardians, the choice was between two cells, each containing several abilities, but only one could be chosen. The choice is not easy. A powerful monster with unknown abilities, or a sphinx with weaker but predictable powers. The hero faces a choice, a secret with great power or a weakness with complete clarity. As expected, Perry knew almost nothing about the pyramid monster. The second keeper turned out to be much less impressive, as if he had been shortchanged while his older, secretive brother received all the best abilities. However, Perry chose the Sphinx. With its simple and predictable powers, the choice was not so difficult. As expected, only two abilities and no talk of immortality. The Sand God did not live up to expectations, giving in to the second guardian. However, Even these abilities surprised Perry. They turned out to be not as useless as they seemed at first glance. He was one step away from a new power that would open up enormous possibilities for him in the future, like sowing a seed to see it blossom. A giant ball appeared before Perry, a symbol of his new power, but it was only one ability. Suddenly something went wrong. The ball burst, which meant that the absorption was not perfect. Perry wondered, where was his ability? Why did the sphere disappear? These thoughts did not give him peace. It turned out that this was a mistake. Not a single ability was absorbed. Perhaps he had no choice in the first place. The problem was the incomplete ability, and the absorption was also far from perfect. No time for luxury. Perry wasn't worried. He still had a chance to choose a stronger guardian, and he could develop his powers. Now fate left no choice. Only the mysterious guardian remained, behind whom all the most powerful trump cards were hidden. Incredibly, of all the abilities of the Keeper, only 2 were known. What else could this monster hide in his pyramid? Perry thought he was the strongest guardian, because he had more than 20 skills. How could Rose get hold of the crystal with such a monster? Only 2 skills were known. Call of the Dead, which he used to absorb the power of zombies, and Soul Trap, which he used to take over Perry's mind. Perry couldn't understand why the Guardian, with over 20 abilities, would avoid combat, even if some of them were useless. The takeover began again. This time it had to work. Otherwise, what was the point of all this? Another giant ball of power. What awaited the hero now? What surprise did this power have in store for him? And here it is, success. The soul capture ability is absorbed. It was so powerful that it could influence Perry's mind even after his reincarnation. This talent was rare. Now Perry could create illusions for his enemies and manipulate their 6 senses, making this choice absolutely justified. A red inscription flashed before his eyes. Soul capture activated. With such a unique gift, it is difficult to imagine what he will be capable of. Perry mastered the skill with confidence, his gaze full of determination. Suddenly there was a colossal release of energy. The force permeated his body, was absorbed into every cell, strengthening his bones and muscles. A huge wave of light spread around, expanding its radius of influence and demonstrating the full power of the absorbed talent. The glow warmed all the survivors, giving them hope. The citizens were happy because the victory symbolized the long-awaited freedom, as if a ray of sunshine had broken through into their gloomy lives. Even those who had been afraid before were filled with joy. Their saviors had managed to free everyone from the shackles of the zone. The roar echoed throughout the area, and everyone felt that they were now freer than ever. Meanwhile, the military headquarters recorded this surge of energy. A real anomaly, the degree of danger of which remained unclear. The headquarters assumed that the cause could be a natural disaster, such as an earthquake, but the giant pillar of light left the military completely confused about what was happening. The 5th group reported a powerful wave of mutated zombies and requested evacuation from the commander. Colonel Steve, a stern military man, orders them to stand firm. Civilians are in danger, and there can be no mercy. The subordinate tried to object, but this did not change the colonel's order. Steve was adamant. As expected, no discussion. Forward, no matter what. The colonel's order was final. Steve thought, this zone was the first of 7. Losing it to research was unacceptable. Time to act. Meanwhile, a giant pillar of light rose into the sky, a symbol of liberation for which our hero fought. The energy shattered like a mirror, and the fragments rained down from the sky. The entire area was covered in glowing pollen, as if snowflakes were settling on the roofs and ground, delighting travelers. The light of victory illuminated the northern region, freed from the influence of the great god. Everyone contributed to this victory. Even the bandits were useful. Perry emerged from oblivion. Everything was fine, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Eyes open, the civilians were safe. The guardians were defeated. Only the zombies could be the last threat. Perry surprised everyone with his resilience again. After 3 days of fighting, he was still standing on his feet as if nothing had happened. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. The source, not understanding what was happening, turned to Perry. It was Gloria, the lieutenant, who was also about to receive her ability, which clearly bothered her. The hero beamed with joy. The zone was cleared, they were safe and ready to leave the area. Gloria's head was splitting as she remembered how Perry had been controlled and unable to fight back. He had reassured her that it was thanks to the team that he was still standing. They should always support each other. But the anxiety was growing. Rose was missing somewhere, although Gloria was calling her. Perry also noticed Rose's absence, and without saying a word began to look for her. She couldn't just disappear. Finally, he found her lying on the ground, glowing red. The new power was too much and her body gave way. Even Gloria's head was splitting. Rose was burning with fever. Her body was fighting something. She urgently needed help. They realized that this was a reaction to a new talent. Rose needed peace and a quiet place to recover. The lieutenant couldn't understand what was happening to her sister, why it wasn't affecting them, and whether she would be okay. She was very worried about her. Perhaps Rose has acquired a rare ability, and her body is not yet accustomed to such changes. She needs time to adapt, and everything will be fine. The policewoman suddenly became interested. What kind of ability does Perry have? He called it soul capture, but the lieutenant didn't understand what that meant or how to use it. She was completely in the dark. Perry explained it simply. The ability allows you to influence the mind and subjugate it. He can change perception, but is not yet told about the ability to absorb forces, since it is not yet perfect. Even so, Gloria didn't understand anything. It all sounded too abstract. She suggested that Perry demonstrate his abilities in practice. The demonstration began suddenly. Perry disappeared, and Gloria was confused. Everything happened so quickly that not even a mirage remained. Incredibly, Perry was behind her. Gloria hadn't expected such strength. In a fight, the enemy wouldn't have time to understand where he was. But Perry disappeared again. Just a moment ago, his silhouette was behind, and now it was gone. The ability was really powerful. He skillfully disappears from the enemy's sight, suddenly appears behind him, and the enemy gets lost, attacking only ghosts. Gloria was amazed. This ability opened up a lot of possibilities. Influencing the mind gave endless options for application. To enemies, it looked like teleportation or instant movement, but that was all Perry knew about his new talent. Now he explained everything so clearly that even Gloria understood, becoming the first subject of his experiment. However, a new threat awaited the enemies. Another wave of the dead appeared on the horizon, already reaching out to Perry. But Perry was prepared and had no intention of letting the bloodthirsty monsters attack him from behind. For one of the dead, it all ended too quickly. He didn't even feel pain, being instantly divided into parts. Time was running out. Liberating the zone had attracted a horde of zombies, and it had become too dangerous to stay here. Gloria was scared of what was coming, and Perry was trying to estimate how many of the dead were already moving towards them, and how soon they needed to escape. A multitude of red dots appeared before his eyes. The city was full of zombies, and the released energy seemed to be luring them here. Gloria thought of the cowards who might be in danger, but they were far away, and the dead were drawn to the energy here, meaning they were safe. The main task now is to take Rose and protect her from the horde of zombies, and then try to escape. The lieutenant took responsibility for Rose, but Perry insisted that he should bear it himself. And suddenly something alarmed him. Either Gloria's new ability or the zombies were much closer than they thought. Incredibly, Rose began to levitate above the ground. What kind of strange magic is this? Perry didn't understand what was happening. Rose was floating higher and higher, as if reaching for the sky, and he couldn't let her die. The danger quickly passed. It was Gloria's ability. She could control gravity, an incredible talent that everyone would dream of. Perry was struck by lightning. Gloria's ability was astounding. Once she developed it, she would be able to control everything around her. Even Perry was shocked. If Gloria had this ability from the start, their path would have been much easier because such talent is at the highest level. The lieutenant noticed Perry's strange reaction, but he pretended that everything was fine and offered to quickly go to the hospital to help Rose get out of this state. Even if their path is blocked by hordes of zombies, they are determined to save Rose. Together, they will overcome any danger. Meanwhile, the citizens fled the area, pursued by the dead, but they had no way to defend themselves against such a crowd. The situation was becoming increasingly critical. The zombies were becoming more aggressive, and any delay could be fatal. The only way out was to run. The zombies were relentless in their pursuit of fresh flesh, and were interested in nothing more than finding a victim and destroying it. But people are not weak victims. They can respond with cruelty, because even a loved one who has become dead is now an enemy for them. Wandering zombies are powerless against an axe. Their claws and fangs are no match for a sharp blade and a strong hand. That is why humans are so well adapted to survival. The leader of the survivors ordered to run in the other direction. But how long can they escape from the countless monsters? People were in a panic. Their lives did not prepare them for this. They dreamed of peace, where girls in love would run after them, and not hordes of cold dead people. But soon they found themselves at a dead end. Who will come to the aid of hopeless people who seem destined to perish in this apocalypse? The situation became critical. The dead surrounded them, and there was no escape route. There was no salvation, and the leader was well aware of it. As Perry had predicted, the dead were already on their heels, and there were too many of them for the survivors to escape. The zombies attacked the survivors immediately after leaving the zone. They were met not by salvation, but by hordes of monsters. Hundreds, maybe even thousands. He realized that he would die, despite all the trials he had managed to pass. Meanwhile, the soldiers desperately defended their positions, shooting at the dead. But their faces showed that it was of no use. There was a nightmare coming that had to be fought. Now it became clear what had scared them so much. There was despair on his face. This creature was invulnerable to bullets, too strong. The 10th group reported a deadly threat. The mutated zombie was incredibly strong, and it was almost impossible to contain it. The military asked for backup. Without it, they would have suffered huge losses. The creature was too dangerous. Steve demanded a description of the monster, promising that reinforcements would arrive as soon as possible. The situation worsened. Communication with the group was lost, and Steve realized that they were doomed. Action was needed. The colonel has ordered. 5 of the best fighters are to go with him to the battlefield. We are moving out immediately. Steve's subordinates were worried about him. The front line was mortally dangerous, but Steve knew that a soldier's duty was to risk his life. Every soldier was willing to give everything, and Steve wasn't going to hide behind those already fighting. The order is given, everyone gets into the cars and sets off to meet the most dangerous enemy. Meanwhile, the roaming zombies also terrorized civilians, attacking in droves and overwhelming them with numbers. People didn't want to die. The fire was still burning in them. But zombies knew neither morality nor mercy, and this made them especially dangerous. The leader of the group of citizens was tormented by guilt for not being able to lead everyone out of this danger. He only apologized and went into his thoughts. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered nearby. The leader was in shock, but it could mean salvation. The fear disappeared, replaced by surprise. A giant explosion nearby gave hope for salvation. Luck smiled on them. The person responsible for the explosion turned out to be the one everyone was pointing their fingers at. It was definitely a salvation. A silhouette emerged through the smoke and dust, a swordsman capable of cutting through even transport. Incredibly, the strongest evolved man in the world came to the survivors. Who could be better than him? For people who were on the brink of death a minute ago, this was real happiness. The chief recognized him immediately. The tears dried and hope returned to their eyes. The monsters didn't care what was waiting for them ahead. Blinded by hunger and bloodthirstiness, they saw only their victims. The leader of the survivors managed to save his comrade by killing the obsessive monster that was giving him no peace. The boy stood on the edge of a cliff, but the leader was not one to betray. He reached out and pulled his partner out of danger. Joy returned to their faces. They were saved by a hero whose very appearance gave hope for a bright future. The dead continued to move, driven only by instinct, not noticing anything around them except the victims. The swordsman walked towards them, ready to finish off each wanderer and send them on their final journey. Finally, he decided to use his new skill, and everyone was waiting to see him in action. Perry had acted flawlessly. Even the mindless dead were afraid of him, as if he had instilled terror in them, depriving them of hope for life. The survivors were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Zombies can't be afraid, they thought. How strong was this man that he could instill fear in the dead? Under its influence, the dead froze like statues, awaiting their death. Death was already dragging their souls into the afterlife. Perry was confident. The victims were immobilized, making them easier to kill. His speed was incredible. The survivors were speechless as he left behind only mirages that were almost impossible to detect. Anyone who was able to notice him realized that by this point, he had already chopped up all the dead and sent them to meet the rotten devil. As expected, heads and body parts of the dead were flying in all directions. No one could stop our hero. Perry's ability proved to be quite useful. Cutting up stationary targets was much easier than fighting uncontrollable corpses. The survivors rejoiced, not knowing his name, and began calling him Swordsman, which Perry clearly did not like. He asked them to call him by name, but their delight was so great that they simply ignored his requests, despite the fact that he wanted to express everything that was in his heart. Even later, when one of the men asked to be taken away, Perry again did not hear his name. They were afraid they would not survive until morning and were in desperate need of rescue. Perry said that such decisions are made by the whole team, which surprised the man because he thought the hero fought alone. Meanwhile, the dead did not retreat, but on the contrary, confidently moved forward, wanting to devour everyone. They knew no fear or pain. Ideal warriors, with one caveat. They never listened to anyone and fight only for themselves. A sudden car interrupted the onslaught of the dead. They should have looked around and not wandered into the oncoming lane. Otherwise, a collision could not be avoided. There was a deafening explosion. Who was this new warrior who could throw cars and instill fear in his enemies? The cars were crushing zombies and then flying up into the air again. Was this the lieutenant's work? Gravity control was incredibly useful. The boys couldn't believe their eyes. Cars were flying, the dead were dying instantly, and their savior was disappearing so fast that it seemed like an illusion. Gloria was incredible. She floated in the air like a goddess descending upon mortals, and heaps of metal flew behind her. The men were stunned. They were horrified. A beautiful girl, and with such strength. Perry must be incredibly strong if such a goddess is his partner. In the eyes of the survivors, Perry and his girlfriends were real superheroes, with the fate of millions on their shoulders. Their strength seemed capable of moving mountains. Gloria finally came down to earth. Her ability to manipulate gravity, if developed, could destroy entire cities, turning earthquakes into daily nightmares for her enemies, and cracks into their graves. However, such power also had a downside, huge energy costs that take a long time to recover. Exhausted, Gloria released Rose from her gravity field and handed her to Perry. She felt she hadn't lived up to expectations. The policewoman wasn't the strongest one on the team. She still had to learn to control this power. Otherwise, the energy would leak out too quickly, and one day there would be no one to catch Rose. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to shoot back, saving every bullet. But soon this might not be enough. The time had come when regular zombies could still be wounded by bullets, but they could no longer take mutated ones. The military had to become stronger. The soldiers understood that bullets were useless against these creatures, as if they were made of steel. The dead had enough time to acquire protective shells and exoskeletons. Despair filled the fighters. They fired without hope of salvation. The fear of these monsters destroyed everything inside them. These mutants were incredibly dangerous. Huge mouths, armored hands, and unquenchable rage. Real monsters. With bright, shining eyes and a devilish grin, one of the mutated ones seemed to whisper to the doomed that their end was near, as if he had sold their souls. Bullets won't stop them. The only chance to survive is to run and not look back. Otherwise, they would all be swallowed up by a horde of mutated zombies that were too fast and strong thanks to their modifications. One bite and the soldiers said goodbye to their legs, as if zombies were cracking them like nuts. People were losing their last hope. Their loved ones could no longer wait for help, and it was almost impossible to escape from the bloodthirsty monsters. They were always one step ahead. Even among them there were fat ones whose mass was frightening. Their hunger was enormous, and they devoured more fresh flesh. The soldiers tried their best to fight, but all they could do was hope for a miracle. Even their machine guns no longer inspired confidence. No way! The zombies gnawed through metal, broke weapons with their powerful jaws and sharp teeth. Nothing could stop them. Everything around turned into a nightmare. The apocalypse became like a scary movie that you wanted to rewind to the happy ending, so as not to see those gaping mouths, blood and flesh that captured everything around. The soldier stood facing death, huge and eager to devour his soul. But today she will not be sated. His blade pierces her, and now death awaits its turn while he serves as her dinner. Our hero arrived at the last moment. Just a moment more and he could have met his ancestors and sent them his greetings. The soldier grabbed his head, not believing that he could defeat such a monster with one blow of his sword. Perry was looking for soldiers, and now he found them. But there were more dead people. Now they were behind him. Someone from the side asks Perry to move away. Apparently, Gloria came to help, to get out of the way. The boy didn't have time to say a word before he was snatched from the clutches of death. There was an even greater danger ahead. The policewoman surprises again and again. Her strength allows her to drag vans with oil and kill even more monsters. Explosions and disasters follow, one after another. The dead fall in hundreds as our heroes appear. The guy can't believe his eyes. A tank of oil that appeared out of nowhere, and a wanderer who easily deals with the monster. Now his heart will definitely jump out from such a miracle. The snot is flowing for a reason. Before him is a real spectacle. As it turned out, our heroine had already gotten used to flying, and Rose had become an excellent soft seat. The soldier doubted Perry. He was a master of the sword, but his partner could fly and throw oil vans at enemies. Gloria even took care of Rose by putting a cold compress on her. The soldier despaired of such superheroes. They were truly strange, did not wear capes and used their comrades as chairs. But suddenly Perry remembered Colonel Steve, who should have been nearby, and was surprised that he was familiar with him. The guy pointed in the direction Steve had sent the zombies and remembered a recent signal about a powerful mutant that the colonel wanted to take on. Perry decided to check how many monsters there were, and whether there could be monsters even more dangerous than usual. Among the small dots, one large one stood out. There was a colonel fighting this monster. Perry noticed a particular zombie that was in the direction the soldier pointed. He understands that Steve is well trained, but it will be difficult to deal with such a zombie, and there is a risk of new death. Perry asked Gloria to take control of the situation, and he rushed to the colonel. He moved to help, preventing Steve from taking all the glory. The soldier could not understand what was happening here. Everything was so strange and wonderful that his mind was lost. Steve led the monster to a metallurgical plant where entry was prohibited. The colonel knew how to choose such places to avoid unnecessary victims. Steve was a true warrior who risked himself to protect his soldiers. He knew that where people shouldn't be, zombies certainly wouldn't be. This creature was truly creepy, like a mixture of smoke and fire. Steve raced toward the dead end, not feeling any fear. The monster behind him seemed like a swarm of bees that could sting him and teach him not to go into the hive. Steve must have a plan against this monster or he will die. The zombie was not far behind, and it was unknown how much longer Steve could endure. This creature could finish the colonel with one blow if he overdid it. Steve knew the gun wouldn't do much against this monster, but he wasn't stupid. Maybe he was planning on using a distraction to keep the enemy from knowing what was coming. The monster lives up to all fears. It easily breaks doors and bends metal with its terrible strength. Even his mouth is difficult to see because he is made of smoke that flutters in the wind, but Steve still has a plan. It could even be called a trap for the monster. The colonel showed incredible ingenuity in cornering a more powerful monster. Man is the highest stage of evolution, and his mind plays a decisive role. Steve is not an easy target, and Perry was wrong to underestimate him. The colonel, despite his age, will still give a head start and show the monsters who is boss here. Clouds of smoke filled the room. The explosion was powerful and the zombie should have been seriously injured. The monster emerged from the smoke screen, revealing its terrifying form. This was definitely a special zombie. Steve had exposed the creature, stripped away its shell, and now the colonel could fight it in earnest. The second shell is made of strong bone, which cannot be penetrated by bullets, meaning that shots will be useless, out of ammo. The plan was good, but sometimes weapons won't help, and you'll have to rely on your own strength. Steve pulled out his knife, ready to fight in close combat and make sure the monster didn't hurt anyone else. His actions were precise and decisive. There will be no mercy for the bloodthirsty creature. Die or kill. This is the principle of a true warrior. Without the shell, the zombie became weaker and moved less well, making it an excellent target for the colonel. But expectations were not met. The sword did not penetrate deep into the neck, and Perry was right. Steve was strong, but not strong enough. The zombie is on a rampage, and if Steve doesn't make it in time, another dead zombie will be added to the list. The realization came that the dead man was too strong to simply be chopped into bone fragments. The monster attacked, but the colonel is not so easy to get hit. His experience and skills make him a true master in his role. Another swing of the machete again yielded no result. Even the sharpest sword could not pierce the zombie. Under the pressure of the monster, Steve slid across the floor, unable to withstand such power. His strength was not enough. A little more strength and he could easily cut this monster down. But suddenly he was overcome with horror. He looked down and saw a new danger. The monster grabbed his hand, preventing him from moving. It was horrible. Steve continues to fight. The zombie is too strong, stronger than any military headquarters. Only our hero can defeat him. In just a few moments, the monster restored its shell. Will the colonel really die in this unequal battle with the most powerful creature in the area? The monster is ready to swing the old man, his fist with smoke already aimed at Steve, who is unlikely to have time to respond. However, the soldier had a blade at hand, which he put under the blow. He understood that defending with a knife would cause less damage. However, Steve's wits did not save him. The monster sent him on a long flight so high that he can meet his great-grandfathers in the afterlife. The monster's strength was astounding. The colonel had never encountered such enemies. capable of breaking a blade with one blow. A blow of colossal force knocked the colonel out of action. The old man could do nothing more. He had done his duty, leading the monster away from his people, and now he could calmly meet the Almighty. The monster had enormous pressure. Its solid skeleton was hidden under a smoking shell. The old man lost hope of victory. His plan was clever, but at the last moment the creature turned out to be stronger and more durable than he could have imagined. Perry arrived hoping that his speed had not failed him, and that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the lieutenant colonel could have died. His fears were allayed when he saw the old man lying next to the smoking corpse of the monster. Steve is not happy to see a living person here. He was here to protect his own, and his death would be meaningless. And so Perry met his first instructor, Colonel Steve. He was an outstanding teacher, and his student truly became a miracle. In the hero's past life, the same attack of the dead happened. He was dying, bleeding, and a real nightmare was happening around him. Relatives and friends were dying in hundreds right before his eyes. Steve fought the dead, losing his arm, but continued as a righteous warrior, making a promise to a stranger. Perry despaired. Death was already waiting for him around the corner. But Steve was incredible. He drove death away, and it ran away, realizing who it was dealing with. There were hundreds of corpses lying at his feet. But the colonel managed to save Perry. The days were brighter. The sun was shining brighter, but Perry complained about the grueling training. He was exhausted from the endless running. Steve is not one to give up. Let him train until his blood boils. He saved Perry at the cost of his arm and demands real effort from him. Steve bet on Perry to become a real warrior and replace him. In the future, an armless soldier would hardly be useful. When the city's day of reckoning came, people began to evacuate. But the colonel stayed behind to protect the young and put the future on the shoulders of his student. Perry couldn't let his best instructor die. It was unacceptable, but he couldn't change the coach's mind. His word was law. Unfortunately, terrible news arrived. Steve died a heroic death, like a true Viking, becoming a hero and immortalizing his name. Perry's teacher, idol and mentor, the one who gave him hope, was gone. Accepting the death of his second father was unbearable, and holding back the tears was even harder. Now Perry saw it with his own eyes. He was going to lose his arm in this battle, but he would not let that happen under any circumstances. Even at that moment, Steve couldn't allow anyone to die, ordering the impudent man to run, so that at least he could survive and have offspring. The future was at stake. But Perry did not listen to the brave, strong, and great warrior. Now he must save him. Perry decides to take matters into his own hands and save his beloved teacher. He is here to defeat every creature in his path. The monster was striking in its size. Its smoke filled the entire room. Now the walking corpse will face a real enemy. It will be better if the monster escapes, but even better if it dies from Perry's sword. The enhancement was activated. The eye glowed like a red star. The monster would soon be overtaken by an unearthly force that he had never encountered. It was not for nothing that Colonel Steve himself trained him. The results of the hard training were evident. Even though Perry didn't want to run, Steve knew who to bet on. He wasn't stupid. The monster can't take it anymore and starts attacking with smoking fists, but they are too weak to defeat Perry. Perry's sword blazes with rage, like the flames in his eyes. He is ready to kill everything around him. The sword has become the embodiment of anger and death. What will happen if it is released? Perry in action. For such enemies, he is not even a rival. Monsters cannot stop him because he has long been ahead of his time. Perry realized his dream and saved his instructor and mentor. He finally repaid his savior for the years of support. The monster crumbled into bone meal under the barrage of attacks. Despite great expectations, it was no match for Perry. Perry proudly walked up to his idol and declared that he had saved his second father and patron. Steve was shocked by Perry's strength and thought he was mutated. This is partly true, but in his past life, they were called something else. Perry explained that these are now called evolved. Perry extended a helping hand to lift the colonel. Steve, thanking him for saving him and supporting him, asked the name of his savior. Perry checked the instructor's arm and made sure it was okay, not even broken. He had fought monsters before. Perry was worried when he learned that soldiers had entered the liberated area. He wondered whose warriors they were. It turned out that his soldiers had entered the city to check the area under the light anomaly. Perry feared there were no survivors. Although Perry knew there were survivors and that he was among them, he decided to remain silent. Meanwhile, Steve was bandaging his hand, demonstrating that experience always comes in handy in battle. Perry got straight to the point. He couldn't afford to let the military not set up headquarters in the city. Steve knew the young man was right, but he didn't know what a disaster it would be to refuse his offer. The high mutation rate among zombies and the large population created ideal conditions for modification of the monsters. Steve realized that there could be more monsters like this smoking creature, and they could attack again. The old man was quick on the uptake and knew that Perry, as a colonel, knew exactly who to turn to. One infected destroyed a military base, and then the entire city was reduced to rubble. Perry remembers well how it all happened and how many people died. Steve believed Perry because he explained the situation convincingly. The experienced fighter could not simply ignore his words. The old man reported to headquarters, but something about his new comrade unexpectedly surprised him. The student had completed his mission successfully. Now he could leave without explaining himself to the colonel. Perry stayed to hear what Steve had to report to headquarters. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. He was sure that the headquarters would not appear in the city, which meant that everyone would be safe, including Steve, the best of the best, a real man. The city is guarded by two powerful women with superpowers. Rose will be the key figure, and Gloria with her gravitational powers will not be far behind. Steve is fully operational. These three can be relied upon. Perry has completed his mission. One zone has been liberated. Civilization has a chance to survive. If something goes wrong, Perry will always be on guard. Saying goodbye to the city, the hero knows. He will return when needed. But for now, there is a new zone and new challenges ahead. Half a month passed. The sunset was just as blazing, warming the soul. An unknown car was racing through the middle of empty roads and dried-up trees. The driver was Kyle, a survivor, who was rushing to the next town to find the child. It was clear they were in a hurry. In the passenger seat, wrapped in a blanket, shivered Betty, his wife. It was as cold in the car as it was outside. There were enough supplies, but the cold was a hindrance. Betty asked to turn on the stove, but Kyle refused. There was little fuel. The sign on the road showed that there was a gas station nearby. It was just a little bit left to fill up. Kyle was furious. The gas stations were swarming with the dead, and getting out was becoming more difficult with each passing minute. My wife was getting worse. There were almost no people around, but the gas station was close. Such a chance could not be missed. Kyle, giving in, decided to risk their lives to get to the city. At the fork, they turned left, towards the gas station, the only way they needed. The car has changed its route, and if the gas station does not meet expectations, it will be a real disaster. When they arrived, there was a dead silence all around. It clearly did not promise help. The wife was shaking with fear, better emptiness than a monster around the corner. Kyle was angry at her stubbornness, but that was exactly why he loved her. He told her to sit quietly and be on the alert, so that if danger came, they could leave immediately, relying on luck. She agreed, although inside she was torn apart by fear for him. After all, he was her beloved husband. Kyle felt that the silence did not bode well, that there was a threat hidden behind it, a monster somewhere nearby. Everything was too calm, only the rustling of the wind and dead silence, a harbinger of trouble. And then horror struck. Out of nowhere, an unknown monster grabbed Kyle by the leg and tried to drag him into the dark depths. Kyle knew there were dangerous creatures here, and his scream could be heard even in the city. Anyone in his place would have screamed in terror. The creature was a nightmare incarnate, a gas station terror. It was a bad luck for the husband and wife. Kyle's heart told him they shouldn't have come here. Despite everything, Kyle managed to escape from the clutches of the monster. But it is unlikely that it will retreat so easily. It will chase to the end. Betty screamed at him, calling him to get back into the car. But Kyle had no time for that. The creature was rushing after him. Its rage was frightening. This mutant looked like he had inhaled gasoline. His face resembled a drug addict on his third bender. But Kyle didn't care about the monster's appearance. Soon he could become its dinner, which the creature had been waiting for so long. He tried to threaten her with a knife, but would this creature really be scared of such a trifle? Screaming wouldn't help here either. As expected, the monster threw the knife aside. For him, this piece of iron meant nothing. The monster breathed hot, foul breath on Kyle, its saliva dripping down his face. Death seemed inevitable. Kyle stopped struggling, knowing that this was the end. The cold, wet ground would be his final resting place, and the rain that would soon come would mourn his passing. But suddenly the fear disappeared from his eyes, and hope dawned in his heart. A moment of despair passed, and salvation came at the very last moment. The monster was cut into pieces, Who was this savior? Who was the hero who came to Kyle's aid? Unbelievable. Kyle, without knowing it, ended up at a gas station where the strongest evolved warrior Perry was located. He arrived just in time. The monster was destroyed. Perry crushed its head with a heavy boot, its eyes bulged, and the creature's soul flew out with them. Perry asked Kyle why he hadn't noticed the supermarket. Kyle replied that he had seen it a long time ago, but was sure that no one alive could have been there. Our student found himself behind the cash register of a convenience store and was incredibly lucky to meet Perry, the liberator of the first evolution zone. It really is a small world. Perry didn't bother with the dead creature for long and decided to burn it. Although it wasn't necessary, it wouldn't get up again. The lit match has flared up, and may the creature burn with honor, and may the one it once was find peace in a better world. The crown of fire blazed majestically against the backdrop of the scarlet sunset. Nature once again amazed with its beauty. Perry won't hesitate with the dead. A few seconds and his enemy will turn to ashes, ready to go to the other world through the flames. They were glad of such hospitality. If Perry had not turned out to be a cashier at this store, their meeting could have happened only in another life. Perry, hospitable as he was glad to see people who could tell him about the world from which he had been cut off for weeks. Betty was surprised by the idea that Perry burned the dead man. After all, the fire could attract a horde of zombies. The answer turned out to be obvious. Zombies will only run to light within a radius of 100 meters, but they can smell the smell of rot for kilometers. Now everything has become clear. The fire will not attract anyone. There is no better solution. Suddenly, Kyle jumped up and extended his hand, apologizing and wanting to thank Perry for his help and the warm welcome they had taken advantage of without being invited. Perry didn't care about the thanks. His goal was one: saving lives. He didn't care what he got in return. The student was pure and without hidden intentions. He just wanted to meet real people he hadn't seen since the store opened. Kyle, on the other hand, was full of desire to give thanks for his rescue. He was literally burning with joy. His conscience was definitely clear. Perry was shocked by this emotional outburst. Kyle didn't listen to him, obsessed with the idea of expressing his gratitude. Offers of help were inappropriate. Perry was already provided with everything he needed to survive. He didn't need material goods. What was more important was good company and information about the first city liberated from the evolution zone. Kyle was not only rich in resources, but also in stories. His confidence in stories about the city from the first zone immediately caught Perry's attention. Kyle had traveled to many cities, met with military men, and his words intrigued Perry. This man clearly knew a lot. Firstly, the military was everywhere, but the army of the city of the first zone was different. It was the best trained force. According to Kyle, this city has become a real oasis in the middle of a destroyed world, the best place for survivors. In a world full of monsters, the town became a resort for those seeking refuge, and its popularity grew. Kyle was observant. He had seen people with superpowers and was proud to have witnessed such a miracle. Perry didn't share Kyle's enthusiasm, as if he himself had superpowers, and not those he talked about. Kyle, thinking that he was an ordinary person, tried to surprise him with stories about flying machines. But Perry knew this ability firsthand. His old girlfriend had it. The student immediately understood who Kyle meant. Lieutenant Gloria, with her achievements, could easily bear responsibility for the city. The conversation then turned to the strange things in the city. There were no soldiers there, and the survivors were relocated to neighboring cities. In the city itself, something unusual was happening. Thunder at night, not a cloud during the day, sunny in the west, rain in the east. This meant that Rose was still alive and in control of her powers. Perry was calm. He trusted these two girls. They did not let him down and became stronger every day. Perry was genuinely happy that his longtime fan had made it into the top 10 evolved, cementing her name in history. Steve's words gave him confidence. He could relax. For Kyle, having such valuable information was a privilege for which Perry was not shy about thanking him. A cup of coffee and a roof over his head in difficult times. Perry, acting as cashier, served the coffee with warmth and trust, but he was curious about what would happen next to the couple. Betty couldn't refuse the gesture, but she knew it was time to give a response. It turned out that their dangerous journey was to search for their child in a neighboring town. Kyle, for the second time that day, realized the danger of this place. The monsters did not leave them alone. Perry understood how difficult it was to be a parent during the apocalypse and saw how serious their situation was. Perry was wary. This was not the first time Kyle had encountered the dead in these parts, and this piqued his interest in the details of the danger he spoke of. Kyle told how at the last gas station, just 10 kilometers from here, a terrible incident occurred. Luckily, here they were lucky to meet a savior. That gas station was much more dangerous. When Kyle got out of the car, the monster howled so loudly that the windows cracked. Taking a sip of coffee, he added that he had arrived here with an empty tank. At the moment of that scream, he had decided not to fill up. Otherwise, he would hardly have made it to this place. Perry suggested that they stay the night. There was still danger outside, but Betty was clearly unhappy. She wasn't interested in warmth and comfort. She wanted to find their child as soon as possible. Kyle saw the look on his wife's face and knew there was no point in arguing with her. Even a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The answer was obvious. He knew he couldn't resist her decision and decided to leave, citing their child. Inwardly, he understood that he simply didn't want to argue again. The sound of an engine broke the silence. The newlyweds were getting ready to set off, heading off to meet their son. Perry wished them luck as he watched them go, hoping that no new obstacles would arise in their path. But there was no time to think. The monster from the gas station could cover 10 kilometers in a night. It was necessary to act quickly. In 3 days, a new evolution zone would open. Perry knew he had a lot to do in that time, so he got behind the wheel of his car, heading out to meet the new danger. The student was ready for the most brutal fight. His eyes were burning with anger. The thirst for blood and murder filled him. His aura literally pressed on everything around him, filling the space with dark energy. He had almost reached his destination. There was a suburban gas station ahead, and the long-awaited battle was about to begin. But when Perry arrived, he found only silence. No sign of life, no hint of enemies. This was the place Kyle had spoken of. This was where the monster had howled so loudly that the glass had shattered. But now it was suspiciously quiet here. The silence seemed familiar, like in his previous domains, where the monster had also been hiding. Even the wind did not stir the leaves. Everything froze in anticipation of something terrible. One thing was clear. The smell of blood here was unbearably strong. Everything was mixed up. People and zombies died to the last. Too many victims. What kind of creature is hiding here? Perhaps this gas station is its lair. Darkness enveloped everything around, and the dead silence gave no signs of life. Only countless corpses underfoot, emitting a disgusting smell of decomposition. The inside of the building was covered in blood and littered with corpses, weapons among them. Too many people, both humans and zombies, had met their end here. It seemed no one had left alive. Perry noticed something odd. The doors were damaged from the inside, as if the victims had desperately tried to escape, but were unable to. Something terrible had clearly happened here. There was something so terrifying in that darkness that even zombies were afraid of it. It could be a mutated monster, more dangerous and stronger than the usual ones. Perry strained all his senses. He listened to every rustle, sniffed the air, peered into every dark corner. But there was a frightening emptiness all around. What was this gas station hiding? In the warehouse, he sensed something even more sinister. His sixth sense always told him when danger was lurking nearby. He dared to approach the source. The enemy must be hiding here. The smell of blood and death was becoming stronger. And Perry was right. Before him stood a monster, like a spawn of hell itself. A demon, the cause of all the deaths at that ill-fated gas station. Perry didn't expect such a swift attack. The monster was not only strong, but also cunning, waiting for victims and killing them without the slightest pity. Kyle hadn't lied. The enemy was indeed dangerous. Perry knew he had to act quickly and not drag out the fight. His blade was charged with energy, imbued with willpower and the desire to destroy. It became like Murasama's sword, capable of cutting through steel. The monster would get what he deserved, and Perry planned to dismember him into tiny pieces. Now it was important to retreat, create distance and counterattack with maximum force. The battle was heating up. Perry had invaded the territory of a monster enraged by the hero's insolence. Now only one would emerge victorious. Perry realized that the enemy was no pushover. He needed to act quickly and not get caught in a trap. Now he would be on guard. The situation was getting tense, and the student decided to use the power of his blood crystal to finish off the monster in a matter of seconds. Perry pointed his finger at the monster, as if showing it its place, demonstrating his colossal superiority. The power of the crystal was incredible. The zombie did not have time to react, as he was cut into pieces. With such power, Perry could destroy entire crowds. The monster, accustomed to the fear of its victims, encountered such an enemy for the first time. No one had ever dared to enter here and challenge death. With each attack, Perry's smile grew wider. His grin was murderous, as if needles were piercing the monster's heart from the inside. Perry delivered another powerful blow, and the monster was powerless to respond. It was insignificant in comparison. The young fighter was not given a second's rest. He was trained by Colonel Steve himself, a hero whose merits were undeniable. The monster didn't even have time to realize that his soul was already being prepared to be sent to the scales. Perry mercilessly cut up the zombie, causing it to suffer like no one had ever suffered before. The hero was a real monster. Compared to him, this monster was nothing more than a mosquito, capable of only a light bite. The monster was overcome with terror. All previous opponents had been easy prey for him. But now he was faced with an opponent of a completely different level, the strongest evolved in the world. The young hero was always dozens of steps ahead of this monster. Only the Guardians could become worthy opponents of his power. The monster, overcome with fear, tried to escape. Zombies also sense mortal danger, but Perry was not going to let him go after everything he had done. His attempt to escape was futile. He would have died anyway, even if he had managed to corner his victim. Perry, as expected, emerged victorious. No one expected the monster to succeed. The hero, even giving his enemies a head start, always wins. The monster's lair was cleared by Colonel Steve's apprentice. Perry once again proved his strength and power, becoming even stronger during this time. The inspection of the gas station was not completed. Something was clearly hidden in the adjacent room, something secret and sinister. Perry sensed the presence of something far more powerful and terrifying than the previous monster. Perhaps it was the source of that scream. He burst through the door without warning, knocking down the door frames with force, intending to instill fear in the enemy. There must have been something important in the warehouse. The hero carefully examined the area, trying to find clues. However, he was overcome with disappointment. The enemy was not waiting for him. There was no surprise attack. He stood looking down at the monster, but a strange aura enveloped the room, as if something much more dangerous was hiding here. Incredibly, instead of a giant monster and beast, there sat a little girl in front of him, hugging a teddy bear. She found herself among a multitude of corpses, their faces frozen in horror, as if their fear of death was unbearable. There was nothing in her eyes. No sadness, no pain, no hope. Her inner emptiness seemed deeper than the death of everyone around her, as if she herself had been killed from the inside. Perry was conflicted. Should he leave her here or help her? Save her from this abyss of despair? Conscience is Perry's middle name. He couldn't leave her alone because she was a child first, and perhaps evolved second. Perry did not stand aside, despite the ominous aura and the piles of corpses that may have died because of it. He dared to extend a helping hand, hoping for a response, but the girl was silent. And how could she speak when there were dead zombies all around, once people? She was covered in blood and rot, trapped in this horror. What could she put up with except silence? Her eyes are full of fear, as if there was another monster standing in front of her. Such horrors destroy a child's psyche to the ground. It will stay with her forever. Her mind will never be the same again. Perry did not give up, continuing to try to establish contact with the girl. He offered her to come with him, cleanse herself of the blood, and find refuge at the gas station where he worked. She was silent, as if she couldn't utter a word. She didn't have enough strength even for a simple answer. Perry coaxed her, warning her that it would soon be dark, and that it would become even more dangerous outside. He even smiled, which was rare for him, trying to instill a sense of security in her. He understood that she was in shock, but he knew that he had to touch on a difficult topic for her, without which they could not move forward. Perry knew the question would be painful, but he asked about her parents anyway. The girl sank into despair, and it became clear that everything was bad with her family. She uttered a few words with difficulty. Her parents were sleeping in the next room, but had not woken up for several days. Behind that door lay her mother and father, but the girl called their death a dream. She could not accept their death. Perry introduced himself again, making sure she could hear him. He knew how hard this world was for her, especially in this situation. It turned out that she had been listening to him all this time, but the lump in her throat prevented her from speaking, as if it was blocking her breathing and not allowing her to utter a word. Perry peppered her with questions, but no matter how good he was, it was hard for him to reach a child who had lost everything: goals, joys, the meaning of life. The girl had been through too much. Everyone who came here left, and she no longer saw the point in answering anyone. For her, Perry was just another person who would also disappear, but Perry wasn't going to leave her. He reached out to her even though she was clearly afraid of him. The thought of being alone among the rotting bodies scared her, but something kept her at a distance from everyone. The people outside called her a monster, comparing her to the beasts that roamed outside the gas station. The words cut her so deeply that she now even feared kindness. Perry shared with her a secret that the adults had kept hidden. She was not a monster, she was an evolution. There were many like her all over the world, and those who called her a monster were no better than the creatures that roamed outside. Incredibly, his words lit a flame in her eyes, and they sparkled like a million carats. Perry understood her problem and helped her stop thinking of herself as a monster. The young hero always had the right words to inspire and awaken her fighting spirit. He told her that they were alike. It was the perfect words for someone who had felt like an outcast all her life. Perry explained that there were hundreds and thousands of people like her. In this world, you can always find a kindred spirit. And he conveyed all this in one simple phrase. Now she could trust him. One quote, one right word, and Perry made contact, pulling the girl out of the abyss of despair. She even gave her name, Goldie, sweet golden girl. Perry wanted to save her with all his heart, and she agreed to go with him. They walked up to that door together. Goldie was afraid, but tried not to show it. She looked warily through the crack in the doorway, and pointed out that her parents were there, asleep, and never waking up. Perry decided not to take her inside with him. It could be too dangerous, and he didn't want Goldie to get hurt or be in danger. Here are Goldie's parents. They had long since become zombies and died, but the girl was still waiting for them to come back, hug her and stroke her head. But life turned out to be too cruel for her. Perry knew she would have to accept that Mom and Dad would never wake up again. If that happened, it would only be in another life. The wounds on the bodies did not resemble the marks of a zombie. They were left by a person, judging by the distorted faces. The hero didn't know all the details, but it was obvious. Goldie's parents were good people, because they died protecting her. Perry's attention was drawn to something sticking out of his pocket. It turned out to be a business card. As it turns out, Goldie's father was the chairman of a pharmaceutical company and probably a very wealthy man. The pharmaceutical company in question was one of the largest and most influential. Its headquarters towered like a skyscraper, literally cutting through the sky. Perry recognized the name. At the beginning of the infection, the company received huge investments from a powerful union and became a global giant. But the irony of fate is that its owner, a famous biologist, died at a suburban gas station. He saw Goldie as a poor child, and for good reason. She was a princess in this empire. And now she will have to accept the death of her parents. It was hard, but Perry had gathered his strength and told her the truth. Her parents weren't going to wake up, and no matter how hard it was, she had to accept that. Goldie couldn't believe what she heard. Her eyes were full of fear and confusion, whether to rejoice or cry, jump for joy or freeze forever. She didn't know how to react. She continued to blame herself. Her parents were gone because they wanted to save her. Her quirks had led to their deaths, Goldie thought. Perry reassured her by explaining that even though she was different from the others, it didn't make her responsible for their deaths. She had done nothing to deserve such a burden. Evolution gave them the power to become stronger and use that power to protect their loved ones. And that was her path. Perry was amazing. He managed to touch a girl who was completely heartbroken. Being a parent is not easy, but he seemed to know something important about parenting. Her tears began to flow, and Perry gently explained that tears would not help now. It was important to say goodbye to her parents with dignity, to send them off on their final journey with honor. The night continued, and the sound of the shovel hitting the ground signaled the start of the burial. Now they found their peace in the earth. Perry paid tribute to Goldie's parents, and now their souls can find peace, knowing that their daughter will be under the reliable protection of such a strong and caring man. The burial caused Perry unbearable pain, as if every blow of the shovel brought him back to his personal suffering. His fears were confirmed. Memories flared up like flames. The dead surrounded his mind, occupying his consciousness. These images were the first after his rebirth, and now the past fell upon him again, binding him like heavy chains. The shovel fell from his hands. The memories pressed so hard that he could not cope with them, not finding the strength to resist them. Recently, Perry taught Goldie to forget the past and move forward, but his own wounds only deepened each time. He clutched his head, remembering how he had once dug graves for his comrades, how he had buried his relatives. These memories weighed unbearably on him. His cries of pain and fear attracted Goldie. She ran to him, and Perry came back to reality. There was terror in his eyes, as if he had just lived through his worst nightmare. Goldie was alarmed. He had never behaved like this before. Now, clutching his head, he screamed as if the world around him was collapsing. Perry decided not to disturb Goldie, assuring her that this was just a small episode from the past that did not cause him any inconvenience. He hadn't expected the memories to come flooding back so suddenly, but now that he had collected his thoughts, he was okay and could breathe a sigh of relief. Morning came quickly. The blazing sun lit up the sky, and Perry and his new team were ready to set out. The new zone was just a short distance away. This world gave a chance to start all over again and change it for the better. All you had to do was take your destiny into your own hands, becoming stronger with each step to achieve your goals. They soon arrived at a convenience store. A short journey, but something more awaiting them. How sweet she is, and how much she had to endure to get to this meeting with Perry. Despite all the trials, Goldie did not lose her kindness. Perry did something amazing. It seems like he could have made a good father. In just one night, he managed to win the girl's trust. Now she is not alone. A new evolution zone will appear very soon. The first time, people failed to defeat the Guardian, and the crystal went to the dead, who became even stronger. There were many survivors in the area, but few realized that a keeper was wandering nearby, guarding a powerful treasure. The zone would definitely not be easy. Perry knew it. Since the keeper had won, his power must be terrifying. While Perry was pondering the coming test, Goldie was quietly enjoying her breakfast, her face flushed with pleasure. However, he did not forget about her. She had to make a choice. Go with him to meet danger or stay in a safe place. Time passed. The morning was drawing to a close, and soon they would have to set out. Goldie didn't think long. She had already made her decision to go with Perry towards adventures and dangers. Perry asked Goldie again if she was ready for the fact that hordes of walking dead await them ahead, and danger will be at every step, but she didn't want to be alone. Even if she had to go through fire and water, she would prefer to be with him, because she was most afraid of losing her last friends again. Perry was against her participation, but he did not object. She was not just a child, but his student. He could only give orders to his comrades, and Goldie was already becoming part of the team. He gave her one main rule. In the evolution zone, she must think first of all about herself. Saving others is not her job, only to survive herself. Goldie was puzzled by this rule. How could she not help her friend if he was in trouble? Perry was realistic about Goldie's capabilities. Yes, she was strong, but his strength was greater than hers, and he knew she needed to focus on herself. Goldie, although it was hard to make such a decision, agreed. She could not refuse Perry, even if it went against her instincts. He gave her brief instructions. Get ready for the journey. They would set out on the road in the evening, and by morning they should be in the city. Tomorrow, a new evolution zone will open in this city. There is very little time left. With the appearance of the zone will come new difficulties, guardians, and obstacles, which Perry, as the main character, is sure to overcome. Soon a ray from heaven will break through the city's soil, creating conditions for a new zone of evolution. This town, like others, has a chance to become part of history if Perry can remove the dome and save the survivors. Like many cities after the apocalypse, it looked destroyed and plunged into darkness. The silence seemed especially strange to Goldie. Her anxiety was understandable. After long days among dead bodies, any silence could awaken uncomfortable memories and fears. Perry admitted that Goldie had amazing intuition. It was as if she could see a few seconds ahead, knowing exactly that an immortal creature with a scythe could be lurking around the corner. Before them was the abode of the dead, a huge hospital surrounded by many zombies. The larger the hospital, the more dangerous the area around it. The chance of running into the dead was too great, and Perry, as an experienced fighter, knew it was best to avoid the place. Goldie, however, did not fully understand where they were going or what was happening around them. Perry was full of confidence, not a single doubt stopping him. He charged forward, determined to finish this zone as quickly as possible. But suddenly they turned in the opposite direction. Perry, as always, turned out to be unpredictable, and so they headed to the clothing boutique. Perry decided that he needed to dress up before meeting the dead. Goldie literally beamed at the sight of the store. Perry seemed to know how to melt a little girl's heart. Dressing up for battle was a stroke of genius. He knew the gas station was well stocked with supplies and gear, but it couldn't offer warm clothing for Goldie, and the cold was already setting in. You wouldn't know it by looking at her, but she loved little shopping trips to look cute. Perry made her dreams come true, even in the middle of the apocalypse. She was beaming with happiness. Her clothes and appearance gave her such joy that nothing could replace it. Half an hour passed, the sun warmed the earth, and the heroes were ready to leave the boutique to continue their journey. Our handsome man walked out of the store as if from a catwalk, sparkling in the sun's rays like a diamond under the flashes of cameras. Goldie was not far behind, looking even sweeter than before, full of a happiness that would not have been possible without Perry. Suddenly, the hero asked the little girl where her knife was, which he had given her. She was not an easy girl, and Perry knew it. The girl's intuition was high, and she could compete with adults, ready for anything. She remembered the main lesson. In this world, a weapon should always be close at hand to protect yourself and your loved ones. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Has the zone started hunting for survivors? The zone was forming too quickly. Perry didn't expect it. But Goldie wasn't afraid. She knew the dome would soon cover the area and the Guardian would appear nearby. Perry crouched down and covered Goldie, knowing that anything could happen. He couldn't let her die. A red glow enveloped the area. The zone was almost complete in its formation, and a new test for humanity was at the door. Meanwhile, the intelligence department receives an alarming message. The satellite has recorded an energy surge, 97% similar to the previous zone. The military couldn't believe that the dome was appearing again. They urgently needed to defeat the enemy and capture the evolution crystals. The dome was completing its formation. A red glow was covering the city, and the crystal's keeper was about to emerge. The transformation of the environment is almost complete. A new force is ready to appear at any moment. Goldie understood that the zone had completed its formation, and the keeper would soon begin hunting them. Perry felt it too. He wasn't sure, but his intuition told him. The test had begun, and the enemy was close. There was something strange going on around them. It had been day recently, but the sun was already leaving its zenith. Goldie always noticed such details. It was the effect of the zone. Night was approaching, and with it danger. The enemy could be hiding in the shadows. Suddenly there was a roar that had not been heard before. The enemy was already close. The keeper had found them and released his forces. The heroes were spotted. The mutated ones were already on their trail. Obviously, the local boss directed this crowd. The first creature attacked. Strangely, all the dead had already evolved and had new abilities. Perry didn't expect the enemies to be so strong from the start. The battle promised to be tough. But Perry is no weakling. These monsters are no threat to him. With one swing of his sword, he cuts them down like an executioner executing a condemned man. He was too good for the mutant to defeat him. He had defeated such enemies before. Goldie was in awe of Perry's strength. But she didn't realize that it was only a small part of his capabilities, which surpassed everyone else on Earth. However, she was not going to stand aside. Her determination and murderous aura spoke for themselves. Her blade was ready, and she did not intend to let Perry down. More and more dead fell under her blows, and no one had a chance to defeat her. Perry saw great potential in her for good reason. She was incredible, easily dealt with enemies. In a couple of years, she will become the strongest and youngest evolved. Their teamwork was impeccable. They could cover each other, trusting that together they would turn entire hordes of the dead into dust. Here it is, the power of two evolved. A student and a little girl ready to send all the enemies of the city to the court of fate, to heaven or to hell. But the zombies did not retreat. Among them, one stood out. His aura was stronger than the others, like a shadow. He was clearly the leader, and it turned out that this enemy was not an ordinary dead man. He was strengthened by the keeper himself. The battle promised to be difficult. The monster threw its claws at Perry. But such attacks were nothing to him. He parried every blow. The monsters seemed to have gone berserk. And someone, the strongest, was controlling them, strengthening his subordinates for hunting. The hero of the future was too strong for one enemy to harm him. With one glance, he could paralyze an opponent, leaving him no time to realize that his body had already been chopped up. The monster tried to overwhelm Perry with its evil gaze, but Perry was adamant. He could bring down the entire sky on the enemy's head so that he would never leave his lair. Their gazes met, and the monster realized that he had underestimated his opponent. In an instant, Perry was pressing down on him as if with the entire mass of the earth. Perry's eyes exuded such power that one wrong move and the enemy was immobilized, tortured, and destroyed. The zombie realized that this was not just a man, but a true monster. Under the weight of Perry's strength, his drive disappeared. This burden was too much for him to bear. The dead man screamed in pain. His mind was broken, as if it was torn apart from the inside, and he could not do anything about it. Perry had no time to waste. The enemy had lost his vigilance and will to fight. His path to death was already sealed. In this battle, the monster will lose not only his hand, but also his life. No power, not even the Guardian, can save him now. The monster tried to escape, overcome with horror by the hero's strength, which was capable of breaking even the local boss. But Perry wasn't going to let him escape. He knew the creature would come back for revenge, but that would be its last mistake. The Guardian sensed Perry's presence, meaning he was close. Goldie was stunned. She did not expect that a zombie could run from its victim, because these creatures usually fight based on instincts, not fear. Perry suddenly became worried, picked up Goldie, and decided to take her away from here. Despite the victory, it was too dangerous to stay here. The zombies were gone, but the most dangerous enemy remained, the Crystal Keeper. Even Perry was afraid of him, because no one knew what he was capable of. The hero quickened his steps, eager to leave this place as soon as possible. The boss was nearby, and he needed to run while Goldie was safe. The girl had no idea who the Guardian was, whether he was stronger than the zombie, and how to fight him. Perry kept looking around, keeping an eye on the situation. So far, everything was quiet, but Goldie didn't realize what danger they were trying to avoid. In the running corpse, Perry caught the shadow of a Guardian who, as it turned out, could control zombies. This meant that the threat was much more serious than it seemed. Although Goldie didn't know who the Guardian was, she quickly realized that the zombies were just his puppets, and the boss himself was much stronger. The escape of the undead under the Guardian's control hinted that he had been watching Perry for a long time. The zombies would attack again soon. Goldie quickly realized that if the Keeper was watching them, the zombies were about to attack en masse. Perry knew that the Guardian was meant to guard the evolution crystal, not to destroy humans. He needed to come up with a plan, but first he needed to gather information about the enemy. Goldie was at a loss as to what to do after they completed this task. Perry had one plan in mind: find shelter before the Keeper made his move. Permanent shelter was not necessary. But suddenly Goldie noticed something in the distance. Her eyes widened in surprise and fear, and the fear was justified. The moon suddenly rose over people's heads. Although the bright sun had recently been shining, Goldie noticed another oddity. A river had appeared under her feet, which had not been there before. The Guardian was clearly connected to this place. Everything around was becoming more and more mysterious and frightening. The girl could hardly keep from panicking. Perry, too, could not fully understand who he was dealing with, and stood silently, pretending to look around. But the situation escalated. Hundreds of dead people jumped into the water and swam, as if chasing treasure. The Guardian was clearly controlling them, but how far away he was remained a mystery. Goldie assumed that the boss had decided to show his strength by sending hordes of zombies. The monsters were behaving strangely. Some were diving into the river, others were writhing in convulsions. The Guardian was clearly up to something, but what exactly was yet to be determined. The dead became wild, their behavior became unpredictable. Their eyes shone like lights, and their sinister smiles resembled lunar crescents. They swarmed the area, trying to trap the heroes. But Perry wasn't going to give up that easily. Goldie realized that they had been spotted. They had to run quickly. Otherwise, they would become victims of the zombies controlled by the Guardian. These creatures were real monsters, much more terrifying than the usual strays, perfect for the role of nightmares in a horror movie. Perry grabbed Goldie's hand and they ran without stopping. The creatures were hot on their heels, and meeting the Keeper at night was too dangerous. The moon flooded the dark alleys with its light, illuminating the most terrible creatures that you would never meet during the day. It turned out that there were still survivors in the city. One of them was sitting on the roof of a house, not a swordsman or an infantryman, but a sniper, who turned out to be more useful support. But whether he was an enemy or an ally, whether he would help or submit to the Keeper, no one knew yet. One thing was clear: the sniper was the enemy of the dead. His precise shots took off the heads of zombies, and they did not even suspect that they had become prey. The dead saw their brothers fall with bullets through their skulls, but they could not understand what was happening. The sniper cleared the area alone. His skills were at a high level, and even the custodian could not figure out who was hiding behind the mask, let alone where the shots were coming from. The sniper was connected to local groups of survivors, evolved ones, but his calls into the radio were answered only by hissing. The thought that the groups had been destroyed crept into his mind, because no one responded to the calls for a long time. The sniper was distracted by something. Another team of survivors had disappeared, and there was real chaos all around. He noticed Perry with Goldie and was amazed. A child on the battlefield? What recklessness. Perry managed to find temporary shelter, but the keeper appeared at the most inopportune moment. It turned out that he can control not only the dead, people are also under his influence. Perry realized that this was the work of the keeper, but this realization did not help. He was about to pass out. Goldie noticed that something was wrong with him and was worried. Everything happened too suddenly and too quickly. Goldie tried to wake Perry up, shaking him and screaming his name. She was in a panic, not understanding what was happening. Perry was silent, unable to even utter a word. And the enemies were probably already on his heels, and their position was becoming more and more dangerous. She decided to look around the area. The enemies were about to surround them, and there was almost no chance of survival in such a situation. But the zombies were not the main threat. Among the dead stood a monster, clearly a guardian, ready to attack with his army. Goldie noticed him too. He towered over everyone like an ominous shadow. She realized that it was he who was influencing Perry. A little more, and they would be surrounded, closed in a vice. Goldie understood that she had to act, otherwise death was inevitable. The zombies were getting closer and closer, and there was no help to wait for. Perry was still unconscious, and the only hope was the baby's strength. She knew her limitations. Defeating so many enemies was an impossible task. All that was left was to wait for Perry to come to his senses. The zombies were frighteningly strong, and the familiar monster without an arm appeared again. As expected, the Guardian was nearby, along with the most powerful creatures. But you can't rely on fate. Goldie knew. You have to take fate into your own hands. She boldly rushed into battle towards the enemies. Goldie was incredibly strong, easily destroying every monster in her path. None of them could stop her. There was only one enemy left. All his pawns fell in the blink of an eye, unable to withstand the power of a little girl. They turned out to be weaklings. The monster was stunned by her speed. It didn't have time to react, as if Goldie was lightning. The baby turned out to be not only strong, but also fast. Not a single mutant, even under the control of the Keeper, could keep up with her. She was already preparing to strike while the monster didn't even realize she was right under his nose. Her potential was astonishingly great, but there was something wrong with the monster. He already understood who was in front of him, and realized that the little girl was trying to dismember him. Goldie quickly realized that the enemy was under control, and a stealth attack was no longer possible. Suddenly, the Guardian himself appeared before her. He was like a shadow, intangible and frightening. How to fight a creature that cannot be hurt? Goldie realized the hopelessness of the situation. The attack was useless against the intangible creature. The monster wasn't weak. With one movement, he could throw the girl away, sending her on a long flight, as if on her last journey. The attack failed, but Goldie was able to protect Perry from the horde of enemies. She would have dealt with the monster if the Guardian hadn't intervened. Goldie turned out to be a true hero. She sacrificed herself for the person she cared about. She was taught to protect only herself. But she learned a more important lesson. The strong always protect their loved ones. She was incredible. An ordinary child who got into a fight with monsters but fought them on equal terms. Perry couldn't even stand up. His legs wouldn't obey him. The Guardian was suppressing him with his abilities, controlling people with terrifying force. The situation was becoming critical. Goldie was in danger, and Perry didn't know what was going on around him, especially with the Guardian nearby. He tried to use his soul-trapping ability to escape from this nightmare, but nothing worked. A red cross shone above his body. The enemy's strength had surpassed his own, as if he had once again encountered that Guardian from the pyramid. The Guardian's energy had crucified Perry on that cross, but he hadn't broken. His spirit was still strong, and he knew he could get up if he used the soul trap. Energy covered him from head to toe, and the Guardian was already very close. But Perry was preparing to rise. Despite the pain, Goldie called out to him desperately, begging him to get up, but he remained silent, as if consumed by an internal struggle. And so finally Perry rose up. Steve had raised him to be a true warrior, and he was able to overcome an enemy that surpassed him in its dark influence. His gaze was cold and empty, but this time he was not going to back down. Perry outdid himself. The monster lost its head and went to the world of the dead. Finally, the monster is dead. The lifeless corpse once controlled by the Keeper has fallen at the hands of Perry. Goldie was hurt, and it made Perry worried about her. His heart was beating so hard it felt like his blood was boiling. Her condition was bad. She was barely holding on because the dead man had inflicted serious wounds while Perry was under the control of the Keeper. Despite everything she had done, Goldie apologized to Perry for not being able to protect him from the monster. Perry reassured her that he didn't need saving, but admitted that he couldn't have dealt with the influence without her. They were chatting pleasantly, relaxed, unaware of the danger. But behind their backs, the silhouettes of zombies appeared, already close, ready to turn them into prey, and suddenly everything changed. The monsters lost their heads before they could attack. Someone saved them. But who is this mysterious savior who sent two monsters to the next world with one shot? Perry realized that he was on the verge of death, but at the last moment he was saved by an evolved sniper who managed to eliminate two zombies with one bullet. Incredibly, their savior turned out to be the same mysterious sniper who was a local resident and accidentally ended up under the dome with the team. Perry didn't expect to meet a well-wisher here, but he trusted the sniper. He saved their lives without asking for anything in return. Suddenly, the sniper ordered to follow him. The local could be trusted because he knew the city like the back of his hand. But the sniper remained a mystery. What were his motives? Why didn't he kill them, as the other bastards from the first zone did? They moved in silence, but Perry couldn't get the thought out of his head that each survivor was fighting for himself, not for others. The sniper showed no hostility, but his silence made the situation tense, as if he were thinking about some plan. Every step was difficult for Perry after the Keeper's control. He was greatly weakened. The Wanderer's headquarters turned out to be quite unusual. Instead of a high-rise building, he chose a kindergarten. Perry was stunned by the choice. How could a serious warrior choose a kindergarten for a refuge? It seemed absurd. Before entering, Perry weighed the risks. Small zombies could be more dangerous than adults, and the daycare could hide significant threats. But the sniper doesn't care. For him, the kindergarten is home. He enters without knocking, inviting anyone who wants to. The young man is surprised by such hospitality. In this abandoned place, he did not expect to find a person willing to offer shelter. There were no signs of danger, no corpses, no smell of blood, only children's drawings on the walls, like in a regular kindergarten. Suddenly they descend into the basement. Perry is wary but trusts this place. There is no sense of danger, and the blood is outside the city. They arrived at the basement, and it was devoid of any threat. No enemies, traps, or monsters. It suddenly turns out that the Wanderer is the caretaker of the surviving children. Their smiles show that he does not hold them hostage, but cares for them as his own family. The defenders are not afraid of strangers and immediately ask the teacher who these people are and why they are here. Goldie was very afraid of children and hid behind Perry's back. The Wanderer treats children with warmth, protects them from external threats. His actions are truly heroic. He works for these children, without expecting any benefit, and raises new heroes. Children trust the teacher, and he fulfills his sacred duty as a parent even in the conditions of the apocalypse. Now the Wanderer reveals his kind heart. Such people inspire trust at first sight and work miracles with their actions. But something is wrong here. The serious sniper has started speaking in a woman's voice, and his locks are shining pink. Is our Wanderer really the sweet teacher? Yes, it's true. The Wanderer is a charming girl named Lillian, a teacher and a caring mother to these children. Her maternal instinct did not allow her to leave the children and became the best mother in the world. Perry remembered that he had previously known Lillian as one of the strongest evolved. The hero introduced himself impressed. Lillian is not only strong and beautiful, but also knows her purpose and copes well with the role of educator of a large family. Goldie continues to hide behind Perry's back, not trusting the locals. Perry warns Lillian that she can't trust them completely yet. Lillian took this with understanding. She believes that caution is not a vice. The place used to be a warehouse, but now Lillian has made it all better. The children have a roof over their heads and a great teacher. At first the warehouse helped them survive, but over time life became better. Now a new threat has appeared, interfering with their peaceful life. Perry wondered where one of the children on the bunk had come from. This baby was found by Lillian on the streets, just like Perry found Goldie. Lillian went to great lengths to earn the children's trust. She went out not only to fight monsters, but also to get powdered milk for the baby. Many children lost their parents, and Lillian became their second mother, caring for them, feeding them, giving them water, and providing protection. Lillian even shows kindness to Goldie despite her fear. She takes care of her wounds to make sure Goldie is not too hurt. The fear in Goldie's eyes is gone. She is no longer afraid. Lillian changed Goldie's clothes and treated her wounds. Now she believes that the world is full of good people, and especially this protective girl. Lillian could see that Goldie was tired, and her smile was as genuine as the sunlight on her cheeks. After some time, Goldie is fast asleep hugging her teddy bear, and no one bothers her. Lillian put a lot of effort into being a great mother to these children, surrounding them with her endless love. She suddenly decided to find out if Perry was evolved. It was obvious. He easily escaped the Keeper's influence and defeated his strongest pawn. Lillian was glad of this. 4 hands are better than 2, and it would be easier to work together. Her help was not accidental. Perry wondered if Lillian had any connections to other survivors in the city, and if they could be contacted. Incredibly, there are already 5 evolved ones in this city, including her. However, 2 groups of survivors suffered heavy losses, and the rest have not been in contact for a long time. Perry realized that the Guardian had played a large role in these losses, as the enemy had become unexpectedly strong. Lillian reported that the evolution crystals are in the hands of the Keeper, and he must be defeated. Perry realized that the enemy would be dangerous, and that defeating him was necessary to remove the dome and gain his abilities. But his thoughts were interrupted by Lillian's scream, which echoed throughout the kindergarten. Shocking news! Goldie appears to have contracted the virus. Her face turned red and glowed with a bloody flame. Could a small wound have become infected? We need to act quickly, otherwise it may be too late. Perry determined that the infection was not too serious. The virus entered through the wound, and Goldie would not become a zombie. Lillian calmed down. There was a chance to help the girl, and they would do everything possible. The hero touched his stepdaughter's forehead. She clearly had a fever. She was feverish, and he urgently needed fever reducers and antibiotics. Lillian didn't have the medicine she needed, but she knew the hospital had it. The place was full of dangers and monsters, though. Perry remembered that terrible hospital, full of monsters and possible guardians. The hero warns the guests that a terrible creature is hiding in the hospital, and it is better not to go there. But Perry was determined. Once he had made his decision, no obstacles would stop him. No monster could hold them back. Lillian must understand who is in front of her, a real force that will take everything from the world, and medicine is a trifle for her. The sniper was amazed. She had never seen such fearlessness in ordinary people, but she's not going to stay away. She knows this city like the back of her hand, and here it is, the very hospital that immediately attracted the attention of the heroes. For an ordinary person, this hospital is a real nightmare, overrun with zombies. But our hero has never been ordinary and has never known fear. Lillian said that a dozen armed men entered the hospital, but no one came out alive. The zombies only multiplied. So we need to retreat. Perry paid no attention to such trifles and saw no obstacles. His determination guaranteed their victory. Without antibiotics, Goldie will only get worse. There is no time to waste, no matter the danger, when a child is dying in your arms. The sniper was shocked by Perry's determination. He was too stubborn to let his partner die. Lillian tried to stop him, but he was no longer able to hear and was unstoppable. Perry stood at the entrance to the hospital, his shadow looming over the dead guarding the hospital. It attracted the attention of enemies like a red flag to a bull. The hero didn't come for the dead, but for medicine for his partner. If anyone tries to interfere, he won't hesitate to behead everyone. Perry was oblivious to the danger, and the monsters fell instantly, so Lillian's worries were for naught. The teacher was shocked. Even if Perry had evolved, killing everyone in an instant was something new for her. They entered the hospital, and Perry immediately began looking for the medications Lillian had mentioned. Lillian offered to carry him out, but she and Goldie would need the protection he would provide. Lillian headed to the second floor where the drugs were stored. Perry examined the room to identify any dangers or traces of the monster. Perry noticed a gun that probably belonged to the group of survivors. It was odd that it fell from the 5th floor, since the medicine was on the 2nd. The tracks could lead to the monster guarding the hospital that Lillian mentioned. On the 2nd floor there were also traces of survivors who had climbed higher. The heroes also stood up. It was quiet so far, and not a single deadly monster had been discovered. The medicine was almost in hand. There were only corpses lying around, and the absence of zombies did not bode well. There could be an even greater danger ahead. Lillian didn't let us down. All the necessary medications were on the shelves on the 2nd floor. Lillian asked Goldie to be patient for a little while, so that they could continue the fight against the Keeper. Goldie felt terrible. Her condition was getting worse, and it was difficult to speak. Suddenly, a strange light appeared above them, and the crack in the ceiling began to widen. The heroine noticed this and became wary. The mysterious light did not bode well. Perry instinctively aimed at the gap, preparing for anything. There was a sense of mysticism in the air. Red cutouts in the walls, corpses everywhere. Horror began to appear before the hero's eyes. Something was looking through the wall. Some creature was watching from the floor above. Lillian quickly reacted to the sight before her, wondering if it was a guardian or something even more terrible. Perry heard the shot and wondered what was going on. Lillian explained that they were being tracked by a creature and it shot her in the eye. A monster broke through the ceiling and burst into their room. It was the same dead man Lillian had spoken of. The creature was terrifying. Its body was covered in tentacles, and in the center was a giant head. How to fight it? This monster was taller than anything Perry had ever encountered, and it was no wonder that the survivors feared it and avoided the hospital. Lillian felt the full danger of this creature. It was unimaginable even for the bravest. The creature had eyes on all of its tentacles and could create sharp tips, making it even more dangerous. But our sniper was ready. He would not let Goldie get hurt. Not a hair must fall in this fight. Lillian has filled the creature's tentacles with lead, but she clearly needs backup to deal with the monster. Despite her efforts, the tentacles managed to break through the barrage of attacks, which foreshadowed trouble. The situation was getting worse. Lillian dodged the attack, but the tentacle headed towards Goldie, threatening her life. Perry didn't hesitate and chopped off one of the nasty tentacles. He ordered Lillian to collect medicine and protect Goldie, and he took on the monster, promising victory. The monster was not going to sit idle and attacked relentlessly, seeking to destroy those who dared to invade its lair. Perry, in turn, stepped up his efforts to deal with the creature effectively. Perry easily cuts through the tentacles, but if there are hundreds or thousands of them, he will have to fight even longer. The monster is in pain and realizes that it no longer dominates its lair. It has never encountered such an enemy. Everyone who tried to cut off the tentacles died, but Perry is capable of more. Perry decided to distract the monster from Lillian and Goldie in order to protect them from the dangerous mutant. The monster followed Perry and went up a floor, explaining why the survivors were going up to the upper floors. Lillian wished Perry luck, hoping he would return victorious. While she continued to search for a cure, Goldie grew increasingly ill. Lillian continued to search for medicine, but she had to hurry. Goldie's condition was getting worse, and the Keeper could notice them. Meanwhile, Perry took the monster to the highest floors so that it could not attack Lillian and Goldie. He climbed higher and higher, leading the monster along with him through each floor. Perry knew that to win, he had to strike at the monster's brain, but the location of the head remained unknown. The monster wasted no time and attacked Perry, who deftly dodged the blows. Perry maneuvered between the tentacles. None of them could reach him. In battle, he fluttered like a butterfly and stung like a bee. Perry decided to attack the obvious place, the monster's head, but this only made the monster even more angry. A monster wouldn't be so stupid as to hide its brain in the most visible place. That's why the blow to the head didn't work. The monster became even more aggressive and determined. Perry knew the brain couldn't be in an obvious place, but where was it? If the monster's brain is inside the body, and it defends itself with tentacles, then the brain is most likely outside the main organism. The monster continued to attack without mercy. Perry has solved the mystery. The monster's body is a puppet controlled by an external brain. Now he needs to find that brain. Meanwhile, Goldie grew increasingly worse, and Lillian continued to search for medications that seemed to have disappeared. Lillian has finally found the necessary drugs. All that's left is to give them to Goldie and she will be saved. There's one last drug left and everything will be fine. Lillian really showed her skill. Suddenly, the earth began to shake. The hospital seemed to hide even more horrors. An earthquake began, and everything around became inexplicable. The situation worsened, and Lillian continued to search for a cure. All that was missing was a keeper with a crowd of zombies to complete the picture. But suddenly Goldie opened her eyes. Was she feeling better? She would soon recover and be able to fight the dead again. Goldie is back on her feet. Even the deadly virus can't stop her. Now the scary monsters have to be careful. The sniper was glad that the girl woke up, believing that everything would be fine. But the sparkle in Goldie's eyes had gone. They were empty, and her face was covered in shadow. Lillian realized that Goldie was not on her own, but under someone's control. Is this who I think it is? Not him! The guardian showed up at the most inopportune moment. What does he want from the child? Lillian couldn't figure out what she was dealing with. It wasn't a zombie, but someone's shadow, she assumed. Goldie was easily succumbed to the monster, but why didn't it take over Lillian's mind? That would have hastened their demise. Lillian tried to shoot the monster, but it dissipated into thin air. True, it was the shadow of the Guardian, not his physical body. The sniper couldn't believe that she would have to fight a shadow to save a girl. I had to grab Goldie and run away before the shadow took her away. Lillian tried to wake Goldie, but the keeper didn't give her a chance. The situation was critical. The teacher was shocked by the strength of the girl, who resisted as if she had grown roots into the ground. The Guardian's shadow haunted him, and he was determined to get Goldie at any cost. Lillian couldn't imagine how dangerous this enemy was, and what powers were hidden in his body. It was unclear how long he would be able to remain in his shell. The boss once again demonstrated his new talent. Even as a shadow entity, he could still cause significant damage. Lillian felt herself being carried away by strange musical sounds, her eyes becoming more and more cloudy, and the shadow disappearing. Fortune had turned on them. The keeper had failed to take Goldie and had left her behind. Lillian could breathe a sigh of relief. Goldie has lost her energy and is close to unconscious. She urgently needs help, as her condition has worsened after the Guardian's attack. The sniper was glad that the shadow was gone, but she couldn't relax. The responsibility for the child's life still lay on her shoulders. The girl was ill, and it was necessary to urgently find medicine, protecting her from external threats, including the possible return of the keeper. However, the keeper was not the only problem. The boss brought new guests, the dead, who under his control are now preparing to attack the girls. The dead are already here and ready to attack. Now the girls will have to fight not only with the keeper, but also with these creatures. Lillian anxiously awaited Perry's return. She couldn't handle the monster alone, and the girl needed treatment. Perry has brought the monster to the roof, where the main battle will take place. He will not allow the enemy to escape. The monster was annoyed. The enemy before him was too strong. So much pain, and the enemy was still alive. He had never encountered anything like this before. Perry stood confidently. His moves had been honed by training with old Steve, and now he was going to show off all his skills. Suddenly, Perry heard the sound of a gunshot from Lillian at such a distance. He knew they were in danger and needed to hurry. He had already spent a third of his energy and needed to deal with the monster quickly to save his strength for the keeper. Perry was determined and was going to act quickly. He knew that the brain was hidden among the tentacles, so he decided to cut them all off. Victory was guaranteed, as he was confident that cutting the tentacles would solve the problem. It was no problem for him to cut the monster into pieces, and he demonstrated it brilliantly. The monster did not expect to meet such a madman who would dare to enter the lair and destroy it. The monster was on the verge of despair. The tentacles were becoming fewer and fewer, and its strength was waning. There was one last tentacle left, which Perry cut off. Victory was achieved, and the hero deservedly won it. The monster fell, and now it was possible to go to the girls and help them. But something was wrong. Perry didn't check the monster's death and left without finding the brain. He needed to go to Lillian, who was waiting for his help. The battle was over, but the hero couldn't just leave without making sure the monster was dead. Horror! The main body was still alive, and now it was attacking Perry with its tentacles. Perry didn't expect this attack and didn't know what to do. Would this be his defeat? This zombie turned out to be truly unusual, but his puppet was even more dangerous. Suddenly, the zombie missed. Something was wrong. Perry did not expect such an attack. Incredibly, our hero outdid himself. He waited for this moment for a long time, and now the zombie has appeared. The zombie didn't know Perry. He would never turn his back on the puppet. The story of this monster would end right now. It would have been better if the zombie had not come out, but greed destroyed him. Now he cannot escape. This was the end for the creature. There would be no salvation, there were no more puppets, and it was time to go to the next world. Perry's aura is amazing. He is capable of anything, and his word does not waver. The monster fell from its own greed, and the nightmare story ended with the victory of good. Greed destroyed both the sucker and this monster. Now our hero can proudly leave the battlefield. Victory is won, and Perry can lift his cup and walk away in modesty. Perry recognized the enemy that had puzzled him for a long time while he was in the puppet's body. The monster's only flaw was his greed. Perry took advantage of this and won. Defeating such a strong enemy brought significant boosts. Stamina and physical abilities increased significantly. Now you can visit Lillian and Goldie. The dangerous enemies have been defeated. Only the weak ones remain. However, there is a shortage of ammo. There are more zombies, and even if each bullet kills 2 zombies, there may not be enough shells. Meanwhile, the zombies are getting closer and closer. Their numbers are growing. Each zombie took one bullet. She kept them all in her sights, ready to shoot. With 33 dead men and 16 bullets, that should be enough to hit everyone in the head. The zombies were terrifying, and with every step they took, they came closer, threatening the girls. Only she could decide who would go to hell. Her finger on the trigger could decide the fate of the dead with one movement. She was a master of her craft, an evolved marksman capable of dispatching hundreds of monsters. Here's the first shot. Under a barrage of fire, the zombies will fall before reaching their victims. 3 zombies lost their heads at once, which looked promising. If they lined up in a row, it would be a real joy. The walking corpses stopped moving, and one after another they fell to the floor like weights on a scale. But the situation was not ideal. There were still many enemies, and only one bullet remained. What to do? At the most opportune moment, our hero appears, ready to triumphantly defeat the terrible creature. Lillian was very glad to see him, as they were on the verge of death. With Perry's arrival, Lillian nervously stalked every corner, expecting the giant creature, the strongest in the hospital, to appear. The hero reassures Lillian that the monster is already dead. The sniper was amazed. Her eagle eyes could not believe such a power that could defeat the monster. Who was this wanderer? And what was his true power? There was no time for talk, however. The enemy was advancing, and Perry ordered that the ammunition be saved. He would handle the crowd himself. After awakening the crystal, he received an incredible ability that could destroy all enemies once and for all. The new talent was striking in its power. Monsters that could kill for hours died in an instant. However, Perry's ability had its pitfalls. After using it, he lost all of his accumulated energy and was greatly weakened until he recovered. Such skills required a significant expenditure of energy and were ineffective against regular zombies. The heroine found it strange that it was so quiet outside the hospital, as if all the monsters had died or the enemy was hiding. Perry wondered if Lillian had found the cure. She had, but in the process of searching, the keeper almost took Goldie away, but Lillian stopped him. Perry thanked Lillian, which made her feel embarrassed. Now Perry has a new fan who reacts vividly to everything he says. However, Lillian could not do otherwise with the child. The shadow lured Goldie with its ability, and even Lillian could not stop it. When the undead appeared, the shadow disappeared and Goldie returned. Perry was surprised that the zombies were able to make the shadow disappear. Perry considered Lillian's words. The Guardian couldn't control both humans and zombies at the same time. That meant they would soon be able to identify the boss's weaknesses. This information can be used against the Keeper. It is necessary to find out who is hiding behind the mask of shadow, expose weaknesses, and deliver a decisive blow. Night has come. The heroes have returned to the shelter. Tomorrow they will begin to plan a victory over the Keeper, who turned out to be a difficult opponent, since in the past life they failed to liberate the zone, which became a global problem. The children were safe, and Lillian was glad to be back safe. Perry cleared out the hospital and got medicine for Goldie. The hero agreed with Lillian and gave the drugs to the princess to make her feel better. The situation was improving. The fever was subsiding. Goldie had almost recovered and was ready to fight the Keeper and the enemies. Perry noticed that Lillian was not getting enough sleep due to caring for the children. He took it upon himself to protect the shelter from zombies, so that she could rest. The challenges of care were obvious: lack of sleep, pale appearance, dark circles under the eyes. Lillian was grateful to Perry for his help. Now she could sleep peacefully and enjoy sweet dreams. Time passed, and a strange roar woke up Sniper Perry. He did not close his eyes, and when morning came, nothing bad happened. But the noise outside alarmed Lillian. Perry put his finger to his lips, warning that there were a lot of zombies outside, and advised Lillian to keep quiet so as not to put everyone in danger. Lillian checked the kindergarten's cameras and saw that the enemies had overrun their hideout. She found it strange that the dead had gathered in one place early in the morning, as if they knew their victims were nearby. Perry explained that the Keeper knew their location and sent monsters to find the heroes themselves. But Perry's team was not the target of the search, so they had to stay quiet. Otherwise, the Keeper could come running at any moment. Lillian realized how difficult the situation was. It had become difficult to survive in this zone, and the Guardian was too unpredictable. The children were still asleep, and any noise could attract enemies, who are always on the alert to hear the victim. Suddenly, the sun, not understanding, exposed everyone with his scream. The sniper turned pale with horror. The situation had worsened. The baby had woken up, and the monsters would definitely hear the scream. Something had to be done urgently. As expected, the dead reacted to the noise. Their bloody gazes turned toward the garden, and danger was very close. The situation became critical. The zombies, as if unleashed, rushed towards the shelter. Previously, they could not even imagine that the victims were right under their noses. The Guardian managed to track down Perry, who was of particular interest to the boss of the zone. Lillian didn't know what to do, and Perry knew that if the Keeper noticed him, the number of monsters would increase exponentially. They were in a hopeless situation. Suddenly, they hear a voice behind them. Goldie, not even having time to stand up properly, is already rushing into battle to distract the Keeper who tried to kidnap her that night. Goldie's logic was astounding. If Perry couldn't do anything, she was ready to sacrifice herself. But our hero would never let her do that. Lillian thought the girl was delirious, trying to fight dozens of monsters when she could barely stand up. She thought Goldie was okay after all. Perry won't let the girl be a hero in this state. Let her sit and recover in a soft bed, wrapped in a blanket. Perry, as always, draws his blade and promises that his opponents will not even have time to see their death, let alone look him in the eye. He is a deadly weapon in his own right, tempered by hundreds of training sessions with the best trainer Steve, who gave Perry a gigantic opportunity. An electric current ran through the veins of the dead. The monsters felt the lightning strike, and each head was cut off by Perry's hands. Heads fell to the floor, becoming trophies. The zombies dared to enter the territory of the most dangerous predator, whose strength surpasses all. Zombies feared only two things: death and Perry. Our hero was the personification of both, and his enemies had no choice but to bow their heads before his scythe. Death is almost unnoticeable. Everyone dies, and the Keeper does not realize that anyone was here. Goldie acted like a big sister, encouraging the little ones and assuring them that Perry could handle these weaklings. She was sure they wouldn't even notice him. Perry appeared too quickly. Before anyone could come to their senses, every zombie was gone. Lillian was again amazed at Perry's speed. It would have taken a long time to put down that many corpses, but he did it in seconds. She realized that he was too strong and unattainable. It was impossible to catch up with him, and he would never be able to sink to their level. The girls decided to hide the traces of the murders so that the Keeper would not find their shelter. Meanwhile, the new partner was amazed by Perry's power and could not believe its scale. Goldie confidently stated that Perry is the most special person in this world, although Sister Lillian is not far behind. The sniper was pleased with such a compliment, but Goldie, despite her impudence, remained human and not without humor. Lillian gave in to the provocation. In the hospital, she was on the verge of death due to a lack of ammunition, but she still managed. Goldie continued to demand praise, and even Perry found himself on her radar. She was a master of provocation, and Perry saw her potential. Perry was deep in thought, uninterested in superficial things. He was worried that the zone had been overrun by the dead in his past life, and he didn't know what to expect now. Lillian wondered why her partner was so thoughtful. She was wary that something was wrong with him. Perry and Goldie had enhanced their blood crystals, but the townspeople were in danger and could die within weeks. This had to be prevented. They decided to contact the remaining survivors in the city. Lillian took on this task, but so far all attempts have been unsuccessful. Many attempts to contact groups of survivors were unsuccessful. Only hissing was heard on the radio. After half an hour without a response, Perry realized that every delay was reducing their chances of winning. The sun was setting. The 26th day after the apocalypse was drawing to a close, and the second zone of evolution was nearing completion. Lillian was worried about the Guardian's powers, why he was trying to kidnap a little girl instead of taking over her mind. Perry suggested not to worry. The Guardian is a myth and legend. Once you find out who he really is, victory will be guaranteed. Even an ordinary person can defeat him. They needed to go down to the basement to the children and Princess Goldie to discuss a plan of action. The surrounding silence was strange, especially as the zombie and Keeper activity decreased towards night. Perry noticed this. For the second day in a row, the dead disappear at night, and the Keeper becomes less active. Everything indicates that the Keeper weakens after sunset, and the zone greatly influences daylight. Additionally, the zone boss could put enemies to sleep, making them sleep deeply, and it would be difficult to get out of this sleep if they got hit. But with Goldie it was different. She was controlled and tried to be taken away. Lillian, although a good target, was left alone, and the child was the target. Perry felt there might be a connection between these events, but he couldn't figure out what it was, given his differences with Goldie. The princess suggested that the age difference might be important, but her actions still remain a mystery. The guardian is acting unpredictably and nasty. Goldie saw him with children, and now the guardian has sent a zombie to guard the kindergarten. This information reveals many details. Lillian was afraid for her babies as the guardian may start hunting them. The boss's entire power was hidden in the crystal's abilities, and Perry guessed the only reason for his actions. If you compare the Crystal Keeper to the Sphinx that guarded the pyramid, then this monster kidnaps children and he is really scary. With such data, the scope of the survey expands. But there are many beliefs about monsters that kidnap children, and additional evidence is needed. Lillian mentioned that the monster was a man who played sleep-inducing music. The evidence is mounting. Goldie recognized the enemy's instrument, the flute, which he played masterfully. All the clues point to one thing: a mysterious river in the city, kidnappings of children, a man, and a flute. Everything points to a mythical monster. Their enemy turned out to be a certain rat catcher. But who he is and what his strength is still unknown. The girls don't understand who their friend is talking about, since none of them have heard of such a thing before. One day, a huge swarm of rats appeared in a German city, which became a big problem for the city. A strange man in an unusual outfit with a flute came to the rescue. The residents asked him to get rid of the rats, and he agreed for a reward, which satisfied the townspeople. The wanderer in the ridiculous outfit fulfilled his promise. He played the flute, and all the rats followed him into the river where they drowned. But the city council refused to pay. The piper sighed in disappointment and left. Soon the flute music began again, but now children followed him, and only one lame child could not catch up with the others. The council paid for its greed. Our hero noted that rats should have gotten into the river, but instead children went there. Everything worked out. Rats replaced zombies, and the rat catcher went hunting at night when the adults were sleeping. The good news is that the Pied Piper only kidnaps children at night, meaning he is not strong enough to fight adults, and the guardian may be vulnerable as well. Lillian realized that the real threat was the zombies guarding the Pied Piper during the day. At night, the Pied Piper hides, and his shadow roams the city. Goldie herself suggested luring the rat catcher into a trap because he would definitely appear at night. Lillian was categorically against it. Her maternal instinct spoke up, and she could not allow the child to go into certain danger. Even Perry couldn't let his princess risk herself, knowing that the monster might strike again. The situation was desperate. No one knew what to do, and it seemed like all reasonable solutions had simply disappeared. Everyone understood that if they followed Goldie, they would fall into the monster's trap, and there was no time left to think. Perry told Lillian not to despair, because a meeting with the keeper was inevitable, and they just needed to be prepared. If a monster appears, they can lure it into traps and destroy it without hesitation. At the same time, another group of survivors, from whom our heroes were waiting for an answer, remained silent. This group was led by the imposing Max, the leader of the city's largest survivors. Max's subordinates followed his orders to the letter, trying to find as much equipment and supplies as possible. Suddenly a message came. Lillian had contacted them and warned them about an important meeting. She was about to arrive. It turned out they'd been fighting off zombies all day and were almost out of ammo. And Lillian, alone, what could she do to help? When our heroes arrived, no one expected to see Lillian with a sniper and another unexpected guest. Max was surprised that Lillian had found herself a partner, and together they no longer seemed so useless. Perry came with good intentions, to offer help in destroying the Keeper and liberating the zone. But Max didn't believe in such nonsense. 2 against the Keeper? He considered himself the strongest because he had evolved, but he was very wrong. He even laughed at Lillian, thinking that her shot was not enough to deal with an enemy of this level, unlike ordinary zombies. However, our heroes did not come empty-handed. They have important information, and whether to believe it or not depends on Max and his people. The hero of the future sees only one way: cooperation. Together they will definitely win, because they have already collected all the necessary parts of the plan. But Max is no fool. He won't take the word of a stranger he's only known for 5 minutes. Who does he think he is? He thinks. Indeed, this all looks like a clever scheme with pitfalls. There are more of them, and they may simply be a distraction. But the young man will not let his comrade be offended. His powerful aura will make everyone shut up and think. They did not expect such strength. In front of them stood an unusual person, although to call him super strong would be an exaggeration. Even Max felt this crushing fear. Who is he? Thoughts whirled through the head of the evolved one. Perry only wants one thing from his new allies: for them to deal with the dead and he will take care of the keeper himself. Outside the shelter, Max's voices could be heard, unable to believe that Perry was capable of defeating the monster on his own. But Perry isn't going to mince words. He's going to show his strength in action, so Max and his group will understand that they should join the plan. Max won't refuse such an offer but warns Perry. His enemy is not a weakling, let him get ready. The student decided to show off, hinting to Max that it would be better for them to attack together rather than alone. Max couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guest. Was he immortal or just a madman looking for death? Something was clearly wrong with him. Perry, on the other hand, was confident, showing his superiority. He is the unknown but the strongest warrior of humanity. These people have survived until now for a reason. That means they are worth something, and you can fight side by side with them. The gang is not going to tolerate such impudence. They understand that this stranger knows no boundaries and has no idea who he has come to see. Max decides to attack first. He throws himself down with a massive axe, but Perry doesn't even move. Something is wrong here. Lillian is worried about her partner, because Max is not a weakling, and now he hits with full force. However, to everyone's surprise, Perry is not even affected by these blows. He instantly catches the blade of the axe in flight, stopping it. Max is in shock. The axe is frozen in the air, unable to move. The hero held it too tightly. Shaven flies into the air, his previous confidence gone. His triumph has collapsed in an instant. Perry has no problem showing off his strength. It's just a game to him. He's not used to worrying about such trifles. Baldy is still flying and Perry is already planning new strikes. He won't get a chance to refuse to cooperate. The finishing blow is inevitable. Max, like everyone else, made a mistake by standing in Perry's way. The leader is defeated, only his small assistants remain. But they are not a problem for our hero. The guys didn't expect this outcome. Their boss had fallen shamefully, and now they were next in line. Perry moves towards them like a mirage. Before they can even comprehend what's happening, the blade is already at their throat. In an instant, Perry was already behind the enemies before they even had time to blink. It was a shock to them. In seconds, the strongest group of the city was destroyed. This is how the most powerful warrior of humanity acts. Perry's speed and strength exceeded their wildest dreams. They were still far from that kind of power. Max felt terrible. His strength was leaving him, even though they didn't even use weapons against him. He realized that Perry was not lying. This guy really could defeat the vile keeper, and his words could be trusted. Perry made it clear that his boys would survive. He attacked unarmed, and they would wake up soon. The hero hoped that the bald man had finally realized that they should seriously consider his plan. Eventually, they understood each other, shook hands, and were ready to put the plan into action. Britti suggested discussing the details of the plan. They needed to clearly understand their strengths and risks. Yesterday's events showed that the keeper will not wait. If they do nothing, they will not escape death. Max's task is to hold off 100 zombies and protect the girl. Max was surprised by the number of zombies, and especially by the protection of some girl, which made him suspicious. He was worried about his people, because common sense told him that the radicals from the first zone always thought only about themselves. Perry was pleasantly surprised that Max had thought so seriously before sending his comrades to certain death. The hero understood the cruel reality. For every man there would be 24 dead people, and how to fight without losses was a mystery. Max was not naive either. His common sense told him that losses were inevitable, and there could be even more enemies. But sitting in shelters and waiting to die is not an option either. They just need to hold off the dead. The other groups weren't responding, which meant they were already dead. They could be next, so it was time to take the keeper and smash him into the ground. Max finally made up his mind. The allied groups were missing, and they could become food if they continued to hide. They were lucky to be alive in this area. Max knows how to raise morale. New comrades are always welcome, and such strong ones are even more so. It's all decided. The negotiations weren't without fights, but they ended in success. Now they're comrades, and Perry has suddenly become their leader. But Perry doesn't like his new nickname. He hates being called by anything other than his name, and now he's called both boss and swordsman. Max is a real prankster. At first he was serious, but now he talks to Perry like a friend, and Perry became the leader because he beat everyone here single-handedly. Perry wasn't happy with the nicknames, but Baldy only provoked him by coming up with new ones for his boss. Even Lillian couldn't help but think that with such strong people, Perry could become the leader of the entire city. They began to bow to the sniper, showing a devotion that seemed strange to ordinary survivors. Max got it all wrong. He thought there was something more between Perry and Lillian, and that she had the same privileges as the boss himself. Lillian was not at all pleased with Max's guesses, blushed, and could not say a word from embarrassment. Their cries could be heard outside the shelter. Max continued to tease them, trying to match them up. Perry didn't understand anything, and Baldy was praising Lillian, pointing out both her strengths and weaknesses. Sometime later, they returned to the kindergarten. Max suddenly became curious about who this girl they were protecting was to Perry. Lillian explained that Goldie was like Perry's sister to the entire group, and that was why she was left alone. She added that Perry had already gone to meet the Guardian, and Shaven remained to protect Goldie from the dead and hold them back. The sniper was worried that the girl would be uncomfortable without her best partner, but Goldie replied that the main thing was trust, and there was nothing to worry about. Everyone gathered, preparing for the mission. It was important to make it before dawn. With the bait and defenses ready, they are ready to face this dark night and win. So far, everything was calm, as expected from the Guardian. There were no signs of danger, but this was only a temporary lull. They settled on the western side of the zone, deciding it was the perfect spot. Lillian began looking for a vantage point. Goldie asked not to follow her. She was sure she could handle it herself. Max was afraid for the girl, because there were zombies around, but Goldie was determined, and her confidence left no room for fear. Suddenly there was pressure from the Guardian. He was already close, and the plan began to work. Max, with his keen senses, sensed this, and immediately called Goldie, warning her to be careful. For some unknown reason, he gave her a strange stick and asked her to be careful. Goldie only replied that they should hold off the dead. Goldie has arrived at the school, which is to be a trap for the Guardian. He simply must be caught. Otherwise, their plan will fail. The Pied Piper will drive himself into a corner. All that remains is for him to take the bait, which will be a little princess just as he likes. The stick Max gave her also came in handy, even though it slowed her down. Goldie could barely contain her excitement, impatiently awaiting her meeting with the mysterious shadow so she could quickly complete the plan. Meanwhile, Perry had been exploring every corner of the building, taking a place with the best view. The custodian was already close, and then the Pied Piper appeared. The plan worked, but the Guardian also sensed danger and decided to attack before their forces united. But it was too late. Perry saw the creature approaching. It was close, and the plan was going perfectly. The boss's shadow was hunting for new victims. Goldie sat at the back of the class, ready to hook the Guardian. Suddenly a pencil fell from the desk, as often happens in schools where children constantly drop things. But Goldie no longer felt calm. Warm school days came back to her mind when instead of monsters and shadows there were ordinary lessons and classmates. Goldie picked up the pencil, and everything around her reminded her of those pleasant days that no one had ever appreciated. Now even tears were not a shame. The school desk, the green board, the chalk that didn't write well, and the teachers with interesting questions, all of this lived in her memory. Recently, children played carefree before classes, and teachers chased them around. But the breaks came, and the joy disappeared. Too much time has passed, and it is impossible to return the past. These warm memories will remain in the heart forever. But there was no time for memories. The Guardian's shadow was trapped, and darkness enveloped the office. Goldie was under the influence of the Pied Piper's ability, which is exactly what they wanted, to put her in his sights. She obediently followed the creature. But would this be a victory for the Pied Piper or his greatest mistake? The stick that Max gave her became her salvation. Goldie was one step ahead of the Pied Piper. She managed to come out of the trance thanks to this stick. Without it, it is unknown how it would have ended. Perry proved too clever for the Guardian. As in the Pied Piper myth, where only the lame boy was saved, the stick became Goldie's life preserver. Goldie continued to follow the shadow, the stick helping her keep her distance, ready to disappear at any moment. She was conscious, but her body was not under her control. However, her clear mind gave her a slight advantage. The creature led Goldie deep into the forest, where Max's team was already located. The darkness made its way between the trees behind which the allies were hiding, as if suspecting something. Lillian noticed that the shadow suddenly stopped. It looked suspicious, like a trap. And that was it. The team was caught in the Keeper's trap, which he had prepared in advance. Perry was right. The Pied Piper was indeed up to something dangerous. Lillian, sensing something was wrong, opened fire on the shadow. But it all happened too quickly. The Guardian was too cunning to let their plan work so easily. He summoned hordes of the dead, as expected. The Pied Piper is only strong when he has these mindless servants following him. But Max wasn't going to back down. He wasn't going to let this thing ruin their mission. He made a promise to Perry that he would protect Goldie at any cost. Even if they were to die, the plan would be carried out, and his comrades would fight to the last. Morale was raised. The Allies would not allow these dead men to interfere with their big brother. Each creature gets a bullet. Not a single one will leave alive. Death is already breathing down their necks because in front of them stand those who are worth fearing. But it's not that simple. There were too many monsters, and retreat seemed reasonable in order not to lose people. Max wasn't going to back down. Goldie was still in danger, and he wasn't going to abandon her to her fate. And here it was, the danger. The creature rushed at Goldie, confident that it could defeat her, but Goldie wasn't going to give in. She'd been through too much to be afraid of a mere corpse. The monster had no idea who he had chosen as his victim. Max's men looked at Goldie skeptically, not believing that she could handle this zombie, but they are too self-confident. Perry does not keep those who are not able to stand up for themselves close to him. If Goldie is under his protection, then she is not so simple. And here she demonstrates her strength. With one blow, she knocked down a walking corpse, although it seemed that she herself needed to be protected. Max couldn't even imagine this. After all, it was Goldie they were supposed to protect, and she could cover all of his fighters. The boy's fighting spirit was instantly raised. Now no dead man could stop them, and any obstacles would seem trivial. Lillian was relieved that everyone was okay, although they had expected casualties. No one died, and everyone fought like a true hero. Even Lillian herself did not stand aside, her barrage of shots supporting her comrades in the fight. Such fire will not leave a single monster on the field. Meanwhile, Perry was actively searching for the Guardian's real body. It was hidden, as he was especially weak at night. Perry knew that time was running out. His allies would not be able to withstand the onslaught of the Guardian's full power for long. Suddenly, a flute sounded overhead. The Pied Piper was very close. There was little time left, the enemy was close, and Perry needed to find him urgently. Sleepiness had come over him again. Perry had fallen under the influence of the Pied Piper's ability, and he needed to hurry or the operation would fail. He must do something to avoid ending up in the same situation where he almost died while in a deep sleep. By using the blood crystal, Perry was able to stay on his feet and not fall into hibernation for at least a short time. A silhouette flashed at the end of the passage, a dark shadow. All the zombies were fighting Max's people, but who then was this mysterious person? Perry recognized him. It was the Guardian. The real battle was about to begin. Here he is, a dark monster who steals children while adults sleep. Every child's nightmare, but this night he is destined to meet death. The Pied Piper is back with his cursed flute, but will it work this time? He was no weakling. Even now his strength was astounding. If he could do this at night, what could he do during the day? The deadly symphony echoed throughout the area, heard in every corner of the city. The power of his ability was terrifying. Even Max's men felt the pressure. No one could stand against such an enemy, and it would be impossible to escape from the shelter. Lillian felt the ominous melody too. The enemy was incredibly strong, and she wondered what it would be like for Perry to fight such a creature. But our hero was already standing in the very center of events. The battle had begun, and the Guardian would definitely regret angering Perry. The Pied Piper had put all his efforts into capturing Perry's mind, but Perry never gave up easily. Every enemy had to kneel before him, and the Pied Piper would be no exception. Perry always had an ace up his sleeve. He would find a way to respond even to such a threat. And so the two Guardians came face to face. The powers of the two bosses met in an incredible battle that no one will be able to surpass for a long time. The Pied Piper in his ridiculous outfit clearly wasn't expecting to encounter such power. Perry took it to a new level, causing the Guardian himself to shudder in fear. Where is that fury that promised to crush hundreds of enemies? What has become of that monster that sowed terror? Perry has long since figured out the Pied Piper's power. His crystal and flute accelerate the evolution of zombies and himself. This could upset the fragile balance of the zone and lead to disaster. The Guardian, seeing Perry, tried to capture his mind in order to subjugate him, but he miscalculated. Perry turned out to be too tough for him. The mental attacks no longer worked. The Pied Piper had not expected such power from the survivors. This plan clearly did not work. He expected an easy victory, but he met an obstacle that he could not overcome. The Shadow Guardian fell into an unprecedented rage, to which no one had ever driven him before. The hero of the future felt no fear of this monster. He didn't care about his new abilities and strength. The attack came down like a rushing river, but the mysterious power of the water hid something frightening. The Piper still managed to surprise Perry, and even frighten him. There was something more terrible than the Keeper himself lurking in this stream. The Guardian turned out to be truly monstrous. The corpses of children who had become victims of his atrocities floated in the murky water. Disgusting hands, empty eye sockets, and rotten flesh. All this swirled horribly in the dirty water. The Guardian even controlled the corpses of children, lured by the Pied Piper's charming melody, and doomed to rot in the river. Perry wasn't going to give this thing a chance to hurt him. One moment, and the rotten arm would be cut off by the blade. The seething stream of black water was too dangerous. Zombies, corpses, and monsters all threatened anyone who dared to enter. The secret of the flow's power is that the Keeper pulled the victim into his subconscious, where the monsters are his captive victims. But even such a multitude of creatures cannot stop Perry. He was trained by the best. All the creatures, even the bravest ones, had no chance to survive this battle. Perry never let his enemies go. It was a one-way ticket. The underwater monsters lost their heads one after another, and even the mighty Keeper could not escape this fate. But the Keeper did not give up, continuing his powerful attacks. He was not so simple to give up without a fight. The flow was becoming more powerful. Perry realized that the Keeper was strengthening himself by playing the flute. Now this flow had become a real disaster. The water rose, filling the city streets, as if something even more terrifying was waiting ahead. Lillian sensed that something terrible was happening. Perry needed help urgently. Perry was so effective that the dead fell, and the Guardian lost control over them. The hero arrived on time. Max's group rejoiced. No losses, and the monsters were immobilized. All that was left was to finish them off. But Goldie thought differently. The zombies stopped because Perry had taken on all of the Pied Piper's power, weakening his control. Perry needed help. Goldie convinced everyone. The boys gave up finishing off the monsters and decided to help their older brother. Perry was frantically thinking about how to cope with the flow and what the Piper had prepared this time. He knew that falling into this whirlpool meant certain death. If he fell, everything would collapse. But something was troubling him. In the depths of the typhoon, an ominous grimace seemed to be waiting for him. Suddenly, a giant creature emerged from the stream, its power surpassing that of any zombie he had ever encountered. The Piper went all in, gathering all the absorbed zombies and combining them into one monster. The evolution stone will soon capture him. The situation was critical. This creature was many times stronger than the one Perry had faced in his past life. The Guardian could not die, otherwise the evolution crystal would end up in the hands of this nightmare. If you destroy the monster, it will disintegrate into many smaller creatures. Killing the rat catcher is the only way to prevent the crystal from falling into the hands of the monster. Even in the darkness, the Keeper showed his strength. He was considered weak, but this monster proved otherwise. It was necessary to act. The creature is strong but not immortal, so there is a chance. A machine like that would require a big weapon. Steel beams are the perfect solution to destroy it. Our hero is not so simple as to give in to a giant the size of 2 skyscrapers. But size is not the main thing. The bigger the monster, the louder its fall. And it is inevitable because Perry is fighting a much more dangerous enemy. The creature could bring down the sky with its size, but Perry has already filled it with steel. The giant also does not stand aside, creating streams of the dead around himself. The perfect moment has come for the final attack. The giant must lose his head. It's time to send these creatures to where they have long been awaited. And there it is. The big guy has lost his stupid head. Now we can focus on the Guardian. The Pied Piper clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The Pied Piper was shocked by Perry's strength. He had never seen such power from a mere mortal. Even the hero from the future caught him off guard. But Perry won't give him time to come to his senses. The Piper won't be able to kidnap children while the adults are asleep anymore. The Pied Piper decided to fight to the end. His new abilities appeared one after another. He will not be as predictable as the Sphinx from the previous zone. It's incredible. He can turn a giant corpse into anything he wants. What was he capable of doing when the zone fell to the dead? But even such a stream of attacks will not break Perry. He will methodically parry each blow and plunge the blade into the throat of this bastard. This Guardian was a loner, but his presence brought huge problems. No wonder no one could pass his zone. Distortion, synthesis, disintegration, all of it was under his control. He became incredibly powerful, surpassing even the monster from the pyramid. His abilities greatly affected the environment, his own evolution, and the dead. He easily created forms from organic matter and reassembled his monster. Time is running out and Perry needs to finish the fight. But the Pied Piper is only gaining strength, empowering his creatures. Even for Perry, this enemy was becoming almost invincible. He began to doubt whether he could defeat him without using his evolution crystal. Suddenly, a bullet whistled past Perry's temple. A new enemy? Or help? Unbelievable, it's Lillian! She arrived just in time, and the chances of winning increased dramatically. Perry had already begun to humiliate this freak who steals children and dreams of the destruction of humanity. A truly terrible guardian. This bastard was the complete opposite of the usual guardians. When Perry said that their task was to protect the evolution stone and not to exterminate people, he was clearly wrong. From now on, the zone is not ruled by the Piper. Now Perry dictates his rules, and not the rat catcher in strange outfits. The hero shines like lightning, and for his enemies, he has become a storm in the calm sea. This scoundrel will pay for all his crimes. The Pied Piper will struggle, looking for a way out, but no one will help him. He has lost. It is inevitable. The final attack is approaching. The Piper hopes for victory, but his luck has long since deserted him. He no longer has that drive, that fortitude, that megalomania. This coward hid for a long time, but someone has emerged who will become the leader of the new world. There were only seconds between the Keeper and the Blade, and soon only pitiful fragments would remain of the enemy. A clap of thunder resounded throughout the evolution zone, like a signal to everyone. The Savior had won. The lightning that flashed was visible to everyone. Everyone understood who possessed such power that could compare with the elements. Max and Goldie couldn't believe their eyes. Perry was not just special, he was one of a kind, unrivaled. Lillian realized, this is her hero. A hero for everyone, the one whose name will forever remain in history. His strength was astounding. All his talents always surpassed his enemies. For his opponents, he was like a mythical blood dragon, blazing with power. The Guardian felt a fear he had never felt before. This kind of threat was new to him. Once a legend, the Piper was a child thief. Now he is a helpless guardian hiding in the night. Nothing can help him now. Perry has long surpassed him. Neither strength nor mental attacks, nor the flute can stop him. Thus came the end of the great and terrible Pied Piper, the Piper who terrorized children. He will no longer be a nightmare for peaceful citizens. The zone was cleared of the evil Keeper. 3 days of hard work paid off, lives were saved, and a global catastrophe was averted. The survivors rejoiced. Their efforts were not in vain. They helped the great hero from the future, but it's too early to rejoice. Perry is consumed by the glow. He is on the verge of receiving a new powerful ability. The reward for his victory was not long in coming. Light enveloped him, and thanks to his new talent, his power soared to the stars. The bloody glow gave them hope. Who knows what would have happened to them if Perry hadn't been reborn? The radiance enveloped all the evolved. Lillian, like Perry, should receive incredible power, because in her past life she was among the 10 strongest. Goldie and Max will also gain new abilities. They have great potential, and they will realize it. The victory of the people was valuable, but surprisingly no one died. All the survivors accomplished a heroic feat, and now everyone can make a huge contribution to this world. It was a real triumph. Each zone of evolution was easier for Perry, this time in just 3 days. 3 weeks passed and Perry met the evolution crystals again. New incredible abilities were already waiting for him. Another battle with the Keeper ended in triumph. The enemies did not even have time to hope for success, as they found themselves in the next world. But the abilities this time around are less impressive than in the first zone. One can make zombies angry, and another can put them to sleep. Perfect for Goldie to send everyone to the dream world. However, the really interesting thing was the mind control. A great symbiosis with angry zombies. But alas, you can only choose one ability. The power of evolution in the hands of one person is powerful, but the chance of success is too small. The flow of darkness that plunges into the subconscious intensifies with each use, opening up incredible possibilities. The Guardian's first ability is shadow materialization. It is ideal for scouting and increasing range in combat. The choice was not easy, but Perry, gambling as always, decided to take a risk and choose a random ability. The main thing is that it does not turn out to be useless. He likes to tempt fate. Finally, the choice is made. It all depends on luck, what power the hero will get. He got the ability to materialize shadow. Although mind control and darkness flow would be more useful, it's still better than lullaby or control of the dead. You can't replace one with the other, so it's better to be happy with what you have. Here he is, the hero of civilization. Thanks to him, humanity has regained hope for the future. He will become a key figure from the future, who will always be remembered. The butterfly effect worked. Returning to the past was already bearing fruit. A ray of sunshine broke through the dark clouds, dispersed by our hero after so much time. At this time, a terrible monster attacked the military headquarters in the city. The soldier reported to the captain about the sudden threat that had overtaken them at the most inopportune moment. The captain understood that weapons would not cope with this mutant zombie. He needed backup. The soldiers were panicking, desperate for government support. The problem was that the only bridge through which help could come had been destroyed to contain the spread. All that was left was to hope for a miracle, that salvation would come from above. The monster has noticed them. Now even the gods cannot help. All that remains is to surrender to fate. Horror gripped everyone. The monster was almost upon them, and the soldiers had no choice but to accept their death at its hands. One soldier acted like a true warrior. He was the last to save himself, like the captain of a ship, letting his subordinates go before leaving himself. He managed to get out of the tower before it collapsed, but there was no more cover. The monster was already nearby. The soldiers fled in panic, but one stopped. Their captain was crushed by the rubble of the tower. Here he is, the hero of his time. Even now, under the rubble, he orders his comrades to run. He does not want to be a burden and sacrifices himself so that they have hope for victory. He thought it was the end. The duty was done and it was time to leave, but the battle continued. The military could not abandon their captain. He had lived a long time, and they believed that he could endure it. The bullets did not harm the monster, and it attacked furiously, not forgiving such insolence. But suddenly the situation changed. An incredible force began to act on the monster, and a chance for survival appeared. The captain had already lost hope, thinking that everything was over. But an unexpected rescue changed everything. And here she is, their savior. Since the moment of separation, she has become even stronger. Lieutenant Gloria, beautiful and fearless, is able to defeat even mutants. Gloria has clearly gotten stronger, gravity has become easier to control, and her strength has grown to a new level. The monster didn't expect to be simply crushed, as if nails had been driven into the lid of his coffin. Things must be going well in the city if the girls are getting that powerful. Gloria is indeed strong. Her strength surpasses many. Perry was not mistaken. He saw in her the potential to create graves for monsters without much effort. She had encountered this monster before, but it had escaped. Now the monster had been defeated once and for all. Her landing was soft, and she deservedly got promoted. It would be strange if with such power she didn't get it. The soldiers were struck by her beauty and could not immediately recover enough to rise to their feet. The commander thanked him for his support, leaning on the soldier because the years take their toll. But he wasn't entirely sure that the monster was really dead. The thought that the creature might have gotten out haunted him, although it seemed unlikely. Gloria is so powerful that she leaves craters in her wake. It's scary to imagine what she will be capable of in a couple of years. She noticed with a smile that gravity was acting on the monster 10 times stronger than usual, and even he felt sorry for the monster. Now everyone was convinced that the monster was dead. It was evident from their stunned faces. Gloria's power was astounding. After many battles with monsters and hard training, she finally mastered her talent to the fullest extent. She didn't forget about him, because all these years she worked to catch up with him in strength, and the results were impressive. Suddenly, a signal from headquarters came through her earpiece. It seemed that the military had received information about the evolution zone. It turned out that Gloria was informed about the city, completely liberated from the zone. Now, in this city with the first evolution zone, there is a headquarters for a special squad of evolved ones. Old Steve is back in business, as hot-tempered as ever. It was no wonder Perry saved him, because he was full of enthusiasm. The zone was cleared in just 3 days. The military headquarters considered this to be the best outcome. The city would not be damaged, which would facilitate the creation of a new headquarters. The satellite data was accurate, but the speed of the cleanup was disconcerting. It took 6 whole days to clear the previous zone. Gloria already knew who could deal with the zone so quickly, and Steve agreed with her. Only one person was capable of it. But Steve had no idea that Perry was his student. If he had known, he would have probably praised him. But now he thought that the keeper was just lucky and saw him as weak. Gloria continued to admire her hero. He was the strongest among all the evolved, and his power could not be ignored. It was not luck. Not even the army could compare to his power. Headquarters was buzzing. Steve refused to believe that this boy could be stronger than the entire army. How could some students surpass experienced fighters? He was furious. The headquarters didn't doubt Perry. He had defeated the Guardian for the second time. Even Steve acknowledged his strength, although it wasn't that important to him. Rose was about to arrive in the city where the hero was, and here she is, a beautiful high school student. She found herself in the outskirts of the city and could not believe that the zone was cleared so quickly. Then a subordinate approached her with a message, a call from her hometown. A bright light, similar to the one in the first zone, was coming from the second zone, and it began to fade. Rose did not forget her idol and was pleasantly surprised to learn that, according to Gloria and Steve, it was Perry who cleared the second zone. Gloria gave Rose the task of recruiting Perry at any cost, since he had a habit of disappearing at the most inopportune moments. Rozashka decided to take matters into her own hands. Meeting her idol, with whom they were separated by a great distance, became her priority. Without wasting any time, she went to the city, because Perry could disappear at any moment. Military equipment moved into the city. A large-scale assault was being prepared. Every corner was being checked. Rose beamed with joy at the thought of meeting her favorite student. By that time, the city was already bathed in warm sunlight, and the area was cleared. I had to take off my rose-colored glasses. The sun's rays did not hide the huge monster created by the vile Piper. But Perry wasn't going to just leave everything like that. His goal was to deal with this creature as quickly as possible. And here they meet, a monstrous giant posing a new threat to humanity. Perry had no time to waste. The enemy was too strong for games. He had to gather all his strength to win. However, the monster could become an excellent target for testing a new ability. Perry looked at the monster with an evil smile, realizing that without the evolution crystal, this zombie was not so scary. But suddenly something changed in the giant's face. He became frightened, as if he had met his death. An absurd scene. A huge monster runs away from Perry like an elephant from a mouse, but such panic can lead to new problems. Perry had not expected such cowardly behavior from the monster. To frighten him with just his appearance was an unexpected surprise. But it can't be left like that. The hero decided to pursue the monster to get its power for his crystal. The giant, in horror, did not want to become Perry's new victim. This hunter was too scary. Meanwhile, our delay team seems to have encountered another surprise. Max has acquired a new talent that almost left him blind. An unexpected disaster. The girl disappeared. What to do now? She could have gotten lost. Zombies could have eaten her, or anything could have happened. No one knew where the boss's younger sister had disappeared to. Everyone was in shock. Max realized that the situation was critical. If anything happened to the girl, they would be in trouble. Suddenly, Perry's voice came through the earpiece. He was saying something about danger, but the static made it hard to understand what he meant. Max was confused, not understanding what kind of threat they were talking about and what was going on. Perry tried to find out if the guys were okay, if there was still danger, and Max assured him that everything was calm. But the next second, everything changes. The familiar leg of the monster hangs over Max, ready to crush him at any moment. The boys, seeing this horror, began to scream in fear, begging Max to save himself. Only now did he realize that the giant monster had crept up unnoticed, destroying everything in its path. No one had even noticed it appear. It seemed that our skinhead would not be able to get out alive. One moment, and he was buried under tons of earth. But what was that blue glow that flashed under the giant monster's paws? Was Max really saved, or did help arrive? It turned out that his new skill saved his life. But for how long? How much longer can he survive by just running from danger? This nightmare seemed endless. How could one defeat such a monster if the only way out was to run? The glow flared again, and Max seemed to fall into the ground, avoiding the crushing blows of the monster. But the monster doesn't care. It won't stop attacking until Max is completely exhausted. Something about Max really attracted the monster. Was it his strength or something else? Lillian kept her sights on the monster so as not to lose it. She wondered why this giant was only hunting Max. What was so special about him that he was a target? But that didn't matter now. The main thing was to find Perry as soon as possible and figure out what was going on here. Lillian underwent an incredible transformation. Her cocoon opened up and butterfly wings grew on her back. Her power was now undeniable. Speed, grace, and flight are what many dream of. But only our heroine has these abilities. Lillian was delighted with her new skill. It suited her perfectly, opening up incredible possibilities. Her heart was about to jump out. because her new talent gave her improved vision. Now she could spot a bug on a football field. It was amazing. She managed to keep an eye on the giant monster, which did not leave Max alone. Meanwhile, Perry continued the chase, accelerating to maximum speed, but it was still not enough. The hero could not understand what was going on in this creature's head, why it was constantly running away, as if it was saving itself from him. But loyal comrades are always there. At the most necessary moment, Lillian's mother appeared with renewed vigor. Lillian's keen eyesight finally spotted Perry, and she rushed to help. Perry was happy for her. Now she could not only fly, but also received improved vision, which was a great bonus for a sniper. Lillian was also happy to see that Perry was safe and sound. Without him, humanity would not have survived. She was still interested in where this giant came from, who was chasing Max non-stop. Perry explained that the Guardian had summoned this monster before his death, and it would not be easy to defeat. Perry asked how Max was doing, and if there had been any casualties, but everything went better than expected. As expected, everything turned out too well. There are no casualties, and the giant is chasing Max. What could be better? Perry didn't understand why the monster was chasing Max and what was going on. Catch up? It was a mystery. Max was haunted by the big guy, leaving him no chance to rest. Max could only burrow underground, escaping from the monster. Shaved is powerless against this monster, he can't stop it. Only our hero can handle it. But when will he arrive? The boys encouraged the elder to dive into the ground more often, otherwise death would be inevitable. The heroes did not keep themselves waiting. The monster continued to try to catch and kick Max, but he deftly escaped from his clutches. Perry realized that his shaved friend had mastered the ability to dive into the ground. The monster looked furious, as if he was driven to rage by the constant escaping. The prey constantly eluded the giant, who could not overcome the little man. Max was on edge. He begged Perry not to stand still and help him escape the horror. Steve once trained with the same intensity, and now Max has to come up with something. For now, Perry just watches. Max readily agreed to help, showing a rare loyalty in this world. Perry focused his energy, realizing that he needed to attack the monster's core. It was in the center and had the power of a crystal, meaning it would take a lot of effort to defeat. Lillian's bullets don't penetrate the monster's skin. Can it be defeated at all, or is it immortal? For Perry, every enemy is just another step in his evolution. He'll deal with this monster as always. His job is to kill the monster, and only Perry can do that. It'll be easy from here. Perry demonstrated a new ability, shadow materialization. He was shrouded in darkness and became much stronger. The sniper was shocked to realize that the person standing in front of her was the owner of the rat catcher ability. Here he is, a shadow warrior using his talent in a new way. Our student of the future has an outstanding mind. His strength and speed increased exponentially. No one could have expected this. In just a few moments, he was already driving the wind around him. Obstacles became trivial. This darkness has incredible power. Perry has outdone himself again. Metamorphosis has happened again, but last time it didn't help the monster. What awaits us now? Most likely only worse. He thought his ability was defensive, but now it turned out to be an incredible weapon. In his form, he looked like death itself, not only deadly in appearance but also in fact. One swing of the blade, and the giant monster, which even bullets do not affect, is cut like butter under a warm knife. Perry surpasses the gods, performing miracles that amaze everyone around him. Max's team was delighted. It was obvious to them. The monster was so weak that one blow from the sword was enough. Lillian was amazed. She thought her strength was close to his, but Perry became 10 times stronger. The shadow dissipated, and the power increased along with the blood crystal. At this rate, he could become the strongest in the world. Although the energy consumption was enormous, Perry knew that there would soon be a ranking of the strongest evolved, and he hoped to take first place in it. Max was happy for his older brother, promising to light a candle or incense in honor of the savior. But it was too early to rejoice. Even if the central monster was dead, the others could still cause problems. Shaved noticed that there were too many opponents to deal with them all at once. It is necessary to make a fire out of the monsters so that they do not rise again. Let them warm themselves in the flames. But there is a problem. Setting fires in the city center is dangerous. The fire can get out of control. Max ordered the team to go to the monster and build trenches. We can't let the boss down. Everyone immediately got down to business, and Max could have handled this task too. Perry noted that with this new skill, Max could handle it himself. Finally, the shaved man realized this, punched, and also went to help. Perry set to work, as always, ready to help his allies. He had to get around the large corpse and dig a giant trench. It would have taken a long time, but Max did it in a couple of minutes. His talent was at its best. Flames shone above the trees, burning the walking corpses in hellish fire. Perry was worried. He hadn't seen the princess since their arrival. Something had happened to her, and it frightened the hero of the future. Max is not to blame for the princess's disappearance. As soon as he woke up with his new ability, she was gone, and then the giant attacked. Lillian also didn't notice the girl's disappearance. She disappeared within moments of receiving her powers. Suddenly there was a call on the radio. It was the girl they had been looking for so long. She was in the neighboring building on the left. Everyone immediately looked up to see their little princess. Goldie should be on that skyscraper. No one has seen her for a long time, and everyone probably misses her. But what worries her is what lured her there. Is she okay? Last time Rose fell asleep, and that was bad. The radio static was annoying. But now was not the time for it. Goldie called Perry, whom she trusted. He agreed, and promised that he would arrive soon to listen to her. Perry knows she's still a child, but she's smart beyond her years, which means there's a serious reason for her behavior. Perry arrived at Goldie's. He was worried about the reason she was there. As expected, her problem was related to her abilities. Something about them was wrong, and it was bothering her greatly. Perry, with his vast experience, could always help her sort out difficult issues. It was difficult to explain. It was easier to show what exactly was frightening her and putting pressure on her. It's incredible, but something is wrong with the shadow. Could it really be the Pied Piper? But how? He's dead. This worries the heroine. Perry was furious to face the terrifying enemy again. This monster was kidnapping children again, and Goldie had fallen into its clutches. The hero immediately grabbed the princess, holding her tightly so that the monster could not harm her. Perry was on guard, but danger struck at the most unexpected moment. He was wounded when he let his guard down. Now Perry can breathe a sigh of relief. That was Goldie's ability. He couldn't believe his ears. The girl was controlling the Pied Piper, possessing enormous potential that was difficult to estimate. It was impossible to imagine that she, with only a quarter of the crystal's power, could control the Piper. She couldn't do that. She didn't have enough strength. It was only a weak rat catcher, a complete analog of the original, much less dangerous. Perry felt at ease. His former enemy was now an ally in the body of a teenager with a bright outfit. Yes, he is younger and more than 3 times weaker. In general, he does not pose a threat, but the girl still has incredible strength and potential. I wonder what she will become when she fully develops. How did she not make it into the ranking of the strongest, despite her possible risk of dying? The power is impressive, but its drawbacks are too dangerous. Perry knows it's best to keep this power a secret until the right time. The girl is not stupid either. She knows that the Guardians are covered in blood up to their elbows and are not worth loving. But there is only one person who can understand her. This world is full of horrible people who don't care that you're a little girl. They're interested in an experiment that leads to the secret of eternal life, and that power comes at a high price. The image of her dead parents constantly pops into her mind. It is her worst nightmare, and words about strength only increase the pain. She was too scared to show her power and become an outcast again. Petting her head and soothing words made Goldie happier. Perry is a great soother person, but it's more important to find a place where she can be protected or help her become strong enough to defend herself. He mentioned an organization that could protect her. Goldie was surprised because she had hoped to always be by his side. The military under Steve's leadership would be a great defense. Steve was impressive and trustworthy. She doesn't like the military because of her bad experience with the army, and she doesn't want to join them. Perry praised the military for their protection and help, but forgot that separation is a huge pain for her. She believes that with Perry she will become stronger and faster because he himself said that this is her only chance. Even if there were thousands of soldiers, they would never replace Perry. None of them would be like him. Her weakness is the fear of losing Perry. She became attached to him as a father figure who gave her hope for a new life. And now she fears that he will leave her. Now Perry realizes his mistake. Kyle and Lillian have proven that being a parent is not that easy. One right gesture and the child begins to shine. Her true beauty and all the important details are hidden in her memories. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Perry offered to walk hand in hand to the end, and she found true happiness. He understood that a child cannot simply be handed over to an organization for protection. She will agree because she will only be able to find such happiness in a dream, and she will never let go of his hand. It could have ended differently. She could have been alone, and Perry could have continued his journey. Now he has wonderful company. Perry is glad to have such a strong bond with the baby, but the question of how she will become strong still remains. They will return to this conversation. Max greets his boss with respect, fearing for his head due to his negligence. A few seconds later, he apologizes to the boss's princess. Afraid of a reprimand from his older brother, Lillian brought a snack and wanted to see how the girl was doing, if she had been able to help. Perry hides possible big problems and lies that Goldie is having trouble with her new talent and can't use it. They were happy that everything turned out even better than expected. Everything was going perfectly. Now he and Goldie are going on a new journey. They need to pack their things and go. Lillian is surprised by the rapid change of events. They just defeated the Keeper and liberated the zone, and now they are leaving. It's all clear. There are 5 more zones ahead, and the next one will appear soon. The military organization already knows that the zone has been cleared, which means they will arrive soon, and it will be more difficult to leave. Goldie decided to go with the hero, which surprised our sniper. Max packs his things and also leaves somewhere, which worries Perry. He does not understand where exactly Max is going. The answer is obvious. Where the boss goes, they go. Shaven doesn't know his older brother. Perry is troubled by the fact that the city's residents are leaving, as if they are afraid of something. Max behaves like a child, crawling on the floor, clutching his knees, not wanting to stay in a city full of zombies. This irritates Perry, but he can't refuse anyone. Lillian is not standing aside either. She decided to go with them, and Perry will not be able to leave alone. Raising a kindergarten at a time like this is no easy task, and Lillian doubts she can handle it. Everything changes too quickly. Everyone suddenly wants to be part of Perry's team, and he can't refuse them. Goldie was smart in suggesting that they create an organization to protect themselves, that they could develop themselves. Perry can't argue. The 4 evolved ones are superior to the military and have an excellent connection with Goldie. All positives. She asked Max about the number of people besides them. It turned out that there were more than 100 of them, including old people, women, and children. Great. Since no one wants to go their own way, they will create an organization together to help survivors. In this way, they will gather so many evolved ones that the fingers of one organization will be enough, if we don't chop them off. There was no way around a name, so Max immediately asked Perry. But the hero has already thought everything through. Such decisions require long reflection. It keeps the intrigue. The name should be so amazing that every second person knows it. Their organization will be a light for humanity. Their contribution will be invaluable. They will disperse the clouds and release the sunlight. Now they have to start a huge organization. Perry writes down that they need to attract talented people, saying it out loud. While Perry and Goldie clear out the next area, Max and Lillian will take charge of the city and the organization. A letter has appeared addressed to former heroines, Gloria and Rose. What message awaits our beauties? The letter needs to be delivered to the military, but Lillian doesn't understand its meaning or purpose. He hints at his acquaintances in military units, whose help would be useful. Lillian is amazed. Before her stands an unusual man with excellent connections, strength, and power. Who is this wanderer? Time is running out and nothing can be returned. They need to go. They say goodbye and ask to be careful. Max was extremely sensitive to his boss, as if he had been torn apart by wolves, and he shed a sea of tears. At this point, the girl and Perry leave another city. The further journey promises to be no less exciting. Meanwhile, the military had already entered the city. It was strange that everything was too clean. Intuition told me about the danger. The soldiers discussed why the city was so quiet. The most likely explanation was that the power of the evolved had frightened the dead, and they were afraid to even move their noses. Here comes Rose. She was sure that only Perry had been here. He could have done such a thing. The military tried to help the lady, as her behavior was strange, but she asked them to ignore her. The high school student devoted all her time to searching for her beloved. The separation was too long, and her heart could not stand it. Earlier, after receiving the ability, she fell asleep in the arms of her comrades. Everyone was scared, but she woke up. Gloria was a true friend. She was watching over her bed all this time. Rose couldn't wake up for 3 whole days. There was only one thing that worried her. Where was the senior? Where had he gone? Nothing was more important than that. Unfortunately, Perry has long since left, and it will be up to fate to decide whether they will meet him. Her melancholy was unbearable. She could not forget the hero who had saved her many times and helped her to understand the horror of this world. Suddenly, a soldier arrived with news. A survivor was wandering around the city. looking for a girl with the same last name as Rose and Gloria. Her identity was classified, but she didn't care. She wanted to know who this survivor was, and she got the most pleasant answer for herself. It turned out to be an evolved man. One word, and she was already in love. She forgot about the operation. She was covered with heat from head to toe, although it was not yet clear who he really was. The soldier is ordered to bring him immediately. The lady does not intend to wait long for her prince. And then he shows up, but instead of Perry, she sees Max. This is not what she expected. Her indignation is immediately noticeable. What kind of bald man did she get? She demands the senior student right in front of her. Max behaves with respect, knows how to do something, is a real gentleman. He said hello and extended his hand. Despite this, she is not happy that he knows her name because she would not like to know it. Max is not offended. His soul is too kind and devoted, and he does not know her. They are only familiar with the famous student. Here is a red blush on the cheeks and a sparkle in the eyes. Just the spoken name of her beloved makes her world brighter. Max hands her that very letter, a message to his good friends. Rose should be happy. This message is just for her, and her fantasies reach a new level. What is hidden behind the white sheet? What was in this mysterious envelope? There was no joy on Rose's face. It was obvious that they were too late and their target had slipped away again. Rose accepted the information. The army will fully support Dawn, and the military will also provide assistance to the townspeople. There is still hope for a meeting. As long as the organization exists, he will definitely return, and they will see each other again. Rose has already replayed her passions and dreams in her head hundreds of times. Meanwhile, Perry and Goldie left the city and returned to the gas station to replenish their gear and supplies. In times like these, finding fuel is becoming increasingly difficult. Where is this world heading? Suddenly, the girl remembers the second gas station where she was found. There should be more fuel there, but she no longer cares. Perry understands what his princess is thinking. It's hard for her to keep such details in her head, just as it was hard for him to cope with his emotions. He's not going to keep quiet about it. Her hard life and the weight on her shoulders are not something that can be ignored. She has been through too much. Her experience is something to be envied. A hard life gives birth to strong people, and she has learned to appreciate life. But she is tormented by the question, how would her parents react to her new ability? Perry didn't have that experience, but he would definitely be proud of her. She could save a lot of lives. Goldie completely agrees with him and is glad to hear such words. Their road was not easy. Cracked asphalt, thorns, and flower paths. Goldie is interested in where they are going and what path awaits them. Now they are heading north, to where the new evolution zone should be. The journey will take a week and they cannot be late. They are heading north. Goldie was surprised that Perry seemed to know about the zone's appearance in advance, as if he had knowledge that was not available to ordinary people. He asked her not to tell anyone about this, because he was from the future, and only she should know. Goldie promised to keep the secret, and that was important to her. But the road seemed boring to her, and she decided to use her power. With music from the piper, the trip will be more fun, and she will be able to practice her talent. Perry was stunned by the melody, which reminded him of something very familiar and pleasant. Goldie, who showed wisdom and a love for Mozart, used classical music to improve her mood. But suddenly Perry stopped abruptly, as if the melody had become too strong an impression for him. Goldie didn't understand why he slowed down so suddenly. It turned out that the rating began to show the strongest among the evolved. Rose was ranked 9th among the survivors, and the strongest monsters were at the top of the list. Perry was pleased with the result. Everything was going according to plan. Many strong evolved ones appeared, but Gloria did not make it onto that list. As expected, Perry came out on top, and at this point their journey continues.